Welcome back to the Iesf World Esports Championship 2024. It is time to determine who's going to Riyadh later this year and who isn't. Welcome to the Pubgm Mobile Asia and Oceania qualifier. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 18 teams today, which is going to be very exciting because if you watched yesterday, that is a big difference. Yesterday we had 10, today we have Group B, which is 18 teams. Yes, you've heard that correctly. It is 8 more teams. Joined by my side is Kobo. I think that is introduction enough, isn't it? 18
How
teams.
How you doing, Alex? Glad to be here. I'm excited to get us going for the matches in just a bit here. Like you said, it's going to be a very different show compared to what you guys were enjoying yesterday. I'm super excited to see what the teams have to bring. Like you said, very different stuff. 18 teams instead of 10, but we also have one more qualifying slots. We have 3 instead of 2. So it's going to be a different lobby entirely. And yeah. Like I said, the teams will have to show up big here. You need to get top 3 out of 18. That's no easy feat.
No, especially not since we have some of the most experienced teams in the entire PUBG Mobile esports hemisphere. We have lots of teams that you might have just recently seen at the PUBG Mobile Global Open in Brazil. So likewise, as we had yesterday, some very, very experienced rosters. These nations, they do not want to lose, Kovo. They sent their absolute best. And that is why we're going to have a great lobby today. But yes, also, as you said, it is a top 3. We're going to get to that in a moment. First of all, let's take a look at the point structure. It is... Do we even need to explain this anymore? Anyone who's seen PUBG Mobile Esports in the last 2 years, before we had that little shift, that I sometimes still cry about. But either way, anyone who's seen PUBG Mobile Esports should know this.
Yeah, it's the standard point structure. It's 10 points for the win, and then it scales down all the way to 1 placement points for 7th and 8th. And then if you finish below the top 8, then you are out of the placement points. But fear not, you can make that up with kill points. Eliminations are 1 each. So this is pretty much the point structure that allows these teams to be flexible in how they approach the game. And it's worked out really well in the past because not only can you go for placement points, you can also try to focus on the kills, maybe in games where you don't have the chance to get a whole lot of placement points. And talk about eliminations, Sanhok, first one coming up. Oh, it's usually a bit of a brawl, Felix, isn't it?
Yes, it's usually a bit of a brawl. But also, yesterday something crazy happened, Kobo. I was the one to say Sanhok is the best map, and that was due to the fact that we had 10 teams only. All right, 10 teams only. With 10 teams, I feel like Sanhok is the perfect map that's to be played. Okay. Everyone had enough space, good rotations. We saw a lot of isolated fights, not that much third partying, and that's why I said that. Today, that might just be the biggest contrast I've ever seen from one match day to another, because 18 teams on Sanhok. Do we even have 18 loot spots on Sanhok? I'm not so sure.
Well, better for us, right? Means more early game action. Worse for the players, better for us, but it's something you have to adapt to if you're one of these teams, one of these players. We'll go through them. I'm not sure if that's the rosters for today. I think UAE was playing yesterday. Am I wrong in this one?
No, you are completely correct. But they wanted to show us again because these guys missed 2 games as the full Form 1 roster. So just keep in mind, it's we're going to see tomorrow. And hopefully they're going to be there with the full Form 1 roster throughout all of the games. Yes, 18 teams. Maybe we should start off. We're going to see them in a minute as well. So actually, let me put that question back because then we might just take it.
I have something to say, all right? I have something to say about 10 teams. It is, when you have 10 teams, right? Yes. It's quite hard to, or not a lot of teams are going to finish outside of the placement points every single match. So you're expecting a scoreboard that's way closer together than if you have 18 teams. It's way more polarizing when 8 teams in the lobby, or in our case, 10 teams in the lobby, are getting 0 placement points. So this is something that's going to change quite drastically from yesterday to today. But I looked at the scoreboard yesterday, and there were still teams that were pulling far, far ahead, right? So usually I would say, okay, you had a medium day 1, you should still be able to come back on day 2. But there were some teams that were completely running away with it, despite everyone in the lobby basically getting fed at least 1 or 2 placement points almost every match, right?
Yeah, 100%. I also think that the differences, like a 10-point difference in a 10-team lobby, is more than what it is with 18 teams. Because obviously there's just less chances and more placement points are being kind of gifted away.
Less elimination points to get as well, right?
Yes, less elimination.
There's not as many teams that you can take out, so it's harder to close these gaps.
So I think 18-team lobby, I think this is going to be different. And I also think that's why Group B specifically for from a viewer's perspective, it's going to be so much more interesting. And that's why you should also watch Group B, even if you're a fan of Group A, is because so much more can happen. 18 teams, it's going to be stacked closer together. And just speaking from experience, we always have these kind of tournaments go down to the absolute wire. And with 18 teams, 100% that's going to happen again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting off with Thailand. Yeah, this is the Thai section of Ojwa. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I am trying my best. And I think we'll talk about a lot of the rosters here. We'll flick through them, and 18 is quite a few of them. But there's a few favorites in there. Cambodia may be one of them, right? We talked about them a little bit before the broadcast. One of the stronger rosters coming in. But every single one of these regions has proven every single one of these teams has proven in their own region that they can absolutely pull off, and they have qualified here on good merits. So, regardless of how much you've seen these teams on the international stage, all of them have some achievements. And all of them have really shown that they deserve to be here. That being said, we're going to say goodbye to 15 of them after day 2. So it's going to be a rough gauntlet. Yeah, that is one of the flags that I wouldn't have known where it's from. Would you have known what kind of country that is? It is Timor-leste. I am the worst. This is going to be a very challenging broadcast for me because I am the worst at flags. My flag education is more on the NA side of things, so this is going to be tricky. This is Hong Kong. I know this one. On the NA side, that's like two countries. This is a very memorable flag, but some of them I'm definitely going to struggle with. But I'm sure the players will make themselves memorable. Yeah, so that is Hong Kong, obviously coming in. One of the lesser experienced rosters, I want to say. And here we have Bangladesh, yes, also with a pretty strong roster coming in from Axatron Gaming. That's a full lineup as well. Also, I want to say less experience, but at least in terms of the Bangladesh qualifier, definitely the strongest team. Laos, as we have coming up next, also with Siang Joy Boy and Por, one of the lesser experienced rosters coming in here before we head on over to Japan at some point, I'm guessing, and also Vietnam and Indonesia. All the big names haven't really been named so far. Yeah, we got Sri Lanka here, and again, like we said, right, we're not 100% sure how experienced these players are, but they have proven in their own region that they deserve to be here, and we'll see how much they can throw into the mix as we go over to Bhutan with Momo, Yeti, Yelki, and Sky. And like we said, lots of names, lots of players that will try to make a stand today, and a few favorites we might pick out by hand, like Vietnam right now, right? That should be a big name. Oh yes, yeah, Vietnam coming in with a roster between Team Flash and DX, some of the most interesting. Wait, Lamborghini's not playing? I want to say some of the most experienced guys in this roster have shown us time and time again in big international tournaments that they can perform at the very top level. I've got them 5th in the PMGC 2023, and also PMSL Southeast Asia Summer just this season have almost grabbed the first spot. They unfortunately ended in 2nd place. So half of that roster very experienced, and the other half up and coming as well. Malaysia is another one of these names that we'll have coming up. Also, another one of the basically full rosters, right? That is Yudu Alliance. And really strong one as well. We'll talk about that plenty throughout the broadcast, I think. There's always that topic of a mixed team versus a full roster. I'd say in general, you're still preferring to have a full roster that has experience together, like this one from Nepal. Leo Esports coming in on that side of things. So, again, a few names to be reckoned with. Yeah, absolutely. Nepal, always a pretty PUBG Mobile heavy region as well. Let's go over to Indonesia. And wait, that is Indonesia? No, yes, it is. Oh my goodness, these flags, that is Indonesia. One of the strongest rosters, of course. I just had to look at the name. Boom Esports is coming in straight off of their win of the PMSL Southeast Asia Summer this season. Grabbed themselves almost $45,000. And also performed in Brazil at the PMGO. So that is also one of the most experienced lineups that we have in this lobby. Never to be underestimated. I think with the recent additions at the start of this year, 2024, they should be a prime contender for the top 3 spot as well. This is the Pakistan flag coming in with 3 players there. I'm not quite sure if that's what we're going to see today. Hopefully not. Hopefully we'll see them with a full roster. But gonna have to wait and see what happens there. Taipei, another team coming in where we maybe don't give them as much credit as we give to some of the other heavy hitters, but
another team that is looking to pull off something big today.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen them in the recent Iesf qualifiers. I want to say recent, but the last year qualifiers as well. These guys are also pretty strong fraggers. Let's go over to Japan. They've also won the something that I didn't originally know, the Pubg Mobile Japan League this season. In phase 1, it's the 4th season in total, so it's running for the 4th time in a row. Grabs himself $20,000 out of the $35,000 in prize pool that's to be grabbed. So pretty good team too. I haven't personally seen them play yet, but I'm excited to see them anyway.
Myanmar is another one of these full rosters. Sai, Manet, Ichi, and we'll see who the 4th member will be. But yeah, I think we've had very short impressions of these teams now. We talked about it a little bit. Lots of full rosters from full teams that already play together and a few mixes here or there. But I think there's good potential for some of these mixes, if they do have enough experience, to click really well and pop off. Because if you've played it with with enough teams, if you've played with enough players, you're definitely able to sort that out and figure out the roles you want to be filling in these games. So I think experience over anything. I think confidence is a big thing, and coming from some of these bigger teams that are used to winning things and used to playing internationally is going to help some of these teams out a bunch. Yeah,
I think so too. Also, there's always this question of how do you play this lobby? And you said experience over anything. I had this theory yesterday that I'm not even sure if experience is the most important factor in this lobby. I think team play, having a full form on roster, and fragging power is. But then again, we had a 10-team lobby yesterday and an 18-team lobby today. I think it still is team play and fragging power, just based off of the fact that you can't really have a set strategy in this one. You can prepare for a PMGO to some degree, you can prepare for a PMSL.
Yeah.
But can you really prepare for an 18-team lobby where you have never played against, I want to say 90% of the teams, and even less so, don't really know how they're playing. They're not playing the same kind of PUBG Mobile style as you are. Regions differ. So I think that's the biggest problem with some of these teams. I think maybe putting in less strategy and actually playing more methodical PUBG Mobile is going to help you.
I think it's a really good point. Like, just from my past experience, when you have all these regions coming together, you have loot spot clashes, you have playstyle clashes, you have some teams you might have never seen before, right? We haven't seen some of these teams before. A lot of the players will have similar things. So prepping for this lobby is not really going to be a big thing. It's mainly about, hey, I know these 3 to 4 teams, I know how they play, I know where they play from, and then all of the rest is adapting on the fly and trying to play your own game. So it's way more unpredictable than what these guys are used to playing, and that's the same time. It's the same thing every time you bring nations together. You mix up the lobbies, you mix up the rosters, and it becomes this wonderful creation where nobody knows what's going to happen until it kicks off. And then you put 18 teams in this lobby, right? And that shifts the dynamic quite a bit more as well. It doesn't sound like much, but I think it's a big difference.
It's going to be so exciting. We had a pretty slow start to the games, obviously, due to the fact that everyone kind of had their set spots, even though we did have contests yesterday as well in Erangel, for example. But apart from the UAE kind of contesting some of these plays over there, we had a pretty slow start. I expect that to change today, and you were talking about the different styles. I'm interested to see how the top teams are going at this, because we've just historically, we've casted the last qualifiers as well, just last year, and we saw that some of these teams, some of these absolute top teams, I'm talking Indonesia, I'm talking Vietnam, especially Vietnam, because we've seen them last year as well. We saw that some of these adapt perfectly, and they just know how to play. They know how to minimize their mistakes in a lobby where, first of all, you have more teams than usual, and second of all, you don't know almost 90% of the teams. And we saw some of these teams not adapting well, right? Going for overly aggressive splits, going for strategies that normally would work in like a PMGO, but just don't here. You get punished for it. You get trapped into little mistakes because you can't anticipate the enemy's moves as well. And I think that is what it comes down to. I think we will still see the favorites at the very top. That's what we've seen yesterday as well with Bahrain, for example. But it is going to be just a tiny bit different.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about the format, right? We said top 3 out of this lobby qualifies.
Yeah.
Top 3 out of 18 means you have to pop off. It's not just, can't just have 2 okay days, 2 good days. You got to pop off. You got to play big, and you can't really give yourself a slow start. A lot of the times you'll see teams that start a little bit slow, then they get a feel for the lobby, they get into the groove, and then they climb up the leaderboard. You really can't start all too slow. If you're starting in the midfield today, you're going to have a big feat ahead of you tomorrow. Not impossible, but you really want to be coming out of the gate swinging and putting your stamp on this lobby and making sure that you're in a good spot for tomorrow, because 3 out of 18 is not a whole lot.
It's really not. It's going to get absolutely down to the wire. And also, we're only playing 12 matches. I think that's something we haven't really talked about either. We're not playing 18. Yes, we have a 4-day qualifier a day, but only 2 of these is your group. So it's Group B today, and then tomorrow it's Group A again, and then Group B again is playing in 2 days. So that's already something you should mark in your calendars. And unless something absolutely magical happens, we've already seen that some of these teams are out of the running after the first day. If it's top 3 in 18 teams, we will have, and that's why this first day is still so important, we will have plenty of teams today that won't be able to make it anymore, unless, obviously, the 6th dinner miraculous run that we've never seen before in PUBG Esports ever, unless that happens. So, yeah, going to be exciting to see. Maybe we have some favorites even today that, get into skirmishes early, maybe fight themselves a little bit too early, maybe in 2 of these rounds, and that's already enough to let the others take the lead.
And there's a thing there as well that you just mentioned, right? We'll see some teams tomorrow that can't qualify anymore. That changes the lobby entirely. People start playing different when they can't win anymore. So you want to get your points today where everybody is still playing for everything and everybody is playing structured, organized PUBG. You don't want to be struggling for points tomorrow when the bottom 6 might not even have chances to make it anymore and might just do whatever they feel like doing to have a good day, right? So you really want to, if you can, start hot today, and I think in a few minutes we'll see who'll be able to pull that off.
Yeah, just another couple of seconds before we go and head on into the very first match of the day. Once again, it is going to be 6 matches. Something that we haven't really talked about either is the map rotation. So we did see it on the schedule, now that I think of it. Either way, I'm going to repeat it for you guys. It is Sanhok to start things off, which is going to be, if I'm excited for any rounds, just based off the fact that we have 18 teams, it is Sanhok. I'm not sure how that's going to work. Maybe we see 3 or 4 teams in boot camp. Could very well happen, as we said. We don't really know where everyone's dropping, and I think they don't know either. As far as I'm concerned, they didn't have any practice against each other before that. Not in this constellation. Yeah. So I think that's going to be crazy. Then we have 3 games, Erangel to start things off, and then we have 2 times Miramar to round things off. So that's the current structure as it is.
And it's going to be a little bit of a test for the mental. I think there's going to be a few teams in the Sanhok that don't really get their loot spots and don't really get a chance to even move into the circles and play their own game. But it's the first game of the tournament, and you still got to come back from whatever happens. Brunei, already seeing them versus Thailand in boot camp. Like you said, I think it's just the 2 teams, but it is a hot rub regardless. And that's the first few shots. And Newbies takes out 1.
That's a pretty good start to this hot job, and we said that bootcamp was probably going to be contested, and it is. Brunei, they've played the last season of the Iesf World Championship as well in 2023 with the beautiful finals in Romania. One tournament to remember, one event to remember, one of the craziest events I've ever been to. So if you do have the chance to check out any Iesf events, do be sure to take that chance and be there. It's an experience of a lifetime, honestly.
I'm loving the push right now as well. Like you said, these guys have had some experience on LAN, and they want to show their country again that they can do it. And they're now pouncing on the weakness. They've taken out the first 2 nice and easily, and they want to close this out. And that's exactly what you got to do, right? We talked about third parties on Sanhok a little bit and how less teams keeps you a little bit safer. There's 18 teams here. You got to make a lot of space. If you want to have any sort of space to survive in and flourish, you got to make that space. The DBS is going to take out 1, and he's creating an opportunity for himself. Comes around the corner. That's 3. That's 4.
Oh, my
What is
Lord.
that?
What? That's the DBS in hand, and it just absolutely shreds people. That is so unfortunate, because I feel like, and I think you do too, Brunei almost played that to perfection, and they get absolutely punished for it.
Oh my god, did not see that coming. I don't think anyone did. They were focused on his teammate, I think. There was a few shots over his shoulder, and a perfect off angle. Just nets him a nice and easy 4. That's crazy turnaround. Vietnam fighting off as well. Trying to square off. In the northwest corner of the map here, and they're trading out quite a few knocks here.
Look at this, Lamborghini is actually in. So we didn't see him on the original lineup at the graphic, but Lamborghini does play, and as I say that, he's already being taken out. That is, well, that's the caster curse if I've ever seen one. Next up, we have Japan rotating in as well. They're breaching this compound, breaches after breaches after breaches. Let's see if they can make it work. He's got the DBS in hand as Apollo's running through that compound. He doesn't realize there's a play behind him. The nade doesn't touch him, though. He gets shot in the back. He almost had the chance. to maybe take him down with a one-shot DBS, but no. Zayu is there. And meanwhile, his teammate does get traded, though.
Yeah, this is exactly what we thought was going to happen, right? We thought this was going to be wild. Now we see the Maldives trying to hold on off. Their agent is knocked as well. But they are trying to make this work. A knock on a flush comes through. For Japan, not a lot of space for them to try and maneuver on this compound. It's complete carnage right off the bat. Players getting popped out of vehicles left, right, and center. Nobody's sure where their enemies are going to be playing, and they're all falling like flies around this compound, Felix. It's an absolute disaster for both of these teams right now.
Absolute disaster, yeah. And that's to be expected. That's why 18-team lobby, especially in Sanhok, does have this big X factor. It really does. You can't really control these situations, and to some degree, contests always will leave that window of opportunity for any team, no matter how experienced you are. And that's kind of the beauty of it as well, that even Maldives can take out the current Japan champions that we have playing in this lobby. You can see 3 frags have already been secured. They're looking to potentially revive their teammate Haiti. Still out in the middle of nowhere, and there's already other teams creeping up, and that's the real danger of it, because as of right now, I think they're open to the other team towards the northern side.
And remember when we talked about how 18 teams in the lobby would just shift the meta completely? Well, we're down to 16. That's as fast as it goes. And we're down to 54 players only. That's a tribute to all of these hot drops and compound breaches we've seen very early. Now, we are going to see Matun try and prone it out a bit for Japan. Try and survive, maybe get himself another cheeky 1 or 2 kills here. I think at this point, if you get 2 more points, you're almost happy with what you achieved. It's almost job done at that point, but obviously you would have wanted more for your first game. But sometimes you go for the early aggression, it doesn't pay out, and you're stuck here trying to claw anything back with Laos all around them.
Matun hasn't been spotted yet. That's the one good thing as a Japan fan that's going on right now. And he secured that 1 frag. And also, he's got the S12K, so there's multiple good things, at least, for him. Let's see if Porza is trying to begin. He first of all gets Zayu. Oh, but he gets spotted out immediately by Matun. That is so unfortunate. Wasn't even the team he was originally shooting at. Imagine you get a knock, you see 4 players running at you, and instead you get taken down by the rat. By the rat in your compound.
That's pretty much what you expect if you're Matsun, right? You get your 1 free kill. Now you're hoping to somehow make it more than 1. Now the hard part begins. He's used his position nicely. He's snuck away nicely to get himself that somewhat free kill. Now he's got to get the loot going, and he's got to figure out how to get more out of this game. We'll see what the circles do. Phase 1 is closing in 55 seconds. But what he will be able to do with it is up for debate still. Chinese Taipei, pink, proning on up, creeping on up, looking to try for the opening. And there's Matun with a second in the kill feed. And well, I said that was the hard part. Apparently it was easy for him.
Yeah, S12K in hand. Does make things a tiny bit easier. As we have one team that honestly, I couldn't pinpoint on the map. Timor-leste. I gotta in the pause, I gotta look at where that country actually is. That's also the beauty of these Iesf championships. You learn a lot about flags. You also learn a lot about different cultures. Because if you are there, at least at the Pubgm mobile event, you have at least a minimum of 16 different countries, 16 different cultures right in front of you. It's always a sight to behold.
North of Australia, east of Indonesia. Or southeast of Indonesia, depending on where you look. It's not a big country, but you don't need a big country to pull up in PUBG Mobile. So we'll see what they're able to do. They're on 4 kills already, right? So they have started this off with a bang, and I've only lost 1 player for it.
That is crazy. They also have a population of 1.3 million. Just over 1.3 million. That is crazy. Wow. The fact that they can still send an absolute, well, we'll have to wait and see, but still send such a good squad into the running is an accomplishment in and of itself, to be honest.
Absolutely. And an accomplishment is what Matun's been able to pull off. Gotten himself the second, and gotten himself down to a 1v2, which is entirely winnable. That's entirely clutchable. We've just seen a 1v4 in the first 30 seconds of the broadcast, Matun might be able to pull himself a 1v2 in this compound, maybe even stay in it for longer, and make some big moves for the Japan squad. It's gonna, especially for the mental, it always feels good to not go out super empty-handed, and he's making sure that at least something is going their way here.
Play zone takes out the first couple of players. There's also to be expected if you just, there's just not enough playing room, and that's what we have right now. That was from Bhutan, by the way. The country with the gradient of yellow to orange from the top left to the down right. Something that I personally, I've never seen that flag either. It's crazy. I'm learning so much through these qualifiers. But I was told that's a beautiful country too. Gotta visit it someday.
You know what else is beautiful?
Oh.
DBS in the smoke. Oh. But it's a DBS to counter on the other side.
Oh,
Japan goes down. 3 points is not the worst thing in the world. They would have hoped for more, but at least they got themselves a little bit of points back towards them. Myanmar on this hillside, trying to hold off a push, and Indonesia is in full effect. Indonesia is pulling up below them and holding from afar. This is a big threat right here for Myanmar. They're a little pinched here. They don't have a ton of space. And they've got to make sure that they don't get completely surrounded here with the far hold of Indonesia, giving them all the information they can need. That's the first one down. That's a long-range knock from Yummy. And it's going to make things very, very hard as well. If you're looking at the minimap, Felix, you see there's a team in the compound, right? We've looked at them a little bit before. They might be able to pounce on this as well if the fight gets too messy. If there's knocks on both sides, you might see them push out and try to punish.
I kind of want them to punish these players as well, but then again, we all know with 18 teams to start this lobby off, if you third party, you're at risk of getting third party yourself. So I'm not even sure if that's the play right now. Usually I'd always go for it, but then again, it is Sanhok and it is 18 teams. Let's see how this one's gonna work. So far, no flashes against Myanmar, and that's the really good thing. Francie though, the big fragger from Boom Esports as well as Yami immediately pop off again, and it's 2 quick frags, and that only leaves 1 player for Myanmar. It looks like Indonesia is off to a massive, massive start.
I think it's 2 alive right now, but only 1 in the close proximity, so that's not a good time for Myanmar at all. Yeah, you might be right. Just 1 up, running for the hills at this point, trying to survive, trying to get the hell out of there, as we have just seen the circle, and it is incredibly far off to the west. It's not even on the top of the mountain here. It is further down to the west. So teams will have to rotate, teams will have to make moves, and we see Indonesia here. They're quickly confirming these kills, but they don't want to stick around for too long. They're driving past the compound now. They got to be a little bit careful. Remember, we had Timor-leste in that compound, but they might be able to make their way on through with the vehicles they have. Smile, he's getting the hell out of there, and he's trying to get into zone, as Indonesia is looking for the next fight.
Crazy stuff from Indonesia. Honestly, I love the way they play. Also, they haven't really been gifted with zone so far. They kind of had to domino effect, kind of with this domino effect, kind of play their way in through the eastern side. And so far, they've taken every single fight that is available to them. Nates are coming out from TLS. That is, once again, Timor-leste, as they are trying to defend this. Indonesia is not pressuring it too much. You can tell. They're not pressuring too much. They could have opted to breach this, but they've got the cars. They realize they've got so much moving ability. So as of right now, they're looking to reposition through the eastern side.
I don't mind this from Indonesia at all. They look for an easy opening, they throw a few nades in, and then they realize, okay, this is not working out, this is too hard of a fight, we'll go somewhere else, we'll pick our next fight. They're looking very hard to try and take these fights, but they're not over-committing. They're not 100% sending it in with no information at all. They have found Thailand, though, and I think Thailand's been able to sneak up on them a little bit, taking down 1 at least. Now they're hoping to get the res back onto Razy. He's bleeding out.
No.
It's a close one. It almost gets them back up to 3 players, which would have been massive here because they need all the manpower they can get when they have to fight through so much still, Felix.
This is such a good breach, though. If that zone wouldn't shift west again, and that's the crazy part, it shifts west again, so not even that hill position that usually is the strongest position in the game on these northern island circles is really inside. So crazy, crazy stuff from Indonesia. I like the breach, just at the moment, at least position-wise, doesn't really work out. With 2 players, how the hell are you going to make it down there? That's the big question. You do have vehicles. Maybe there's some kind of send that's possible. You can see some of these teams are already opting for that. You can tell Nepal and, all the rest of the teams towards the southern side have done exactly that.
Don't forget about Thailand as well. They were pretty low on that leaderboard because they were already taken out, but they got 7 kills in their first game. That's big to start with. Noki finds 1, doesn't find the second, and doesn't have any support close by here. So it's going to be an instant raise coming out. He can't get the confirm because his teammate's not close. That nade looks good, though. It does a good bit of damage. It cancels the res at least. Yone, he's trying to get the second nade out. Look at his HP, though. Not a whole lot to work with. He's so trying to get that flush, get that confirm. But it's not an easy one. And the longer he takes, the more likely he is to be outnumbered. So he's got to try and finish this fast before he puts himself into a 1v2.
He wants to continue to push this. You can tell he's got a pretty good spot to do so as well. Maybe M4 isn't the way to go about this. He gets spotted out even before he can get any DBS shots off. And who would have thought? Who would have thought it's a DBS on the other side as well? Ajaya picking up his 4th frag of the round. Nepal are fragging out, and they've got a pretty good edge to play off of as well.
Timor-leste, we've seen them in the compound quite a while. They've already got themselves 4 kills as well. They're now starting to make the moves on out onto the hills. And they are taking quite a bit of fire in the process. They have numbers still, but they're a little pinched. They have to figure out a way to maybe clear one of their edges to try and survive. Right now, hunkering down in between multiple teams is not going to do them a whole lot of service. As we see the Maldives going out, and we're shrinking and we're shrinking. We're almost down to 8 teams already. We're almost down to placement points. Somehow these teams have managed to still survive. 10 of these teams have still managed to survive into such a harsh zone, so far off to the west.
Yeah, that's gonna make it so difficult. Just overall, this zone has been nothing short of absolute tough. I'm not even sure. 10 teams are standing at this point. More shots though in the meanwhile from Malaysia. Against, I do believe that was Hong Kong, China. Yes, it was. Next player goes down. It's just Ling and a D-Light left standing. And I think at this edge, there's not really much you can do. You would need 20 smokes to cross that distance, and there's just nothing behind you. You've got no vehicles. At this point, I don't want to say it, but even denying would be a viable option, which I hope they're not going to do, but then again, you never know.
Yeah, like you said, you need a lot of smokes. They're trying to get the smoke wall out right now. Smokes when somebody's looking from above, not always the most effective. Even getting out of this window is going to be incredibly tough for them. The blue is pushing on in. I don't see this going great for them, but sprays like this can open things up. That's a beautiful one by Ling Yung. Does like a whole bunch of damage to the 2 players. He's looking to keep this. He's looking to hold for his teammate, but look at that. The nades are so easy to cook. Should be a good track. That's a good bit of damage. 1 HP, I think, is left on that player. And they haven't found an entry. They haven't found a knock. They're making this possible here, Hong Kong.
Yes, they are. Just one good spray. One more good spray could secure them that edge. At least for the time being. Timor-leste, I mean, what? Has been pressured from all sides, but they've at least found themselves a position to potentially get some placement points off of. Yes, they crossed that distance. I'll take it all back. I thought Malaysia was going to hold that down, but they are not able to do so. Now the nades are coming in, though.
That's a big nade.
After all, it did work out in their favor, but let's be honest, that was tougher than I expected it to be.
Yeah, I mean, so far, they've been able to hold off and especially not lose a player, right? That's the most important thing. Stay clean with this. Maybe lose out on a kill. Maybe one player dies to the blue zone. That's okay. Just don't lose a player. Keep your 4 members up so you're able to flex out of the compound later on. Bangladesh, they've been hanging out in this boot camp area in the low ground, and they've just been popping off shots at everyone without losing all too much. They're ready for a late game. They're ready to swarm out of there when they have to. And I think they have a good chance to really take control of that eastern side once they want to move out.
Well, continues pressure on the western and southern side. Same goes for Nepal now. They've found themselves the 5th frag. Ajay should be the top fragger, at least individually at the moment, in this entire lobby. Let's see if we can keep things up. They also need to move into the next safe zone. They've got that compound, but it's not inside. They've got 2 more vehicles. Maybe there's some kind of ridgeline where they are going to be secured from both these teams to the left and the right. But I don't think so. Even a team that currently is inside the safe zone is going to have trouble. You can tell with how many teams are still remaining on that edge. Very interesting circles. Sri Lanka is now already making their way in as well. Gets caught off guard by Chinese Taipei, but they somehow still make it around the rock.
They're trying to just send it into the middle. They're trying to dodge these fights altogether. It's not working out well so far. But this is just a time bomb looking to explode. Look at all these nades coming on in. Looking at all these little arrows trying to fight for the southwestern side of the play zone. That's another nade that looks pretty good. And that is the confirm. Nepal cleaning up. I think there's a Jaya, at least with 1, maybe with another 2 here. putting himself up to 6 kills and trying to clear that edge. They still have a solo in front of them. William is just proning it out, hiding, hoping to not go seen. And if he does stay unseen, there's a chance he can be a bit of a snake in the back of Nepal. But we are now deep into the placement points. 6 players alive. And Nepal is just going to continue swinging here, Felix.
Yeah, and that's what they should do as well. 6 teams remaining. They've secured themselves a good chunk of placement points. From now on, every team you eliminate, every team you can eliminate, is another placement point for you. Potentially even 4, depending on how far you go. They do see Malaysia in the distance. Currently the only team next to Bangladesh, one of the less experienced teams, and also surprising to me, to say the least, that we see them start off so strong as a full 4-man.
Nepal has no idea about William, Felix. They have no idea that that corner even exists. I'm scared for them. I think if William whips out the DBS and Ajaya comes pushing, this is not going to be a good time for them. The circle might want to make them go around the west and ignore the solo, but this could easily just break the rest of their game. They're going to be happy with 9 eliminations regardless, but it's going to be hard to get out. Same thing is potentially true for Bangladesh later on when they have to get out of Camp Alpha. But first, they have to clear their edges, and they are looking to try and do that with utility, trying to get Myanmar out of that little hut.
I have reached the building now. That's the best kind of potential for them to go further in this round. See if it's going to be enough. Nate comes in. Height is repositioning. He's now inside the building. Jai on 6, Height on 4. Goes to show you how strong these guys are in terms of fragging. They do get the opportunity. That's perfect now. Oh, yes. Well, did he dog his teammate? No, yes, Ajay did go down. I'm not sure. He must have been spotted. Otherwise, I don't expect William to actually take that knock if he didn't really have to. Cloak inside the building is still trying to make something work with that nade. He's done lots amount of damage. He knows he's around the corner, but it's still a one-shot for both of these sides, so he's not really at a big advantage right now. He's waiting for his teammates. He's playing this so smart, but William with a jumping shot of the DBS, I think that was a jumping headshot, is taking him down. He's going to get traded, but neither way. Wow, what a performance coming in from Timor-leste. I did not expect him to go that way.
It was looking as well like Nepal was just cleaning up everything, honestly. They were so convincing in that 2v4. They took out the first. They were looking for the second. I think the solo just completely ruined their game there. William dismantling them from the backlines means they do have to go out with 10 eliminations. Still, a few placement points to boot. A really good performance for them. Indonesia, we saw them taking a lot of skirmishes earlier, but their vehicles have gotten them a good rotation down into the valley, and they're now looking like the center position in this late game, and they are looking to clean this all up. The res will come through. I don't think Bangladesh is going anywhere. The real question is, can anybody make it down? Can Malaysia make it down from that hillside?
Yeah, it looks pretty good right now. Indonesia is not really looking their way. Obviously, they did have to get that res, so Malaysia could and get some good positions in, and you can tell Jimmy already on that rock side. I think that's the best kind of position you can hope for. And look at this circle. I mean, at this point, they don't even need to move downwards. That is the circle that just gifted them the will. But then again, they did have to defend that compound against 3-4 teams.
Yeah.
Starting off with Hong Kong, China on the northern side. Indonesia is trying to make a move. Somehow they still made it inside. We were talking about the rotations that they did and the vehicles. And looks like it worked out perfectly. Yeah, that's the first. Now it is just Yummy.
The nade trades it out, though. If he lands a good spray, does not. It's Malaysia. Walk away with our first win of the game.
Yes. Is it surprising to us? A little bit. Is it surprising that Indonesia made it into a second place with that kind of position? I think it is. 9 eliminations, overall rank 119 points are going to be secured, and at the moment, I think depending on how many frags Indonesia had, I don't think they've got too many of them moving down the hill, and I think before that, maybe they had 5 or 6. Depending on that, Malaysia's probably going to be in the first spot as well, just point-wise. Either way, that's a strong finish. That's what you want to have as a Malaysian fan. These guys are coming in from the Yudu Alliance, one of the most famous esports teams in their region, and a pretty big one as well. Also, Esports Team of the Year at the Malaysia Esports Awards 2023.
You love to see it. Big pop-ups for a lot of these teams. It's what we expect from a Sanhok, right? Lots of kills on some of these teams. And remember when we said Malaysia, they had to hold out Hong Kong, and they did so without losing a member, and that's what wins them the game. But watch this, right? Brunei, they kick it off. and then it goes completely mental. It goes completely haywire. The DBS play is perfect. The reposition is perfect. Oh, man, I'm getting excited just watching that again.
Yeah. Even though it's a DBS, we still do get excited, yes. Even though
a 1v4 is a 1v4, you know?
Yeah.
There's nothing to be said about it.
That is true. Still, though, it does get just a tiny bit more beautiful with a different weapon. Either way, Matten, we saw him do amazing work as well for the Japan fans out there. I saw some of these flags being spammed on the chat. Congrats to you guys, because Matten did one hell of a job. I think, once again, Sanhok, you can't really fault them for being forced into that fight, so I'm not too worried about Japan just yet. They did make the best of it, and once again, Matten with some great performance. Nepal also, the way they fought through these ridgelines here as a two-man, I think they gathered 10 frags between them. Yeah. Nothing short of amazing.
Mental. What they were able to achieve, and they were looking like they were going to dismantle Malaysia as well. And that probably would have gotten them the win in the end as well. But the one snake from behind, William, was able to ruin it all for them and get himself a big bunch of points as well. Like we mentioned it, right? The snake could decide this. Timor-leste shows up and completely ruins the game for Nepal there. I say completely ruins. This could have been an insane game.
Have you looked at the chat?
It was still 15 points or so.
Yeah, shout out to all the Bangladesh fans, because the chat is just spamming. I had to laugh for that for a second, because these guys saw Bangladesh in the middle of the round, and these guys, I want to say, did overperform as well, and just everyone coming together and supporting that team. Pretty crazy. Bangladesh also with a pretty big PUBG Mobile scene. You can see them here in the end game once again. Indonesia, unfortunately, as well as Malaysia, just having too good of a position. There was nothing really for Bangladesh to do. That's the kind of stuff that happens in a best of 12 qualifier. Sometimes you just do not get into the positions where you can actually do much of it. The fact that they still made it into late game in and of itself is an accomplishment already. And I think they brought maybe 4 or 5 frags with them. So on the leaderboard, they're still going to be in reach to that top 3 spot, which is where you want to be during the entirety of the games, and where you have to be during the entirety of the games as well. If you drop out of that reach, most likely you're not going to make it back.
Yeah, and I mean, one of these shifts comes down towards them a little bit more, eliminates the hill a little bit earlier, and they have a good chance to win that game. This way, they cleaned their way through Camp Alpha. They made sure they had everything they needed. The circle goes away. There's not a ton they could do towards the end. So I think they've done their job in that game, and they should know that as well, right? So you got to work with what you're given. And if you play 12 games, you're going to be given some opportunities to win games, and you're going to be given some opportunities to get a lot of kills. You're not always going to get both, and we don't really have the chance to win every single game. So they did what they could, they did what they had to, and they should be happy with that.
Yeah, once again, props to Indonesia. We saw them fighting phase 1 over towards the top of the hillside. They cleaned up all the teams. I think it was Myanmar actually they cleaned up, and that from that position, that the fact that they made it inside to that double or one-story compound, but that double building one-story compound that we saw at the very end, is nothing short of amazing. And I was already thinking, what is your play if you're on top of that hill towards the eastern side? What is your winning play? And that's actually what I thought they were going to do as well. They rotated around, they fought the team that was on the top of the hill, because that's usually the biggest position. And after that, when they realized, hey, it's shifting forward towards the west, what's the next winning? The winning play is just driving down there, unfortunately grabbing a compound, because there's nothing else. There's no way for you to rotate in on foot, even with a vehicle, as soon as these buildings are taken. So great stuff from Indonesia. I like that they kind of made their own luck, because these circle shifts have worked against them throughout the entirety of the game. Yeah,
it was really rough. They were chasing circles, they were not really getting into them, and I think they also had a solid plan here of taking fights early and taking fights aggressively, and that's what you need to do to be consistent, right? You're not always going to get the shifts. Ajaya, however, a massive performance from him, 6 kills just by his lonesome, pulling up massively for Nepal. He and his duo were doing so much work for Nepal in that game, just cleaning up that entire western side until they really just got just stabbed in the back by Williams, and they were looking like they might even run away with the win here. So big performance from him for sure.
Yeah, Ajaya with the DBS and also the M4 in hand just couldn't be beat in that game. Great stuff working through the western side. It's not easy either, because as we said, they don't know who's in front of them. They don't know the team. They don't know the playing style. I think they were very surprised, actually, for example, that Timor-leste played the way they did, and at one point they were rotating right behind them, trying to get some of these shots off, and they were like, wait, are they taking the same timing as us? That's not supposed to happen, I guess. So very interesting stuff coming out from Nepal as well, and I think they're getting a good feel for the lobby now, based off of their survival time. That's also a thing that, in my opinion, is a big advantage. If you survive longer in some of these starting rounds, you get a better feel for the lobby. Maybe you realize, hey, we can't expect as many teams to work the way we do, and based off of that, maybe we should keep anticipation a little bit lower than what we usually have it at. So, yeah, very interesting stuff coming in from Nepal, and I think they also realize that maybe fragging is the most important right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's also, like I said, right, Sanhok might be a bit of a test for the mental, because you're not in control as much of your own fate as you are on the other maps. So getting away with a good Sanhok, getting a good bunch of kills, making sure you're actually eliminating other teams is going to feel mighty good. And we see it here, Malaysia, they run away with the win, but they essentially have the same amount of damage dealt as Nepal, who was down to 2 players very early. So crazy stuff coming out of those Nepal players. And 6 kills for Ajaya and 4 for Kluk is how I'm going to pronounce that. I'm hoping it's
Eddie
not too
Kluk.
butchered, but
or Eddie
yeah,
Kluk.
4 kills, an assist, and well, what's more important is the win. 10 placement points are hard to beat. Nepal has 10 kills, but 10 placement points and 9 kills is a massive start from Malaysia.
Yeah, he's the one that had the Rising Star Award because of only his young age of 19 at the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring 2024 season at the beginning of this year. So great stuff. He's also one of the players from Malaysia that has played almost the entirety of any big international tournament in the last year. He's played PMGC, he's played PMSL both seasons, and he also almost won the Malaysia Esports Championship in 2023 with back then Alliance, actually, which was a huge name in the scene. So great stuff coming out, just to give you guys perspective of how many great individual performers we have in this lobby, right? Sure, we have some less experienced teams, but we also have the very best of the PUBG Mobile esports scene globally in this very match.
Absolutely. And yeah, we'll see what they carry on into the Erangels, right? This is where it gets a little slower, it gets a little bit more calm and collected.
Look, you say that, but does it actually get slower?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not saying it gets slow, I'm saying it gets slower. We had 6 players die in the first, 30-40 seconds of the game in boot camp, right? I think we might have 1 hot drop, 2 hot drops maybe on Erangel, but I don't think it's going to be quite as mental as the start we had into our first match of the game.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. Let's take a look at the match summary post-match 1. Only 86 smokes and nades being used. That's the craziest statistic. We had consistently over 130 nades yesterday, or around the mark, around the 138, around the 130, excuse me, not 38, around the 130 mark yesterday, and we only had 10 teams then. So that's very surprising to me. Now we have 18 teams, but that's also due to the fact that so many teams obviously had to fight in Phase 1 and Phase 2. Right, we're talking about Japan and all that. All these teams towards the eastern side of the bridge. So very interesting stuff. Total knocks, obviously 58 vehicle minimums, only the 1. And I think I only saw Indonesia really using the cars. Maybe some of these teams, maybe Nepal and Timor-leste as well towards the western side. Apart from that, no one really used the vehicles. And I think that's interesting because I thought the way Indonesia played, vehicles were an absolute necessity and actually secured them the top 2, potentially even
100%.
the win if they would have played that better.
I think Indonesia was the clearest difference from every other team. They were pulling up in cars, they were taking fights early on purpose, and they were disengaging these fights when they were no longer beneficial. Now, everybody else was more on the side of, well, we want a position, we'll fight for it, we'll commit to that fight. Indonesia was way more flexible with the vehicles, and like we said, right, they fight for the hilltop, the circle goes west, they send it down, get themselves a second place right there, 6 placement points. Absolutely boosting your performance in that game. So I think they were really the most interesting team in that Sanhok match when it comes to overall strategy, and it's really paid off for them.
Yeah. Interesting. Now that you say it, yeah, it really did feel like Indonesia was the one that had the clearest kind of game plan. They knew that if it does shift west, I felt like they were the only one that really was prepared for that deep western shift. They knew, hey, we need to take the vehicles, and that's also why at some point we wondered whether or not they want to breach the combat against Timor-leste, which is, by the way, crazy as well. But both of these teams made it into the late game. Yeah. We're going to have to take water in a second. But they were thinking of breaching the compounds towards the eastern side, because I think the thinking process was, hey, are we actually going to make it deep into the western side? There's so many teams still alive. All the positions will probably be taken, so maybe we just take the full breach right now. But then they realized, hey, this is not actually the winning play, and we need to go for a winning play if we want to go into the top 3
Yeah.
9 kills a game is not going to give you that top 3 qualification. You need to consistently have better rounds than that. And I think them showing us that they start this kind of thinking process in match 1 of a best of 12 goes to show you these guys want to qualify, and they mean serious business.
100%. I think, like you said, right? They look for the fight. They throw a few nades in. They don't get an opening. I think if they knock one of these players, they're swarming in there. They're taking their 4v2. But they might not even know at this point that they're fighting a 3-man, so they could be fighting a full 4-man in these buildings. You don't want to take that fight in phase 1. You don't want to take that fight in phase 2 with teams around you. So good on them. Good decision making. And definitely one of the teams I'm keeping my eye out. We had bigger point performances from other teams, but it's a little harder to continue these individual pop-offs. Getting six kills in a game is not something you're going to be able to consistently do. Having your wits about yourself, being flexible in vehicles, that's something you have as a team structure, and that's something you can pull off every single match. So I'm looking at Indonesia here, but it's just 1 out of 12 matches. We're going to have to wait for quite a while to see who really pulls ahead and when these other maps come in.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at the total points in just about a minute. Until then, any surprises so far? Because once again, we do have so many experienced rosters in here. We haven't really seen too much. Let me check. We've really seen too much from Nepal. We haven't really seen too much from Thailand, and especially Vietnam.
Yeah.
They were the ones that were fighting at the very start, and they had a contest as well. And I think, first of all, I was surprised Lamborghini's playing, which I thought was great. I actually met him at PMGC once. He's an amazing guy. These guys are, once again, so very experienced. But we also saw them go out very early, and I think that contest was a huge part of it. They couldn't really get into their actual game. Is that to be overanalyzed, Kovo? I don't think so just yet, but it also means there's one less chance for a big round. It's a best of 12 only.
You're not saying, okay, they can't make it because of game 1, but they've missed one of their 12 chances. And like I said before, you want to start hot because it makes things a little bit easier on the mentality and on the sort of the motivation and the momentum you can carry into the rest of the games. But they have plenty of other chances. I think we're going to a short break here, guys. Until we bring you the full stats and the full leaderboard and the next Erangel. So game number 2 should be coming up in a minute. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everybody. Short break for us, short break for you guys, and we're almost ready to hop into match 2 of the day. 1 out of 12 matches down. Mental Sanhok to start us off here, Felix. I said it would slow down a little bit. I don't wanna promise too much. I think we're still gonna go crazy. But I was not ready to yell at a 1v4 in the first 30 seconds of the broadcast. I won't lie.
No, honestly, I wasn't either. But then again, it's Bootcamp and DBS time. And we've seen all the good stuff from all the pro players on Instagram when it comes to DBSs and Bootcamp clutches. So maybe that's why they're so experienced on that. Stuff always happens in Bootcamp. Who knows? Maybe they should start practicing somewhere else. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a look at the statistics very soon, and then we get right into match number 2, depending on how fast these players are getting readied up. Any predictions so far? Any predictions so far from your cover? Give me your top 3 right now. We've seen the first match. And I always like to do predictions after the first match because then you get a feel for it. Any predictions?
Indonesia is a qualifying team.
Oh.
I'm saying Indonesia is top 3.
I think you are making the majority of the broadcast very happy right now because Indonesia, if there's any PUBG Mobile scene in the entire world that's as crazy about PUBG Mobile as they are, I think it's Indonesia. It has to be Indonesia. One of the most, one of the biggest and most passionate fan bases of PUBG Mobile. I think so too. I think Indonesia is a qualified team just based off of the way we've seen them kind of tackle the obstacles that an 18-team lobby and also Sanhok throws at you. They were the best at adapting. I also want to say, I think Vietnam, despite them not having almost any points, I think they've got like 4 or 5 maybe, based off of that hot job that we saw. And I think we saw some, not actually on the stream, but in the kill feed. I think solely based off that, I think they're also good. I think, sure, a hot job mistake can happen, but just the way we've seen them play throughout this year so far in the global tournaments, I think just solely based off that, I think these guys are pretty set as well. And, well, that's actually crazy because we only have 3 spots and we've only got 2 locked down for me.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tricky. 3 spots is not a lot when you're fighting with 17 other teams in your lobby. I feel sorry for everybody that's not going to make it, but it's the way the game works, right? It's somebody has got to get last every single tournament, and in this tournament, a lot of people are going to be in the bottom 15. So it's a tough gauntlet to go through. They've gone through one already in each of their regional local qualifiers right now. So we went from the national qualifiers to now the regional qualifiers. We're making it harder, and it's going to be tricky. But if we're being honest, if you think you have a chance to perform at the World Esports Championships, you're going to have to get through these qualifiers. If you don't get the top 3 here, you probably just weren't up to the task, and you probably weren't able to perform at the World Esports Champions either, because that's going to get a whole bunch harder than this regional qualifier. This is tricky, this is tough, 100%. But the teams that want to become the World Esports Champions, they will have to go through this, and they will have to prove themselves time and time again. Yeah.
Also, I have to say, we have 5 spots out of the Asia and Oceania qualifier, and I think that's already a pretty good standard in comparison to lots of these other regions. That's also obviously due to the fact that we have such a strong Asia and Oceania region. But yeah, as you said, if you don't make it count, if you don't actually use that top 3, top 2, depending on the group opportunity that you have, then yeah, maybe you wouldn't perform at a LAN event either. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, we might go into the next match before we see the statistics. As we said yesterday, we most of the times have a little bit of breathing room in phase 1 to show you the statistics anyways, and maybe we will use just that. Let's get down to the wire. You said predictions, you said 1 team. Next game though, because I am pretty sure, let me check who's on my bucket list. I am pretty sure we're going to see another good game from Malaysia. But if I had to guess for the next winner, I am saying Japan.
Oof.
I'm saying Japan.
Bold guess. We'll see. What I'm interested to see as well, once we head into that Erangel, is did we actually see a hot drop? Because I would have said, okay, 18, you almost have to hot drop someplace, somewhere. And then you said there was a hot drop of 10 teams in the lobby. So now I'm a little confused how that happened and how that went down. But like we said, that's a lot of teams jumping out of a plane. That's not a lot of space. We're either going to see a whole bunch of people scrap looting, or we're going to see some teams going for early contests here. And if you want to contest, it's going to be Erangel, and it's going to be early. Because here, at least you can make a stand and you can keep a loot spot. On a Sanhok that you only played twice, not really worth it at all. On an Erangel, it might be worth to claim your spot, and that is not a pleasant plane for a lot of these teams here, Felix.
No, 100% it isn't, especially, as we said, with the background that we have 2 more teams than usual. This is disastrous, actually. We will see more hot drops and more skirmishes around these car spawns as well, as we usually do. Let's see if it works out, and more importantly, for whom it works out perfectly. I think Yasnaya is probably the furthest city towards the end of it. They can still potentially reach. That is going to be a problem as well, because all around the Yasnaya area, there are car spawns. There's very few of them that you can uncontestedly really take. So for anyone trying to go towards George, Zaverny, maybe even Starbo or Kameshki, that's potentially going to be a problem. At least the zone is relatively fair to most of them, as we do go into the first hot drop. It is Pakistan. I didn't quite catch the flag just yet, but it is Pakistan at least.
And it's a DBS once again. Building. Pakistan versus Cambodia. We talked a little bit how Cambodia was one of the top teams coming into this. We'll see what they pull off here. I don't think they were the only team. I think I've seen some Japan in the kill feed. I've seen some Thailand in the kill feed. But for now, it's a whole lot of shotguns. And it's Cambodia versus Pakistan in the C block, as we call it. These military buildings. Not fun to fight, honestly. Not easy with super long hallways. It's not an easy push. And Pakistan is just holding that one down for now.
Cambodia also, very unfortunately, missed the qualification towards PMWC by just one single spot. These guys are the absolute best, all around the absolute best around their region. Pubgm Mobile Challengers League, Southeast Asia Summer, 2nd place, as I said. These guys are not to be underestimated, even though it is such
second
a relatively
place, by the way,
region.
by 1 point. 174 for first place, 173 for second place. Absolute heartbreak. Insane how close that was. And that's a big sting. I can tell you that much.
It is. Ashok still holding the staircase. He's the only player from Pakistan who was the southern side of that building. Has to be careful of not getting rushed. The potential for Cambodia to just run up the stairs, go straight through, run up the stairs is always there. Pakistan probably wouldn't be able to react in time. And that's what both these teams are looking for right now. An isolated first pick.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a standoff. Now, Util might do the trick. Util is really good if you want to flush out a shotgun, but I'm not sure if Ranza is going to get caught by that nade. He can always close the door and just dodge it completely. The position as well above the door, right, makes a push out incredibly hard. And I'm not sure if Pakistan is going to be able to read that, but without an opening, this fight's going to take a whole while. And so far, they're both looking, they're prodding, they're trying to figure out where they can find that opening, but nobody's doubling down just yet. Nobody's fully invested in this fight at this point.
No one's really trying to make a mistake as well. As soon as you're the first one to make a mistake, the opposition has got control of the situation most of the times. And if they play it cleanly, if they play without mistake, most of the times they will win that fight as well. Either way, that's a dangerous hotshot for 2 teams that both have absolutely qualifier ambition. So, one of these teams will most likely go out of this one relatively early and will not get another chance at this second round. I think they'll have to stick to the remaining 10.
Thailand, in the meanwhile, in the kill feed early again. That's a promising nade lineup, but not going to do the damage needed to secure a knock. And Ranza, you can see, he's toying with it. He's playing with the idea of going in, but doesn't want to commit just yet. Thailand, once again, popping off. I think they've taken out almost all of Laos at this point. And there's the first little clear around the corner. He's looking for it, but he doesn't find anything instantly. And whenever they push out, Skyrim can just after strike. That's 1 damage. That's 1 shotgun pump, putting him down to 20 HP. Now his position's up, and he's got to fall back. And, well, the trap was sprung, but he doesn't get the instant knock. He doesn't have a chance to confirm it either. And they have to fall away and reset once again. This is costing a ton of time, Felix.
Look, they knew that he was on top of the little kind of wall right above him. That's the crazy part. I'm not sure. He must have heard that because he cooked the nade perfectly to kind of damage him. Unfortunately, he went a little bit too far. And cooking at a distance of 2 meters is also really, really tough. In return, it didn't really work out in his favor. He actually lost more damage than what his Nate did. But it looks like Cambodia is now increasing the distance. They don't want to get too close anymore. Obviously, some of these players don't even have a helmet, like what we just saw by Ozia. Excuse me, Ranza.
It's, I think it's a good decision. When you look at the zone, right, they're not in a bad spot. They have a lot of rotation routes that are pretty good towards the center of the zone, towards the bridge area as well. There's a small chance this actually does come south. And then you being set up around the military island is a massive advantage. So not wasting too much time with a hot drop that's most likely not going to be clean anyways is completely understandable for both of these teams. But like we're seeing here, even falling away from this is not too easy because it's just so hard to understand where everybody else is playing from and what angles you can disengage on, what angles you have to hold down. It's a tricky spot right now, but there's one more thing I want to mention, Felix. Japan's out.
Go ahead.
Japan's not winning this game.
Yeah. Well, there goes my luck. There goes my prediction, unfortunately. And if I saw that correctly, by the way, I just looked at Cambodia's lineup. I just realized. I think they're playing with a stand-in as well. If I saw that correctly, so I don't think that's the complete Austria lineup, but I think it's their sub. But I didn't quite catch that. Gonna have to take a look at that again. Maldives, the sunny place. They are rotating in as well. Coming in very, very late. That could be an indication of their playstyle. It differs to what they usually play based off of the fact that they're still in the blue zone in phase 1. So I'm thinking the thinking process might be to just stay in the blue zone a little bit longer, make sure to get all the necessary loot, and dodge all the little skirmishes and fights that we have around the corners in phase 1 and phase 2. And might not be a bad idea either.
First few repositions coming out. Vietnam coming out of Pachinki. Not a bad spot on good old Erangel. Scouting their way towards the zone, towards the northwest. They're not looking to go in super deep. But they have a pretty solid position on this Pachinki hillside. As we can see, a bit more off towards the north, but close enough to the center that one phase 2 might just put you in the dead center and might set you up for a whole bunch of points with a bunch of information from that hilltop as well, which is the thing you'd love to see, especially in phase 1. And then we see that mini base circle, and we see the mini base teams separating, and the Pakistan actually going a bit closer to the bridge for a little bit more control there if they manage to group up when the circle pops. And we'll have to wait and see where it goes. Wow. Ooh. That is far to the east. That is going to be a rough one for a lot of these teams.
Is there any way to have this circle any farther east? I don't think so. I think that was literally on the last blue zone edge. So, yeah, tough circle for plenty of these teams. Vietnam, though, on the other hand, the prime opening towards the warehouses. I think he just might have seen some guys in the distance towards the cliffs. Either way, that's a pretty good spot to be at already. I don't even think they need to rotate any further. I think at this point, you take what kind of real estate you can get, knowing that so many teams around you, and they will all try to get the same spot. So going overly center, it's just not a possibility. Also, you get shot by way more players. So, yeah, I think Vietnam playing it really smart, taking what they can. On the other hand, Austria, or rather Cambodia, now a little bit of a troublesome situation. I'm not sure how they're going to rotate in. I think there's the east bridge they can easily take, but they need to scout that first. And by the looks of it, they're looking to go more towards the western bridge, which is where Pakistan is at right now.
Yeah, a few kills coming out, but not a whole lot of carnage going on. We're indeed going a little bit slower than we were on the Sanhok. We're still on 64 players alive. With this circle, I think we're going to eliminate maybe a few teams, maybe a few players, but a lot of them are already slotting in nicely, like we've just seen Vietnam especially do, taking these barns, but also flexing back out. We see Lamborghini is up at the C9 hill, we used to call it. To get a little bit more information, a little bit more ground, just in case this does shift north. They have now sort of survived the phase where somebody would be crashing in wildly without any information, so they can try and flex back out, take a little bit more space, and set themselves up for a phase 3 that isn't good for the barns. So looking good for Vietnam right now. Nepal on the other side of things, I think are full 4-man in these yellow houses, and are gonna have to hold off a full 4-man coming in from, that is Hong Kong, China.
Yes, it is. Well, we have a little bit of a shout-out in the chat. Jiran wants to say, let's go, Leo Esports, aka Team Nepal. MVP Haltadami, and also pops in €2 to support the Iesf. Well, thank you very much, I guess. Thank you very much, Jiran. And that shout-out is indeed given.
2 shots coming out from Hong Kong. Connecting onto the cars, doing a little bit of damage. There's the first knock coming out. There's a full breach in full effect. They're not messing around here at all. Yinglung, oh, he connects the last few bullets there to get himself the knock. That's the second. And he stays alive. I spoke too soon. Third party comes in. And Nepal wants to make that work as fast as they can to try and close out their edge of the circle. Utility is coming in. Third parties are coming in. This is getting messy here. Nice and quick. UMP comes out, finds one. I think that is this fight over with. And not a whole lot of time for Nepal to react on it. But look at the minimap they already have. They're pulling up on their knock. And they're trying to close this out fast.
Oh, yes, they do. But Nepal at the moment is back up and running. And so is Hong Kong, China. Both of these teams have set themselves up for this next fight pretty conveniently now. Look at this, Nepal's already got a play. Actually, I think it's Liquid, all towards the western side. So he's got a pretty good angle as well in case Hong Kong does get a knock and wants to cross towards the buildings from Nepal. They're going to be a little bit of a trouble as well. But at the moment, none of these teams really wants to engage too much. I think they're still waiting on the next circle shift. You can see Hong Kong, China, all of them, most of them, just a second ago, were prone inside the buildings, not really moving around as much as we would have expected it to happen. And that's also due to the fact that they've lost the play. Obviously, Ling Yang is already done and dusted for this one.
Yeah.
Meaning a straight 4-on-4 is not possible anymore.
He wins his 1v1 a little bit cleaner. He might have been able to get in cover just in time. Now there's the third party coming out. That's Pakistan over the top.
Oh,
coming out of Millie base, setting themselves up. And that's nice for Nepal. I'm not sure if they knew. I don't think they did. But their chokehold was just on the eastern side, allowing Pakistan to come in from the west, take out another player, and make this even easier. That being said, though, nice over rotation here from the Pakistan boys. Over to the hillsides, closer to the circle, and getting themselves towards a position where they can maybe get information into the zone. That being said, they're taking a whole bunch of damage here, and they're taking 2 knocks. That's going to slow them right back down, and that's going to make it very hard to move into this phase 3.
Yeah, Smoke is coming in to further support his teammates. Well, Jonas already back up on his feet. Pakistan also one of the more experienced teams here. Maybe not a favorite, but definitely one of the more experienced teams here. We could see Nepal in the distance just a second ago, rotating off from these buildings as well. Pretty good rotate, found themselves more towards the cliff side, which is pretty good because in theory, you can walk the entire distance almost up until the circle center.
Look at Vietnam.
On foot. It's just really difficult because there's 3 Ts right in front of you. What are the possibilities there?
Yeah, Vietnam is completely giving up the barns, by the way. So yes, they can walk all the way on the beaches, but some teams might be just going to drive past them into these barns and try to pepper them from a distance. So
I love this, though. I really love this spot.
Yes, 100%. Really good reposition from Vietnam. And this is just due to the fact that they weren't sitting in these buildings as forward without getting a whole lot of information. They're flexible, they're on their feet, and they're making the best out of this. Now, will it pay off? We'll have to wait and see, but they've put themselves in a good position here to fight off pretty much anything coming their way. If the timings don't go really badly, it should be all good and dandy. That being said, Thailand, excuse me there, taken out on the beaches, not looking all too hot. 2 players up in the shack, but they're taking casualties.
There's a nade coming in as well. Let's see if that hits. Won't be a really big nade from Vietnam. But yeah, if we want to touch on Vietnam even further, we like what they're doing here, realizing, hey, at the moment, what it really comes down to, oh my god, West carry, what a shot! And he might even get another flush towards, I think that is Malaysia, towards the cliffs as well. But yeah, I really like what Vietnam is doing, realizing, hey, the most important thing for us right now, with so many teams around us and so many people still living, so many players having so many great positions, is going for anything that's deeper inside the circle center that can potentially play on foot off of, and also staying as 4. And that's what they're doing. They've got a great split going, but not a dangerous split at that, and not a really far-fetched split. And also secured the vehicles and have stayed alive as 4. They're not making any kind of moves towards anywhere over now, even though they could. So I really like Vietnam's playstyle right now. Quite in contrast to Nepal, who still have to fight their way in.
A lot of teams on that western side having to fight their way on in, clashing with each other, really struggling to stay alive. We see Nepal falling in the kill feed there on that western edge. We see Myanmar just popping off shot after shot after shot, making this absolute hell for the Malaysian players on that hillside who are just trying to hold on to dear life. But time will be ticking and they will have to make more moves shortly as the lobby keeps blowing each other up. 2 Thailand players at the shack though have been holding on quite nicely here, Felix. They have been able to get themselves knocks and even kills towards the Malaysian team that's severely outnumbering them. So, making a good stand so far. We'll have to wait and see if they can ever make it down from that shack, though.
Yeah. That's the big question. Pia Zhao trying to find the Pakistani player up there. He's got the shotgun, and they know that's the dangerous part. He's found the first entry as well. If he pushes down here, that would be one hell of a play. He's found 2 already in total, I believe. One of them has been picked up back up, so it is down to a 3v1 at the moment. He pops down. Oh, if he would have hit these shots, that would have been absolutely massive. But instead, he's getting down to 30 HP. Needs to be careful. Nick comes through, and Xavi is there from Brunei to close things out. They have secured the bonds, and Brunei finally... time for a little bit of breathing room.
Finally, they do clean that up. That was looking spicy for a little bit when he makes the active push and he catches the timing. Could have really gone quite badly there, but we've seen a bit of a hold. Lots of aggression just coming out of PSL there to try and hold these stairs, and in the end it does pay off for them. Circle's going to be shifting on in. Almost everybody inside the circle already, but I do see a little bit of Nepal there on the southwestern side. They still have to struggle through a few teams. I think they've lost a few members. I think they're up to either 2 or 3 still, Nepal on the southwest there, but we've seen what they can do as a duo, so I'm holding my breath still.
Yeah, still very much possible. But yeah, quite surprising to me that we still have so many teams with 4 men up making it inside. Because we have so much water inside and so few positions there to be played. Overall, I want to say, these last 2 circles on Sanhok as well, they are not kind to any edge teams. Not only is it way tougher now to play edge with more players around you, more players potentially being able to third party as well, but also there's been very few positions that you can play off of on foot. Right now, most of the times, it's just breaches that you have to play. We know how dangerous these can be. Next fight coming up, Myanmar against Cambodia, who have finally made their way across the whole Osja roster right in front of Westcarry. He's already found 1 good frag towards the ridgelines, couldn't secure that. Maybe now is the time for him to shine.
Playing with fire, he's trying to fall away while also trying to get these nades on out. He has a little bit of cover from his teammates over the shoulder, stays alive with just 5 HP. If that nade doesn't knock him, there's a good chance he can try and make this work. It's not looking good for the other side. He's still getting that util out. He still has the support from his teammates. One of them has been knocked, but they're already healing back up, and it's looking good so far for that hold on this ferry compound. That's another knock. It's finally traded, but the numbers are dwindling here, and Myanmar is looking like they're getting the better side of this.
Yeah, they are. Westcarry might be able to get safe, though. And due to the fact that Nang went down in the meanwhile, it's only Erangel left. And him all by his lonesome clutching this. I don't see it happening, unfortunately. His pathing is really tough as well. They will know where he's coming from, and they know his positions anyway. Because he was the one that traded out Westcarry on that western side of the compound. Next circle shift has happened. There's still so much water inside, which means everyone is going to be forced into this cramped up space towards the port. It's going to be one hell of a fight coming up for us as viewers. I am excited already. We can see on the northern side, teams are already creeping their way in with the blue zone already moving.
This is a fight that's slowing down a little bit. The full reset has come out for Myanmar, and then there's a little bit of a reset as well on the other side of things, but I don't think it's going to be the same story on the western side, right? I think we're going to see Cambodia, Myanmar slow down a little bit, but Nepal is not slowing down anytime soon. They're still fragging their way on through. 5 kills now. I'm not sure if they know about the solo behind them. They probably do, but they also have to deal with Malaysia in front of them, with Thailand at the shack. And, well, we've seen how they've been peppered from that eastern side. Now there's even Brunei coming out of the bonds. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath here, and this is not going to be easy to stay alive for anyone involved, Felix.
Yeah, this is going to be absolute disastrous, to be honest. I'm not even sure how Nepal made it in up until this point. So many teams should have had vision on them crossing towards each and every single one of the teams playing these ridgelines as well, but somehow they've still got a player left alive. It is Zodo, if I saw that correctly, in the distance. Thailand still holding that shack. have only secured themselves 6 points. I want to say only because they've had so many fights to begin with. Yeah, 6 points is what they're sitting at right now. Don't see too many more coming towards them with the full 4-man creeping up behind them. But now the real fight is going to start towards the port area, slowly but surely as well.
Indonesia coming alive in the kill feed as well. They have found Bangladesh, and they are trying to deal with that threat. Brunei, not an easy task for them here either. Like we said, they have to get to the shack, but lots of shots coming in from the distance. That's 2 knock. That's beautiful from Evo. And he is trying to make the stand outside the shack. They don't want to sit pretty inside. They don't want to get naded when the time comes. They are trying to play this as active as they can. And between multiple teams here, Brunei has been absolutely slaughtered. With Malaysia, the solo, and the Thailand duo still staying alive all through this.
Yeah, Bull with some great shots towards Brunei. And I thought they were going to be in trouble with so many Brunei players creeping up on them. No, it's the other way around. Brunei has to be careful of the Thailand players who are holding down the coast area. Next level shift comes in. It's all towards the northern side, and that is perfect. That is absolutely perfect for Indonesia. You can see Indonesia was playing this throughout the entirety of the game through the northern side, and that was the one side that really wasn't played at that much. They really played it smart. They picked that one side, that one edge where no one really was contesting them at, and they kind of spread out a little bit to deny any kind of other positions for any other team, and as a result of that, they're going to be in absolute prime position now to make something work in this game.
Well, I'm going to be looking at Vietnam as well. We praised them a little bit for the positioning earlier. Now they're going to get slightly tested, I would say, but not all too much. This should be easy for them to deal with. Thailand's going to be weakened coming down from the hillside if they ever come down. And then it should be very, very possible for Vietnam to move on in towards the circle. Cambodia is swimming at this point, trying to outmaneuver whatever GE is doing in front of them. Whatever Myanmar is doing in front of them. So far, they've been, well, surviving. Not much more than that, though. No kills just yet, and 2 players down. It's not going to be an easy fight once they take it, which is exactly why we see them avoiding it so hard.
Yeah. Indonesia now, for the first time, having some kind of opposition on their edge, and it is a Bangladesh. First knock came through.
Oh, beautiful.
As we head on over to Cambodia. Still trying to make something work. Renza, somehow, he got his teammate back up. How the hell did that happen? Neng is still alive and kicking, and the meanwhile, Renza got taken down. Maybe he's at least going to get that flush against, unfortunately, West Kerry. Yes, he does. That's the first frag of the round being secured. The very first one for them after having a contest in phase 1.
And that's Thailand making a big, big jump down the rocks. I think we've just seen a Taipei solo ruin the dreams of Cambodia from behind. Now, the Thailand solo not going to be able to do the same thing, but Vietnam, they have space to survive in, but I don't think they have space to win the game in, so they're looking for more. The same is true for Indonesia and Bangladesh on the north, and once again, we see Indonesia being proactive with their cars, looking for openings. But right and now, everybody's bombarding these smokes. Everybody is just trying to find the opening, and nobody's giving the opening to each other. I think with this shift as well, Felix, we're going to see them slow down even more and just try and conserve their resources. Try and just don't make mistakes, don't lose a player, and fight it out later on.
I think that's what they're going to opt for as well. Vietnam now slowly but surely rotating in. You can see them from spot to spot, very slowly creeping up on Malaysia in the distance. Oh, Lamborghini, if he would have gotten that entry, that would have been perfect. His teammate is already driving towards the next rock over. Maybe he's got vision on that player who's kind of separated from the rest of his team, which I think is only one other player, so they're going to be in big trouble. Vietnam, maybe now with the opportunity and maybe also the will to clear out the rest of the players that are still surviving towards the southeastern side.
Loving this position right now from Lamborghini as well. Circle has gone north, Circle has gone towards the road, and Circle is eliminating the entire port area that we've seen so much of this game unfold in. Myanmar, it's not looking good. Vietnam, like we said, right? Good positioning, proactive, and they're closing this out. Shadows is a little bit on an island. He has to be very careful about getting overrun here. But if they do manage to support him just a little bit, this should not be doable for Myanmar here at all.
No, it really shouldn't. Vietnam, they could take way more space already, and now's the tricky part. How much time do you waste on this fight, knowing that, in theory, you would have the advantage on all of these fights anyways? Because the longer you take clearing out that southeastern edge, the less time you have to focus on the next
Absolutely.
circle. And you can see the next circle is a tough one. It's a tough one. They kind of need to clear out some of these dips, maybe even the Shag that is fighting each other right now if they want to get a space in the next one.
Look at the nade battles across the road on the other side. We have some gunfights on the south. We have nade fights on the north. Vietnam even losing a player in the midst of this. But a little bit more util from Bhutan, and the guys could be able to clear out that shack and could be able to give them a winning position in this circle. It's not looking like they're landing all of them just yet. They're doing damage, but they're not getting the kills. There's a second knock. Now it's just one up. Maybe the breach across the road comes out, and the clear is there. Wow. That's beautiful for Bhutan.
Wow, Bhutan. Absolute massive respect to Bhutan. For them to make this happen, they would have had a spot in the circle anyways. They were fine for the time being. I mean, obviously, Vietnam at some point was going to come towards them, but even they decided to go for another route towards the west-hand side. But for them to make the nades happen and then cross over, still alive, and get the shot off, I am flashed by Bhutan. Absolute crazy stuff coming from them. For anyone supporting that team, make sure to spam the flags, so that play is crazy. And look at this, they're still inside this. I think with all 4 players left alive, now in a prime spot to actually take this round.
This is exactly what I'm trying to talk about when I'm saying they're in a winning spot, right? They go from a survival spot to a chance to actually win this game. They now have space, they have possibilities. They're going to be able to get some of the loot back up from these bodies, and they're going to be able to set themselves up. Vietnam now tested by Bangladesh. The trades are coming in and out. It's not looking good for Vietnam right now. Lamborghini, he's got experience, but that's about all he has to work with right now, and he is cleaned up. Bangladesh come up big. It's their first 2 kills of the game, but it is 2 very impactful ones, giving them space in the circle. Indonesia instantly on the punish.
How is this happening? But I mean, I'm just flashed. Bhutan is playing such great PUBG Mobile. And the good thing for them as well is that Indonesia's lost a player. They're now engaging in this, and this should give the cue towards Bhutan to flex out, to take as much space as you can, get into another winning positions. After what they've done already, that is what they need. Bangladesh has secured a position, at least for now, inside the safe zone, but they are being pressured by Indonesia, and that first knock came through as well. 2 more nades. I don't think they're going to hit anyone just yet. Maybe that re-knock is going to come through. Yes, it does. 1 more nade. Indonesia is looking to clear out that edge. And by the looks of it, they're doing a perfect job at it as well. Yes, 5 frags being secured, and Indonesia is now inside the next safe zone as well.
Well played by Indonesia. They see weakness and they pounce. Now they have a 3v4 ahead of them. Not going to be an easy task at all. Bhutan, like we said, put themselves in the winning position. They have expanded a whole lot of utility to get themselves there. But the same is true for Indonesia. We see there's a few bunch of nades and a few smokes still, but not a whole lot. And this circle is very barren, very open. So if Indonesia have to make their next move and they go straight towards Bhutan, I'm not sure how well that's going to go. Can they play the terrain off to the north? Not sure about that either. It might just be a very fast ending once Indonesia has to move a little closer here, Felix.
Yeah.
Look at the nade.
Might just be good nade, but it's not going to go far enough. Question is, how much more utility do you have, and when do you use it? I feel like right now, maybe that was 10 seconds too early. 5 seconds. If you realize they're not making a move before the zone starts, which is right now, maybe just hold off on these nades. Now the zone starts to move, and now Indonesia needs to make their way towards the full format of Bhutan. Are we going to see a massive upset, ladies and gentlemen, in the second round of the Asia and Oceania qualifier here at the Iesf World Championship? I think it is bound to happen right now, because looking at these positions, they are just too close to the circle center.
Bhutan's just in the way better spot. We see Indonesia, they want to go for the crate, maybe, and there's the first knock. The bait from Razy works out. That's the first one. Equalize in numbers. Still haven't equalized terrain, but if they can make another move, maybe towards the crate, maybe even past them, there is a chance for Indonesia to turn this one into their favor. You can see them trying to get everything out that they have. The crate is going to provide a little bit of cover. Razy is trying to make things work. He's trying to pull off the impossible, but the res has come through. And Bhutan should be trying to regroup. Look at the util though, honing in on their position. They're absolutely getting blown to pieces here in a few seconds, I think.
Oh yeah, Yummy's barely making it behind the tree. His team is getting popped apart from the distance though, and there's just no chance. Francie goes down as well. It's all down to just one single player from Indonesia, and that is Yummy behind the tree. You can see they're already trying to move their way around it. It is the upset coming true. Bhutan, ladies and gentlemen, will take home a chicken dinner in the second round already. If that isn't an upset, I don't know what is. Indonesia losing that 3v4 in the end, and what a play. They have made this round for themselves. So absolute congrats to them.
100%. They fought for it. They weren't sitting pretty. They weren't surviving. they were winning, and that's absolutely stunning to see. It was looking a little shaky there for 1 second when Indonesia got the opening knock, equalized the numbers, but Bhutan able to just stay true, use the cover that they have, use the ground that they have to close out that game for them. And that's another big win. That's another A-kill win. Gonna put another team towards the top here. And I'm not sure. I mean, Indonesia consistent, right? But a nice clean win for Bhutan.
Yeah, amazing. Let's take a look at some of these highlights on the road to Riyadh later this year. That's to be reminded. That's what all of these teams are fighting for. It is top 3 in this lobby. So that in turn means 15 teams are not going to be at the World Esports Championship end of this year later in November in Riyadh. So very, very interesting. Let's take a look towards this match in detail. Good breaches. I thought Vietnam, to be honest, while we're seeing them in the background, I thought Vietnam would have a way better chance of winning this game. I thought actually that we were going to be the prime team. But then it did shift up north. Was that the main thing that kind of happened against them? Was it the circle shifts?
The circle shifts, and they also weren't as clean with their fights as they wanted to be, right? You had a point there about how they had to take these fights quickly so they would still have a chance to move in. They lost 2 members before they even really made it across the road, and I think it was Bangladesh was quickly able to punish them, quickly able to trade them out, pounce on the weakness there, and make that game essentially unwinnable for Vietnam at the end. Like we see it on the highlights right there. They lose a player in that ferry fight, and that costs them dearly because now they try to move on in, but they just don't have the numbers anymore, and they don't have the manpower. As Lamborghini, he was trying his very best to hold on to that, but not enough in the end. Bangladesh with a nice little clear until Arazi comes rolling around in the buggy. And yeah, that at that moment, unwinnable for Yummy, but it was looking possible there for a second for Indonesia.
Yeah, after that first knock game, I thought maybe if they can get another couple of shots through against the rather unexperienced Bhutan players, then maybe yes. Also, I always feel like as an experienced team, or rather as an inexperienced team, if you know who's on the other side, in this instance, it's a team that is literally at the top of the top of the global international esports scene. If you know what you're fighting against, and they did know after that first initial knock, at the very latest, if not earlier, then I feel like a lot of teams lose their confidence. Bhutan didn't at all. I mean, they were ready to take these guys head on at any given point in time, and that's not something that happens naturally for all teams. Bhutan did, though, so I'm excited to see them playing the rest of these games. Is it an upset? Yes. Is it one that we might see in another round? I am not so sure just yet. But what they've shown us so far in terms of decision-making, that push across the street on towards the shack, that is something not a lot of teams would do. That is exactly how you want to play this. So maybe we have someone else in this group of teams that we didn't have really as favorites, but maybe we should see them as such.
Yeah, and they didn't only show us, right? They also showed themselves. Like you said, they're killing some of the big names and clutching out a game like this with good positioning, good decision making, and good fragging just boosts up your confidence a whole lot and makes you realize, okay, this is actually very doable. You know, we were here and we were hoping to have a chance, but we actually do, and we can actually we beat these guys and we can actually win these fights. And that's something is sometimes you have to see to believe it. And Bhutan has definitely shown it, and they've shown it to everybody, including themselves. And we'll see how that stacks up on the leaderboard, and we'll see what that
what's crazy?
What it does for them, yeah.
Guess the population of Bhutan. Does anyone out there know the population of Bhutan?
Oh, I feel like it's not a lot, but my guess of not a lot could be just so off that I don't even
Okay, give me any number. Give me any number.
I'm gonna go with 20 million people.
What? Look, they have 780,000, maybe close to 800,000 in population. That is crazy. And these guys are fragging out against Indonesia with multiple millions. So, that is absurd, right? I would have thought they would have a bigger population than that as well. But yeah, Bhutan is a small country, at least in terms of population. Crazy stuff coming out from them, representing these 780,000 Bhutan people to the fullest, though.
It's not about the size.
That's what it comes down to. No,
it's
not.
It really isn't.
About the size.
They've shown it, and they've pulled it off. And like we said, beautiful game from them. Indonesia, I'm gonna talk about them all the time now because I said they're my favorites. They play another good game here. They play a solid game. They don't play anything crazy. They're not going absolute haywire and rolling over the whole lobby, but they played a solid game, good decision making, good rotations. We saw that fight that they were engaging on with Bangladesh, and they realized, hey, it's a tricky fight. Maybe we don't go for it now, and they get pretty much gifted a way better opportunity at the same fight later on. So correct decision in that process, and they pounce on when they have the chance. So really solid so far. We have the leaderboard for you guys. It's not the updated after match 2, but it is the updated after match 1. So we'll be able to make a pretty educated guess on how it looks once that comes up.
Let's take a look at it in detail. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the overall standings for you. Before I talk about Vietnam again and my thought process behind what's going to happen throughout these next games. Malaysia, unsurprisingly, in first place, 19. I was thinking whether or not Indonesia might be able to catch them points-wise. Not going to happen. No, actually not even close. 13 points, so it was 7 LMs. That's even more than I expected. But yeah, 7 LMs are not going to get you any close if the top team not only won the round and also got 9 LMs on top of that. So 13 points. Right behind them is Nepal as well. Also a good game. Once again, have shown us in the second match as well what they're capable of. Bangladesh with a second good game now is going to be relatively close to that double digit. I think it should be another 10, maybe even more than that in the second game. So Bangladesh definitely going to be in reach for these qualification spots too. The only team that I really don't see up there anymore is Timor-leste. I don't think they've gathered too many points now.
No. They haven't had a great game too. I think they've got a few points, but not a whole lot. But yeah, like we said, right? Vietnam, they got themselves a good bunch. They were in 8th before this, and then we had Indonesia, Malaysia, Nepal, especially Indonesia, I think probably in first, like we said. But we'll see. We'll see how all of that shakes out when we do have the stats for you. We also, once we go to the lower half of the last match, right? We're going to find Bhutan there with 1 point in the first match. So they have made a big stride towards the top, and they haven't been able to close the gap entirely, but they've now put themselves in the conversation to be one of the top teams in this tournament.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Japan now with a second rather bad game. Let's just put it like it is. Same goals for Pakistan and Brunei. Unfortunately, Brunei, I got to talk about Brunei really quickly because I thought in both of these games, they showed us really great initiative, and they showed us actually that they can get into the spots. What it comes down to after getting into the spots is keeping your players alive if you do enter these fights. And I felt like in both instances, they kind of fought a little bit too late to when they really should have. And I feel like if they fix that, the harder part is getting to positions. The rather easier part is actually winning the fights then. So so far they're doing half of it. The harder part is what they're doing correctly. So I'm hoping we're going to see another good game from them and maybe potentially see them at Riyadh again. By the looks of it, at the moment, that is not the case though. Once again, 18-team lobby, incredibly hard to qualify. I gotta say, that is, when I say throughout the entirety of all the qualification stages I've seen in this year, probably the hardest qualifier out of all of them. A top 3 in an 18-team lobby with some of these most experienced teams internationally that we have probably ever had. I mean, at no point has any team like DX ever been more experienced than now. Yeah, that's just goes to show you it's going to be so hard. It's going to be so very tough.
Yeah, and you're going to feel bad about everybody that gets close but doesn't quite make it into the top 3, right? There's going to be a lot of teams like that. We've seen a lot of teams already make good stances so far, but you know, you have one slow game, you have one good game. It's not enough. You have to really be popping off. And we'll see who's able to pop off consistently. I think so far it's Indonesia at the top. It was Bhutan this game. And we'll see what comes up in the next few games for you guys. We're going to a short break, and then we'll have Game 3 on Erangel for you in just a few minutes. And we're back one more time. We have 2 matches in the bag, Falex. 2 out of 12, 2 out of 6 today. A third of the day being done. A few surprises on each side of the leaderboard, I would say. Bhutan popping off like absolute mad lads, while Japan has fallen a little bit flat so far.
Yes, they have. Japan, unfortunately, not really with the best of starts. And we said how important a best of 12 start is in that tournament structure. To some degree, it is do or die already. I feel like every game, to some degree, is do or die. One team that has accomplished that perfectly is Indonesia. We got to talk about Indonesia again. Second time they've made something work. This time around, though, in comparison to the very first round, way more structured. Way fewer fights at the start of a game. And also way more intelligent, I want to say. First round was already pretty intelligent, but the second one, even more intelligent in the way they've played it from the very start to the very finish. They always had a game plan. They knew, hey, if we do have a centralized situation around that coastline, we should play it from the straight north, because that's where least of the teams are going to enter. You could see, I think 4, 5, maybe 6 teams, everyone was, due to the fact that this first circle was way more towards the west, was entering to the west as well, because these big wraps aren't really possible anymore. So that's what I really like, that macro kind of intelligent playstyle. If that's what we're going to see continuously throughout the next days, they're going to qualify 100%. There's no way around it.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the beauty of PUBG as well, right? You see a very reserved game from Indonesia, very calm and collected on the north. You see the same from Bhutan for a while, but then at some point you have to explode, and it's all about finding a balance. It's all about finding when you have to go. And well, Thailand is a team that is actually going to provide us with a match MVP. They went very early this game. They had a bit of a hot drop going. I think they got 4 or 5 eliminations before we even started watching them. And then they were able to hold on inside of that shack on the coastline. But I think even though they provide us the MVP for this game, it's not going to matter as much as the performances we've seen of some of the teams like Bangladesh, Bhutan, Indonesia, who get into the late game aside from also getting these kills. Yeah,
couldn't agree more. This is one of the harder names, I want to say. This is one of the harder names. His gaming tag is definitely, I want to say, almost the hardest in the entire lobby that we have. 2 at 3 all. Let's take a look at the player statistics. 5 eliminations for him, 1,000 damage. That's the threshold that very few players ever get, even in a best of 12. So 1,000 damage really goes to show you he was farming. He was farming. Obviously, it's true to the fact that more players can be shot at in a 10-team lobby like yesterday. That wouldn't have been possible, but in an 18-team lobby, it very well can be, depending on the position you have. I think some of these Vietnam players in the last game maybe had similar statistics to that as well. If you do get into the right spot and you have overview of almost the entire circle, that's when PUBG Mobile really starts to make fun. On the other hand, Bhutan, we have Mekpank. He's or Kpank. He's the first one for Bhutan, I do believe, to get 4 eliminations as well. I do believe he was the only one as well, getting majority of the frags for his team. Very good stuff. You can see survival time, obviously the big difference. Thailand not really making their way in through that western side, and it wasn't really possible either. I think that zone just really worked against them. So I'm excited to see of the first good game and the second good game, what else they can pull off today.
Absolutely. They go for a position that gives them a circle center in phase 3 or so, but the circles don't shift your way. It's very hard to hold on. 10 eliminations still. It's got to be a good bunch of kills, and like we said, they got, I think, 5 of them in the hot drop, so even more than just the whole team Japan. They were able to eliminate very early, and then they were just continuously clawing points away from that shack line, and I think even getting into placement points. So a bit under the radar because it was such a scrappy, trying to stay alive playstyle for Thailand. But getting a whole bunch of kills here and a whole bunch of points to boot, it's going to be a nice little boost for them. And especially, like I said before, right? I feel like kills kind of give you the confidence. It just makes you realize, hey, we can take these guys out, no problem at all. I'm winning my gunfights. I'm taking my 1v1s, and I'm coming out ahead. So that's something that they should be able to carry on for the rest of the games here.
Yeah, 100%. So excited now. There's so many teams that we have to watch out for now as we head into the post-match to summaries. 374 nights. I was confused. I want to say confused after we saw not even 90 in the first match.
Yeah.
This time around, it is completely different. As I said, 130 was the average throughout these 6 games yesterday with a 10-team lobby. This round it's 374, and deservingly so. These teams should have their focus on smokes and nades. Isolating fights is going to be way harder with so many teams around you. Smokes and nades are the perfect way to counter that.
100%. It's the way of the game, and it shows you that a lot of these teams had time to fight, right? I think that's one of the reasons on Sanhok that we didn't see all that much util is some of these fights were so quick, so fast. Some of them were hot drops, some of them were just over in a heartbeat, and you don't even have time to get your utility out, so they were able to do that on Erangel. And I think a good rule of thumb is if you die with util in your arsenal, then you've messed up, right? You've not used all the tools at your disposal, and teams were using a lot of tools this game. Over 300 just in those 2 categories is a whole lot, and much more what we would expect from an 18-team lobby, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's a good kind of rule to have, and as we said, especially in this kind of lobby, it's going to be more important. Let's see who's going to take the next game. It is once again Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, as we do head into match 3. It is almost half time here in this 18-team lobby. Once again, it is Group B. Top 3 will go towards Riyadh at the World Esports Championship from Iesf later this year. So these 3 spots are the ones everyone has been aiming for. So far, it is Indonesia, Malaysia, and Bhutan as well. They have kind of stood out the most. So let's see if that's going to change in match number 3.
Another harsh plane as well, very far off to the east. Barely touches the middle of the map above Severny there. Gonna make it tricky for teams to reach their loot spots once again. I'm already seeing Thailand in the Milta area with 2 more teams right around them. I believe that is Cambodia. And Sri Lanka on the Milta Power area. Very, very close together, very close knit. Going to be a bit of a struggle going on over there. And then we will see what happens on the rest of the map.
Good circle. I think these circles so far have been very fair. If we take a look at the playing path and its relation to it, we're asking ourselves, do we see another hot job? Yes, we do. Ladies and gentlemen, and it is Sri Lanka against, is that Cambodia in the distance? Yes. I think it is. Both teams landing very close to each other. Is one of the Cambodian players at the Wizard Tower outside of Milta? Is that actually where he's looting? Because then I'm not so sure if they really will have the advantage. Just experience-wise, they easily should. Yeah, he was actually at the Wizard Tower, so he probably dodged the hard job as soon as he saw Sri Lanka dropping down. And that means with him getting picked up, only 2 more players, Nang and Astra.
That's not great.
So it's the northern side of it.
That is not
to be
great.
fair, Sri Lanka is all inside the building, so they should have an easy pathing out of it, and they've got the vehicles as well, as you can see.
They gotta go, though. They gotta go fast, and I'm not sure if they are. It looks like they're content to loot here for a little bit, maybe even hunker down. But Sri Lanka should be aware that 2 of these players have just left in a vehicle. They even damaged one of them, so they should have that information. We'll see what they do with it. And as I say that, we had a very quick look at Japan, who once again seem to be in early struggles, one of them dropping down to very low HP.
Yeah, that's just for any Japan fan out there. Yep, that's me. That's just not a good message as you want to receive. As you can see, first team's already centering up as well. I do believe Indonesia is one of them, but it is hard to judge with all of these new names now in this lobby. But yeah, Sri Lanka, I think, not going to have a problem continuing to loot Milta. I don't think there's going to be a fight. I think you can see Cambodia already rotating off into the distance. Question is, where do you go from here? Because there's definitely not enough loot. You had another team towards small Milta power, so not even that is a position that you could potentially loot. So right now, they should be pretty bare bone in terms of equipment. There needs to be another position they can drive to, and I do see that they're driving further towards the north, straight into another team. So we might see Cambodia back in action very soon.
Yeah, it's not great when you have such little equipment from your original loot spot, and you also have very little information about what's going on around you. They have gotten all of their players out of that predicament, but what they will be able to gather in the further stages of this match is still up for debate. Brunei, I'm not sure if they're aware that Cambodia is coming their way. You certainly wouldn't expect it, right? You certainly wouldn't expect the team to just be driving up from Milta Power so early on. So might catch them a little bit off guard, but if you're Cambodia, you're kind of just trying to get a little bit more loot for yourself, get a little bit more equipment going, as you still have a lot of time in this phase 1 circle. And I'm stuck wondering if Sri Lanka has any vehicles left on that military power area now.
Yeah, they might not have. They might not have. And I think even towards the prison area, there shouldn't be anything left. Even towards military, there shouldn't be anything left. So they might be stuck to rotate on foot. Maybe there's someone towards lumber mill. I think there's one specific car spawn towards lumber mill that they could potentially take. But that's about it. Yeah, I think everything else has been taken. You can see Cambodia has already made their way towards the circle center as well. Still have around 10 other teams. And with them still jumping around, not so sure where the rest of the players are. I think they're still worried someone is there. Yeah, you can tell. Sri Lanka's still worried someone is there. They just haven't got the notion that everyone else has rotated off. And Cambodia isn't even outside of the compound either.
That's rough. That's rough. It was looking like they might be able to punish the remainder of Cambodia, the last 2 players sticking around in that military power area. They weren't able to do so, and now they're kind of on the back foot. Now they are in a bit of a predicament themselves. Pakistan coming over from the military base. This time a little bit more peaceful, as they have no Cambodian neighbors to be squaring off against. Will be able to get themselves a good bunch of loot, and you can see that in the UI at the bottom. Level 3 vest, lots of util, all the loadouts you could want. Is a very, very good start for their game. And here's the team who started this match off with the only elimination so far. It's Malaysia. Kluk has gotten himself one.
Yeah, that's a good start again. It's what they need. They need to get back on track. But they want to keep that 1 spot. I don't think they're going to be in the 1 spot after Indonesia's strong round in the match number 2. So answering that with immediate points that are being gathered is the way to go. Here we can see Indonesia again. I've got a little bit of a 2-2 split towards Rozok and this big Al compound, which is a pretty good split. Lots of information being gathered, lots of rotation paths that can be taken towards east, north, and south, depending on if they stay in Rozok. Even the bridge control would be open for them. I think, and I feel like they should as well, take that compound towards the bridge too. We've seen north shifts happen time and time again. We've seen circles yesterday over there. That would be the easiest entry in towards a very centralized position as well. These northern zones can be very hard to play. Very few positions that can be played outside of the hardcover compounds.
For sure, a factor in the decision making. We're even seeing a few teams already committing very close together. We see the winner of the last match, Bhutan. Just 4 man and 1 compound outside of Severny. But we're also seeing a whole lot of teams taking it slow here, and I think that's quite interesting. Is a lot of these teams don't seem to be valuing phase 2 for phase 1, excuse me, all too much, taking their time to get on in, preferring to loot more, preferring to get most of the gear they can. Some 3 gear here on the Hong Kong China players. You see Rose, for example, he still only has full level 1 gear, so they're trying to stack that back up, trying to equip themselves perfectly and not care too much about where they are in phase 1. Hopefully they should be ready for phase 2 though. There's always the deadline, right? You can ignore phase 1 a little bit, but you have to be ready for the phase 2 shift and at least be able to have a few circle endings that you can benefit from and gamble on.
Lots of Bangladesh fans, lots of Japan fans, even from the smaller nations, some Timor-leste fans in the chat as well. So greetings to all of you guys out there. Make sure to continuously support your team. The only team that we've been missing in the chat so far really is Indonesia. I haven't seen too many Indonesian fans so far in the chat, which is the most surprising to me. We have them. The current number 1 team, I'm pretty sure. We're going to take a look at the standings very shortly. But first of all, let's take a look at the next circle shift. It is relatively east, and Sri Lanka has found 2 cars, and that's the beauty of Pubgm Mobile. In the 1 zone, you're in the worst position anyone could be out of all the 18 teams, and then the next, you get a circle shift towards your side, you found 2 cars, and you're now making your way towards circle center. Ladies and gentlemen, Sri Lanka.
Cambodia, on the other hand, looking to clash here for this heaven compound. Looking to clash for the high ground versus Brunei. Brunei, we've seen them take fights successfully in the past, but this is an absolutely messy one. They're flying in on cars, and just like that, 2 players knocked down to their feet. It's just 2 left standing for Cambodia. He can find a second though. He equalizes the numbers just like that. 1v2 in the compound. Can the top do it? He does get a good bunch of damage in towards the side, but this fight has to finish fast here. He's going to try to get the max amount of teammate back on his feet. He still can, as 2 of the confirms are already through. The util comes out now in Brunei. They want to clear. They want to take this aggressively.
Oh, yes, they do. And that's the way they should play. That's a really good nade. Shaka almost goes down. Met him personally, actually, at the last event from Iesf. Great guys from Brunei. Really just the nicest players ever. Couldn't quite catch on to the success they've had in the qualifier in the actual tournament. And now it is time again for the qualification. And so far, it's been pretty disastrous. They need a good round. They need to clutch this out. Both of these players still alive. They could be rest back up, but they're not making any moves whatsoever to find the top. And obviously, they can't really run out of the buildings either. That's the scary part and the tough part. So I understand their sentiment of actually just trying back, waiting, and looking if the top makes any kind of mistake.
Gonna get one of the reses. Piasau creeping through the smokes as well. He's crawling. The flush comes out. The reset so far is good. I don't remember if the top had any more util. I think he's lobbed that one out as much as he could already. Japan on the other side, not looking all too great. Once again, taking a fight to Malaysia. I think they trade fairly evenly, but Myanmar is there for the punish for the third party. And they're now looking to maybe even engage on that fight. No, pulling back from it. 3 kills for Malaysia, 1 for Myanmar. And Japan is really starting to hurt now. 3 games, that's a lot. That's half of a day. That's a quarter of the tournament that they've really not had any success in.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. It is time now for them to make a big move. Obviously, Thailand rotating in towards the mentioned area. Sri Lanka, I think, playing this one smart. They know so many teams could still breach the outskirts. Maybe leaving the building open could be beneficial to them. Worst case scenario, they will have to breach it later on, which is definitely possible from inside the mentioned area. A couple of smokes, a couple of well-timed nades. You can breach that building in Thailand, by the looks of it, wants to actually stack that building as a foreman. That makes it a little bit more complicated, but should still give the advantage towards the Sri Lankan player, who's got way more control towards the north and western side. And look at this, the next circle, completely disregarded by me in that previous analysis, does tell us it's shifting towards the western side anyways, and that means Thailand already rotating off.
Quick decision made based on the information they had. Sri Lanka now finding themselves once again on an edge. That's a breach from Thailand, though. Myanmar, they're a little split apart, but they have a DBS in this compound. Smiles jumping up and down, trying to find himself a second. It's not going to happen, but there is a bit of support from afar now. Thailand instantly 2 players knocked, and they have quite a bit of Myanmar still to deal with. Myanmar does not want to let this go. They want to push. They want to engage. And they're finding war with the utility. It's a messy fight from both sides, Felix. There's not even just a third party. I think there's a 4th party at this point coming in from the Western Hills.
Yes, I think it's Vietnam in the distance, but look at this. It's a 2v1, and Myanmar makes it work anyways. Manit, I think, and Ichi clearing out this compound. Good nade to start things off, and then Marcel with a shotgun. I remember the M4, it was too fast to actually take a look again at the kill feed to clear things out. But that compound, once again, is falling into the hands of Myanmar. Really good stuff. You can see in the distance, more teams trying to party this, and this is such a good breach. They know they've got the knock. Malaysia's closing down on this compound. They want to clear it again. They want to get these last 2 kill points on the board, and that's what you need. Grab the kill points that you can, and grab the ones they can grab relatively safely, and that is such a fight. It is a 1v1 that it comes down to, but not a problem for Jimmy. He's gonna pick it up, and Malaysia with 2 more frags on the board. Also, 1 less team all around them.
Yep, 6 kills already, 6 eliminations for Malaysia. Vietnam not able to grab a whole lot from that third party. And well, that's I think a converge that you would like to see from Myanmar, but evidently punished in the end. Just a little bit, spread a little bit too thin, right? If they don't lose that first player, if they never lose control of the compound, could have maybe been able to hold on, but that's all pretty and good in hindsight. Very hard to prepare for breaches like that when Thailand just comes out of nowhere, 4 player strong, breaching into your compound like that. And well, we'll have to wait and see what they do next round. Bangladesh, on the other hand, gotten themselves once again solid position here at the edges of Yasnaya. Lots of high ground, lots of information, lots of flexibility on where they want to play. But we have a whole lot of circle shifts that could still throw a spanner in the works.
Next circle shift, it's going to decide a lot, to be honest. It's going to decide an yeah, it's going to decide whether or not the majority of the teams have to move. If it does go relatively centralized, then I think not much surprising is going to happen. But if it does show us a hard shift, then it's going to be disastrous for 90% of the teams. Especially if it goes south. Everyone is going to have to fight, and there's only one team closing down other positions. No, it's the usual ending. We know this one. It tends to shift towards the fields. We've seen it yesterday as well, time and time again. I think at this point, majority of the teams knew and kind of prepared for this as well. Also a good shift for Malaysia. Only one other team towards the deep southern side, and I think that's Vietnam. That's really kind of in between them and Circle Center. For the rest of the teams, though, especially the ones moving out of Isnaya, it's disastrous. They need to fight their way in, and so does Brunei.
Next one for Brunei. It's another breach coming out. It's another DBS. They're stuck on the stairs. It's not looking good. One knock comes out, but the trade on the other side has gone wrong. Piasau comes up the stairs with his AK in hand, and it's just not clean for Brunei. It's not clean for either side. Now there's a nade coming in. The nade is the clear. But they've already lost 2 members on this, Felix.
Yes, but still, that's a good nade. Newbies making the best out of this really, really tough scenario against, I do believe it was Chinese Taipei. So we have Sri Lanka just driving on through. Shaco's getting breached. He does get taken out immediately. That was a good choice. I'm not even sure how that fight happened. I think Zadia jumped on top of the building and then entered the top side. That is a good play. Zadia, that is massive, massive. And he's going to get rewarded by that dangerous play as well with Brunei, who's had 9 elimination up until this point. Finally, potentially meeting their end.
Shaco on the stairs, playing the angle, playing the vision he gets around the corner with the shotgun, and then suddenly there's a member just above him. There's just a Sri Lankan player on his roof running it down on him. Nothing to be done. Newbies tries to fall away from it. Don't forget about this though. This is 9 kills for Brunei already. They've done more than they had to this game. And now, from now on, anything Newbies is able to get from here is just an added bonus. It's just bonus points at this point. He's hoping to get maybe 1 more, maybe 2 more. We'll see, but they've done the work so far.
See if they can do more work. I think Azak down below. Yeah. Excuse me, that was IQ, I do believe. Yeah. So Pakistan, obviously, organization name up front, always tough to spot sometimes. It's in the habit of clearing this one out, but there is Indonesia in the distance. Okay, so they want to get a piece of this, and they couldn't get the last player just yet. It's down to a 1v1, actually. Shotgun against shotgun, S12K against the double barrel, and he has no chance. No, it's going to be the S12K coming on through. And Indonesia, once again, so smart. You can see this from the top teams. If they do realize there's a fight that literally just ended, and they have the opportunity to third-party this cleanly, they do. They only send 1 player in there. Even that is crazy in and of itself, but that's how much they trust them. Yami is now breaching this as well. It's being taken down. Finally, the last Pakistani player in the Wizard Tower goes down, but not without a fight. 2 of the Indonesian players have been knocked.
I think they're able to get the reses, but that was a little dicey there. That was a lot of damage to be taken. If there's a third-party opportunity for anyone in the server, that could have gone badly very, very fast. Sadia is not just the action movie guy flying onto your roof. He's also the snake in the container, just proning it on out. There's a wide spectrum of roles that Sri Lankan players are putting themselves into right now. But as special as that 1 kill was, it's the only elimination they have been able to pick up so far. On their southern side, Malaysia is completely popping off versus Bangladesh. But Jimmy is looking so far in his lonesome there for the Malaysian squad.
Still not so sure how all of these teams are going to fit into that eastern or southern side. I feel like Vietnam is the one team that could literally gatekeep like 7, 8, maybe 9 teams. Everyone that's coming in to the south and eastern side. And the fights are starting now. 20 seconds until the zone really starts to move. First team is driving on through. He can't hit the spray. Jimmy might be in trouble. No, he does get the return, though. But he might just run out of ammo. 2 more Bangladesh players breaching him. And the third one as well just drives him over. And no support is anywhere to be found. The rest of the players are very far away. And unfortunately, they will win this, but they will lose a player in the process.
This is a wide split for Malaysia, and they get punished a little bit. They might be able to get away with the win here, but what is that spray? That's a nasty one. Tonight is trying to make it all work for his squad here. He's trying to pull it off. Close range. The DBS is coming out, and he's juking, he's dancing and diving.
No!
It's not enough. Malaysia clean it up in the end, but they have lost members in the process. I don't think they're getting that 4th res.
I don't think so either. That's the first round that's not really gone the way of Bangladesh, but even then, they made something out of nothing. That should not have been that close for Malaysia. They had all the angles. They literally just needed to wait and sit back. But instead, that first player was breached by the Bangladeshi players, and they realized they could isolate him, and that's where it all fell apart. Indonesia, in the meanwhile, continuously fragging out. They know how to, time and time again, rotate safely into positions where they can gatekeep everyone else, and that's what's happening here as well. As we have another team eliminated this time around, it is Timor-leste. Eliminated in 9th place, just outside the placements as we go into the first points being given out based off of survival. 8 teams left alive and just 22 players. Phase 5 as Phase 6 is approaching as well.
That is not a lot of players for 8 teams. That's not even 3 per team. A lot of teams have lost members. There's a few solos in here and there. Trying to prone it out, trying to get a few more placement points. Indonesia, 9 defeats and still 4-man strong. Crazy clean from them so far. Look at the map as well. Look at how much control they're having over this entire field area. Bhutan next to them. No space at all. Very clustered up together. Indonesia is absolutely rolling over the field right now. And being comfortable about it as well. Comfortable in their aggression. Comfortable in the fights they're taking. And once again, it feels like they're the only team that's as heavy on the cars, right? It feels like they're the only one that's really looking for opportunities on the left, on the right, in the center, and just constantly being on the move. And it's really paying off so far.
Yeah, perfect analysis. I think that's also why they are so agile, so fast, and so third-party heavy at the moment, because they reposition so well. No one else is really playing with as much vehicles, as you said. They are driving into the Malaysia squad, though, and I think they're taking heavy casualties. You can see them right now. They're trying to breach this dip. They wouldn't even have to necessarily, but everyone is suddenly being taken down. How the hell does Indonesia win this? How the hell does Indonesia win this? They lost the first 2 players initially, if I saw that correctly, and Malaysia still gets wiped. They're just absolutely unstoppable right now.
The trades are there, right? They get knocked down, but they manage to do enough damage at the same time, and somehow they're avoiding the third party once again. It's sort of a side effect of having so much space for yourself, is you can pick out whichever fight you want and not get punished for it all too much. That's another 4 eliminations for them. It's another whole bunch of kills as we see Sri Lanka. They have a solo player left alive. Lamborghini now slowly starting to make their way on out with the Vietnam squads out of the liquid compound, and well, they are slowly starting to make their moves. Indonesia, they will slowly have to start slowing down if they want to be in this endgame, because they're just fighting everybody right now. They're really just trying to take it all at once. And hopefully, they don't go all too crazy about it.
Hopefully for everyone else. Next circle does favor Nepal heavily, as well as Vietnam. Vietnam, the one team that just didn't have to move for the last 3 phases, I think, apart from Nepal and Vietnam, literally everyone had to move in and fight their way in. These 2 teams have just been chilling. They've been sitting back and waiting. And I said that's what Vietnam needs to do here as well. Unfortunately, I don't think enough elimination points have really been gathered to justify them playing that passively. Good next shots as Sri Lanka is being taken out as well. Good breaches from them. They've also shown us lots of initiative in this one. And look at this, Bhutan is alive again. Yeah. Unfortunately, this time around only with 1 more player, but they're already again in the top 4 spot with 3 LMs already secured.
It's another good spot as well that he's taken here. Another good bit of cover for Momo.
Wow.
As, well, 2 heavy hitters on both sides. It's Nepal, who we know have been fragging out consistently, and then it's Indonesia, who are just wrecking this lobby apart right now. So, not a good time for Momo. He's trying to do the best he can. Same is true for Vietnam, who are trying to flex out of their compound, but have to be careful to not overstep, put themselves in the crosshair of too many teams at once. Now, the util's coming out. Momo surely should be short-lived here, but if he can make a stand, that might be what trips up Indonesia here, because at some point Vietnam's going to peek on over, and at some point Vietnam is going to get sidelines onto some of these Indonesian players and make that game a little bit harder for them, as they've just been rolling over it so far.
Oh. 3 frags for him. Unfortunately, Momo, not the one to get these 3 frags. He's still looking for his first one. I do believe he did have at least some last round. So he's found his footing in this lobby already. We have the breach coming in from Nepal. This might be dangerous. They're stopping in front of the ridgeline. I think there's other sidelines. They get the frag, though, but is it going to be enough to take his position and get in without securing enough from anyone else? Yes, it is. That's crazy. That's a really good push from Nepal. And unfortunately, I think Bhutan just a tiny bit too slow on that peak. I think he could have gotten an initial knock when they drove him.
A little bit more shots. One more shot connected might have done the trick, but the timing is perfect for Nepal. They're going just as Indonesia starts getting a little bit more antsy, a little bit more aggressive towards Vietnam. That's the timing when they strike. And now, well, like you said, I don't want to be too critical, but it might have been too passive for Vietnam for too long. Now the circle's going to come on out, and they will have to start making moves. But as I say that, the circle is quite far to the south. There is still a lot here to play for Vietnam. There is not a whole lot for Nepal on that northern side of this zone.
No. Not a lot at all, unfortunately. Indonesia found 12 frags already. It's such a crazy stuff. Question is, how do you play this now? Because you know the northern team needs to move and the southern team doesn't need to move just yet. But if the northern team moves and they have to move in your direction, then you will get pushed by the southern team. So this might be one of these tricky scenarios where Indonesia, yes, they're in the zone and they have the potentially best spot as of right now, is not necessarily favored to win. Because I think, as I said, Vietnam has got perfect opportunity to third-party this if anyone were to against Indonesia.
You want to bolster up as much as you can, right? You don't want Nepal to even think about coming towards you. That's how you win that game. It's not easy, though. Nepal pretty much has the decision in their hands who's going to win this game. Whoever they go for, if they find even just a single opening, even just a single knock, might be enough to decide this game. So you really want to make sure that they're not coming towards you. It's looking like Nepal is just going to play the smokes, play the low ground they have, as little as that is, and sit out one more zone. So phase 8 might be the one that decides this all, and we might go for a bit of a breather, as it's 4 of Indonesia on the southwest. It's 4 of Vietnam with almost no space at all, but a big bunch of high ground. And it's Nepal just cowering in there, just hoping that they can sit this out, and hoping that they're not instantly eliminated comes the next shift.
They have a P90 as well. Indonesia's got a P90 in hands. And I do believe it was Rightsy, actually. Only the 5th one in the lineup for Indonesia. Coming in from Boom Esports. So that's what I wanted to check earlier. Yami's playing Flyboy. Is Flyboy playing as well? No, I think Frenzy's the 4th one. So Flyboy's the one that's missing this lineup. I thought we were missing something. Flyboy's the one that's not playing here. Instead it is Rightsy. The other option would be Rhapsody as well in that 6-man roster that they have. But so far it seems to work out perfectly. So, I mean, never change your running system. We'll see whether or not that changes. I don't think so at this point. Zone is now finally getting to the very late stages of this game. 30 seconds until someone, at the very least Vietnam, has to make a move, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia seems absolutely ready for it.
It's got to be Vietnam, and it's got to be towards Indonesia, right? I think that's the only place you can fight in and potentially win the game, at least. You send it into the field, it's not going to happen. The flybys are there, they're crashing on in, they're trying to force this as fast as they can, but look at the amount of angles that Indonesia has on this. Lamborghini somehow finding the first, I'm not quite sure, but the crunch is happening, and so far it's been working out okay for this. What if Nepal just comes out of the back of this and just starts running away with this, Felix? This is not as clean as it could have been at all. That's another knock, surely, towards Indonesia, and it's not looking pretty at all for Vietnam.
No, it really isn't. Oh, that knock on Yami would have, I think, sealed the deal for Indonesia, just based off of the fact that Lamborghini is still in the distance, able to support his teammate, but he gets taken down. That's the anchor player not standing anymore, and that makes it so much more difficult for Vietnam to get anything done. Nades against Yami, they're not hitting either. In the meanwhile, Yami hits one against Vietnam, so it's only Gozu. And he's left standing all by his lonesome, all cramped against the zone. P90 across the ridgeline. They take him down. In Vietnam, they have their chances, but they're not using them, unfortunately. And that means Indonesia is picking up 3, maybe 4 more frags. Now having 15 eliminations already. We said 15. That Indonesia was in primed position to already secure qualification just based off of the way they play. And right now, that's exactly what they're doing.
Bombit is up close. The nades are coming out. Nepal has had a lot of time to prepare, and that's a banger of a throw. That is big. That's a big opening they needed. Now they have to step up, though. They're playing this very, very carefully, very, very passively. If they don't get the confirm with the nades here, this is going to reset into a 3v3. They don't want that. That's a beautiful nade. He headbutts that right back to the ground. It's a re-knock instantly, and the util is doing beautiful work for them here, Felix.
Oh my god.
This is not looking possible. The nades are so good right now. Pombit basically flushed out already. And if Razy doesn't find the big one on the side here, this should be over. Look at this. They barely have to use their guns. They're just cleaning it up. One shot with the DBS. And now it's up to a 1v3. Can Razy do it? He finds one.
Yeah, he finds one. He takes him down as well. And that so far, that's been a PUBG masterclass. Except for that 1v1 now. They kind of just threw it away with that one. Otherwise, I would have shown that to my grandkids on how to play PUBG Mobile. But good. No, he's got a chance again. Razy. A bit of utility towards height. Dami, they know where he is, apparently. There is one more play, and that's Ajay. He's been one of the biggest fraggers so far for Nepal. Not to be underestimated. Bluezo, slowly but surely driving, and he's got a nade on his own as well. If that one hits well, it's a good timing, but only around 20 damage is being dealt. And slowly but surely he has to move. He's getting more shots off. Height is now pushing this one. He's got the P90 against the DBS, and it's not a chance in hell that he's winning this one. Nepals take their chances and win match number 3, and deservingly so.
Wow. I thought Nepal was deciding who wins that game by deciding who they want to breach, but they stay alive, they wait it out, and they actually make it into that 3 versus 3 to close it out in the end. That's 11 eliminations and the win. That's a big bunch of points for the fragging heavy team, but my oh my, we cannot forget about Indonesia there, honestly. I think they went up to 15 or 16 eliminations towards the end there. A crazy game for them as well.
Yeah, massive, massive, massive stuff. Congrats to Nepal, first of all. 11 eliminations, 21 points. We're going to take a look at the overall standings very shortly to get a look at where they're standing now. Because Nepal, they didn't have the best of first 2 games, but they were somewhere in the middle of it. So I think they're going to be in reach of the top 3 qualification spots as well, at least with this one. Started off with Myanmar and some really great breaches until Vietnam, I do believe it was, came and kind of cleared out their south side later on. You can see they were already third-partying at this point. But good proactive decisions as well from Myanmar and Malaysia. Both of these teams really active so far. I'm really liking what we're seeing so far.
It's it just goes to show how tricky PUBG is, right? And how hard it is to be consistent here. Brunei doing almost everything right, but you overstep a tiny bit as a solo, you get cleared out, you get naded, and you lose 2 players in a fight that maybe could have won you the rest of the game. That breach from Sri Lanka was absolutely mental, right? Flying onto the roof, clearing it out from the top side. But yeah, the game's incredibly hard. It's incredibly hard to keep taking these fights and keep getting away with it. And Indonesia is just doing it the whole game here. Third party after third party, pull up after pull up. And all until the very end, they stayed incredibly clear. But even then, they still got almost out clean of a 4v4 fight, right? Where they had no business doing anything. They still managed to win that fight. And if it wasn't for the great util coming out of Nepal, they would have put themselves in a winning position once again. So mental stuff from Indonesia this game, honestly.
Yeah, that breach originally, to even get into that dip itself, I think it was a 4-on-3 breach, and they didn't lose a single player. Not even close. I thought, how the hell is this happening? Malaysia is completely ready for it. They hear it coming. They've had good positions to defend this. But just like Vietnam did as well, sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Sometimes the sidelines are just better from the opposing team, and that's what we saw. So Indonesia, I mean, playing clean, playing absolutely clean. We got to highlight them time and time again. And we saw that after the first game initially already. The way they took the fights, the way they rotated, the way they played it with shots that shifted completely against them. And we said if they continue playing as smart as they did then, they're going to qualify. And look what happened. The next 2 games, they show us that exact play style again. And it works out perfectly. So man, I don't know how to stop this team.
I don't want to keep just yapping on about Indonesia for the whole rest of the broadcast, but so far, they've been the only one that's really consistent out there, right? They've been consistent throughout all 3 matches and at a very high standard. I think Nepal has really shown a whole lot of promise in team fights, especially. How they take those, how they manage to structure the team fights to play off each other. We saw the util there was absolutely fantastic again. But so far, the big consistent name has been Indonesia, and they've really been popping off. And then every game, every now and then, you have these breakouts. We have a Brunei who gets 9 eliminations this game, right? You have a Bhutan who plays a fantastic game too. But the consistency is on the side of Indonesia right now, and it's been stunning so far.
Nothing short of amazing, ladies and gentlemen. We will be heading into a couple of statistics very shortly. I'm so excited to see the overall leaderboard now. I want to see how big the difference already is from the top 3 towards the rest of them, or rather from the top 1 towards the rest of them. I want to see how far Indonesia is from not qualifying at this point. And that's only with 3 games played out of 6 today and 12 in total. So they're absolutely using the chances. We said that's one of the most important things. When thinking about the qualification for Riyadh later this year for the Iesf World Esports Championship. Let's take a look at some of these match standings, and these are the one from last game, or we can go over them quickly again. Bhutan, 18 points, Vietnam and Indonesia, I think the 3 teams that we need to highlight. Vietnam with another great game again, this time around with a much easier round than the last one.
Yeah, good positioning early game, bit of a tricky fight in the late game, but I think they did what they could. I'd say I don't want to be too critical, but that was a winnable fight. I feel like versus Indonesia, right? They were down to getting that first entry, and then maybe slightly more clean on the spray, maybe one bit of util that lands a little bit better. Maybe their anchor player not going down, and they would have had a good third game as well. But yeah, Vietnam, I think it's fair to say, maybe second most consistent team. I've talked so much about Indonesia, but I think Vietnam as well. We saw really good match 2 from them, solid match 3 from them. And then some of the teams that pop off every now and then aren't managing to pull it off every single game. Like, for example, Malaysia, right? They've really had their ups and downs. And then, well, I don't want to just talk about Japan again. So I'm going to talk about Timor-leste, who have had a fantastic game 1, but haven't really shown up since.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Timor-leste couldn't really catch up with the success they've had in the first match. But yeah, who's to say that's not going to happen in the next remaining 3 matches? We have more Erangel coming up, and then especially more Miramar, and that's the part that I'm most interested about. First time, as we saw from the Erangel games as well, is always the most important round, because you have to kind of check for your each individual hot jobs and kind of get a feel for the lobby. Let's take a look at these overall standings. After match number 2, 24 points for Indonesia, 22 points for Malaysia. Bhutan with 19 points, right behind them based off of just that single one good round. That's how close it still is. And then the rest of the teams, at the moment, for the time being, at least after match 2, that has changed already. Outside of the qualification spot is Nepal, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Thailand. Timor-leste actually in 8th place only. Yeah. And Myanmar and Brunei, who should both have a little bit more points now with the games they've played.
Fun fact, Indonesia has gotten 2nd place in every single match so far.
Oh, wow.
They're going to be on 18 placement points after 3 games, and they have actually managed to get 2nd place every single time. So far, not closing out a chicken dinner just yet, but they are as consistent as it gets. And yeah, like we said, a few teams at the bottom there not really pulling a whole lot together just yet. I don't think any of them have really shined throughout game 3 either, so the bottom is falling away a little bit, and that's sort of what we touched on before the game started, right? Is you can have some bad games. You can't have a bad day. You can't have a bad day when you're only playing 2 days. You're looking for a top 3. Everybody that was at that top half of the scoreboard and maybe you got some points in match 3, they're absolutely in it. They're absolutely rolling and fighting for the top 3. If you're deep down in the bottom 8 here after 3 matches, it's not looking great, and something major has to change. Otherwise, it's going to look dire.
We're going to talk about some of these teams after a very short break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for the next 3 matches. Welcome back to that very short break here at the Iesf World Esports Championship Qualifiers. More specifically, the Asia and Oceania region. We have a leaderboard for you, and that is the most interesting screen that we can potentially show you right after match number 4 is coming up. So let's take a look. I'm interested to see. I said it before. I'm interested to see how far Indonesia is ahead now. As you said, 3 times the second spot. Are we going to see a win, Kovo? Are we going to see a win today?
We'll see. I think the second place curse is not the worst thing in the world. Second place is not all too bad. But last game, 8 eliminations for Yami alone.
Wow.
One headshot in that. 27 minutes is all that game took. And, well, I'm actually Crazy's last one alive, so 27 is not exactly how long that game took, but big bunch of points just on one player. 8 eliminations is a whole lot to get for yourselves. I think out of the 15 that the whole team got, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, 27 survival time, obviously. You would think they would win the game if you have a match MVP that survived for almost 28 minutes and it's got 8 eliminations, but no, they didn't. That's the even crazier part. Let's take a look at some of these head-to-head statistics. I'm guessing we're gonna see someone from Nepal on the other side, and let's see if my guess is correct. Yes, we do. So, 5 to 8. I still gotta go with the deserving MVP towards Yami, even though obviously the Nepal players had one hell of a game, but the late game zone unfortunately just wasn't too favorable. And Indonesia losing one of the process against that breach from Vietnam, they just couldn't bring it back, and I understand.
Yeah, almost same amount of damage, even though there's 3 more kills on Yami. So a little bit of less damage farming maybe on the side of Indonesia, a little bit more just straight up aggression very quickly. We'll see that in the team standoff as well as we head to the head-to-head. And yeah, more damage overall, I guess, on Indonesia. But considering they also got 4 more eliminations, that's not all too crazy. And, well, that's 4 less placement points for them. 4 more eliminations. So they're going to go out pretty much evenly out of that match 3.
Yeah, as you said, no one's really, at least point-wise, at a disadvantage going off of their game. Indonesia, due to the fact that they have 15 eliminations, do get quite a chunk of points to their elimination points as well. Let's take a look at some of these post-match 3 statistics and summaries. Only 2 vehicle eliminations as well. We had 2, I think, in the last game and only 1 in the first game. I'm really surprised to see not more teams using vehicles in late game, because I feel like, except for Indonesia, and we said it time and time again, except for Indonesia and maybe Vietnam, no one's really been using it past phase 4 and phase 5, and I think that's the biggest differentiator, and we talked about this already, but I kind of want to touch on this again. That's the biggest differentiator that you can see as a viewer between more experienced teams and less experienced teams. The more experienced teams tend to continuously use vehicles, even in the later stages, and make it a priority to save those, especially.
Yeah, and so far it's been a bit of a show for Indonesia on the vehicle usage. Nepal a little bit better in the team fights, and out of game 3 they go out head-to-head evenly. Malaysia with 12, Brunei with 10, and then it sort of trickles on down. So pretty frag heavy towards the top, 11 elims, 15, and then 10. So 3 teams in double digits, which seems crazy at first. It's a little less crazy when you understand that there's 2 more teams than usual, right? So there will be a few more kills, but massive performances from the top teams here once again. And Timor-leste falling off a little bit, Bangladesh falling off a little bit. So slowly but surely, we're crystallizing out the teams that are managing to stay consistent. Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of worried for Bangladesh. We have a huge fan base in the chat from Bangladesh, and so far they've unfortunately always lost the one fight that would have brought them into late game. In the last game as well, that was such a good breach. They almost won that breach against Malaysia, even though there were literally 4 players with their backs against the blue zone, running across driving across open field towards Malaysia. They still would have almost won that fight. That's the crazy part. So Bangladesh, 19 points. I think very underestimated team so far. I think if they get the zone for once, they don't have to chase it as much, and they win the fight, we could easily see them being a top contender for the top 3 as well. And that's the standings at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. 45 points, 39 and 34. These are the qualification spots right now with Indonesia, Nepal, and Malaysia being in the top 3. Yeah, Malaysia as well, fairly consistent throughout, and fairly consistent throughout the eliminations especially. as they haven't been able to keep up with what Indonesia has been doing. 18 placement points in 3 matches is absolutely mental, right? So they're separating themselves from the pack a little bit, and then the top 3 is separated from 4 and 5 as well. Bhutan, with their one massive performance, keeping themselves close in contention. Vietnam is there as well, and then it slowly trickles on down. But I'd say everybody that's on this page is still just absolutely okay. The gaps are considerable, but the gaps are still absolutely doable even today, right? And then you have a full day tomorrow. But like we talked about earlier a little bit, you want to be getting yourself ahead today, because tomorrow is going to go crazier and crazier as more teams lose the chance to compete. So Indonesia, Nepal, Malaysia are really doing a whole bunch of work here already for their qualification.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And this is also the kind of the difference that we set a 12 best of 12 was going to make. Even now, a 10-15 point difference, even from first page to second page, is such a huge increase in what you have to accomplish, right? Especially for these teams that we haven't seen do points consistently, and we got to talk about all these teams at the second page here, especially Cambodia, for example. To me personally, the biggest upset right now is Cambodia. All of these teams, if they don't make a change today, it has to be today, you're not going to qualify. It is a top 3. These top teams will not stop doing points. Indonesia, let's be honest, as well as Nepal, as well as maybe even Bhutan, they haven't shown us any sort of indication that they would be stepping down. Vietnam hasn't either. They are consistently doing the points. Whether or not they're actually winning the rounds is a different kind of scenario, but they are doing the points. If you're Cambodia right now, I would be in big trouble. They need to step up today, otherwise it's not going to be enough.
Yeah. Bit of a breaking point halfway there. We have one more Erangel coming up for you guys in a few seconds, and then we have 2 Miramars to close it out for today. So it's do or die. It's go big or go home for some of these teams at the bottom, and then it's time to try and stay consistent with what you've been doing for the teams at the top. I think you wouldn't expect a team to go as crazy as Indonesia is going for 12 games in a row. You expect them to fall off a little bit at some point, get a little bit unlucky maybe, unless they're really just rolling over everyone. Usually, just based off experience, the top falls off a little bit, the bottom catches up a little bit, but there's quite a big gap already, so they really, like you said, have to get going soon.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm really worried for them right now. It is the best of 12. We will have one day of pause, and that's the good thing for these teams that may have performed as well today. You will have a pause day tomorrow. We will see the rest of Group A being played out, and that means you can have you can review some of these games and take a look at what you've done wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into match number 4 here at the Iesf Asia and Oceania regional qualifiers. Once again, it is top 3 in this lobby. 6 games today, 6 games the day after tomorrow that are being played to determine who is going to Riyadh at the later stages of this year.
Another harsh plane. Another plane that doesn't really cross all too much through the middle. And another plane that's going to force a few hot drops here or there. I can already see Thailand once again. They've been loving these early fights. They've been coming out on top of them for the most part, so they're not scaring away from it. Indonesia parachuting over Pachinki towards the Skol Rozak area. We'll see if they have a bit of a clash going on there. As we have Timor-leste very close to them. There's the first knocks coming on out. And once again, Thailand starting hot, starting with a bit of a hot drop and starting with the first kill.
See if they can make it a second one. They're so desperately in need of it. The MVP in round number 2, if I remember correctly, to at 3-0. Also a very experienced player coming in from the Thailand region. Also brought their fan base with them. Looking to potentially make this hot job work. Also, that's due to the fact that we haven't really seen this play path and no one's really been able to loot this spot just yet, if I remember correctly. So this hot job might come as a surprise to both of these teams. And boy, still looking for the first initial knock as both of them are. Oh, in the meanwhile, it's Vietnam losing a player. Gozu goes down. That's a huge bummer. Vietnam needs to stay at the very top of their feet as well. They don't want to lose the gap they've created.
It's always rough. It's rough. It's rough on multiple fronts when you lose a player so early. It really puts you in a bit of a more defensive position for the rest of the matches. It really slows you right back down as Thailand is on a big breach and a big clear throughout that building. Cambodia once again on the hot drop in Millie base. It's a tricky decision to make, right? They want their loot spots and they want to contest it early and clear it out early, but with how these games have been going so far, both of these teams would be better off leaving the hot drop. Cambodia, though, we saw them last match. We saw them around that Milta Power area, and it wasn't much better for them, so maybe they decided that to perform well, they need military base, and in that case, well, it's only fair to contest for it. Thailand wants to clear. They want to get Boy off that roof, but Boy has a shotgun, and Boy is trying to make it as hard as he can for them. There's the shots coming out. There's the knock, and that should be the confirm here any second. Starting off well for Thailand.
Yes, it is. Secret gets that one as we switch on over to the second hot shot. We've seen this so far. Cambodia goes down again. Oh, my lord. This is disastrous, ladies and gentlemen, for any Cambodian fan. We said they needed to step up. This is such a strong roster. And in a best of 12, maybe, just maybe, do not contest if it doesn't work out for the first time. Because as you can see right now, that's one last chance for them to make something happen. This is a contender that we're talking about right now. Being at the very bottom of the leaderboard, Cambodia just not getting their footing in any sort of qualification here from the games we've seen so far. This is nothing short of disastrous. And Pakistan on the other side, not losing a player either. How great is that?
I'm loving this for Pakistan, especially with how explosive they handled that. I was not ready for that hot drop to even happen. Remember watching game one, they just sat in buildings opposite of each other for what felt like ages, not really engaging on each other. Now, they absolutely explode on it. They clear it out fast. They get themselves the 4 elims, and they get themselves moving towards the circle. So that's really, really big for Pakistan, and that's a good chance for them to get something going and claw their way back up that scoreboard as they have finally dealt with the loot spot clash. Now, with the circle as well, that's fairly far away from the plane path, Felix. They might have a good chance to just slot on through there towards that eastern side if they are quick with it.
Circle shift. I already talked about it. Far towards the southeastern side. Should be pretty good for Pakistan as well. Sri Lanka is probably the team that has the furthest to rotate. And also the Kameshki team up towards the top, which I did think was Vietnam, actually. I'm going to have to take a look back. I can't really make out the names.
Vietnam's in Pochinki.
Oh, Vietnam's in Pochinki,
it's a little bit hard on the map. The map's very small for us casters. You got to bear with us. We have old eyes and looking at a small map, so I'm not sure about that. Bangladesh close by, though. We have Taipei in the northern George Paul area, and we'll see what they make on their way towards the circle. Again, a very contested western side here, as the plane was so far west and the circle so far east, Felix.
Yeah. First teams are rotating on through. I always think with that many teams in the lobby, not even too much sense in rotating on early. The center is going to be taken anyway, but look at this. All these teams relatively late in rotation timings. Even the ones that do have prio, no one's really opting to go for a deep eastern rotate. Not even the team in Kameshki, who should know, just based off of the plane path, that everything over there is clear. So very interesting to note. Usually we do have the middle relatively stacked, and I think we will have at the end of phase 1 it as well, but no one's really looking at the timing too much. Maybe also because you don't know the other teams. You don't know their rotation timing anyways. So maybe an early rotation timing isn't going to give you the same benefits as it usually does.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting. I've talked to a fellow analyst who's looking at these games as well to try and figure out what some of these teams are doing and try and learn about how they approach the game. But then you watch the map, you watch a little bit of the gameplay, and you're not quite sure why some of these teams aren't going for a little deeper rotations. We talk about Prio, right? We're talking about the Novo team here that has a big bunch of zone in front of them that is completely empty. But they're deciding to play this one quite slow, stick around the bridges, and just hold their ground for now, not going for what we would consider Prio, so they have other plans in mind. Brunei, on the other hand, I think losing a member early here, so is Vietnam. You called that out earlier. Some of the heavy fragging teams already dropping members.
Yeah. Nothing too surprising. Talking about heavy hitters, losing members. Gozu was one of the first one to go down. They've got another team right in front of them. Not sure how they're going to play this. Looks like they don't want to necessarily engage this just yet. Once again, they are pretty good in the circle. They would have prio for some other really good spots. For some other really good hardcover spots especially, but they wouldn't necessarily have other teams running straight at them, and thus having the man advantage on them. But they want to stay on this potato hill. Interestingly enough, they want to keep this position. Maldives, in the meanwhile, picking up the first frag for them as well. They've been quiet so far. The first 3 matches, not really seen much from the Maldives. Maybe that is the wake-up call they need.
Maybe it is. Bhutan, talking about heavy fragging teams losing members. They are the next in line. They are not ready for a team to just be holding on out here. They haven't had the slightest idea somebody would just be sitting in that crossroads compound, and they do get punished for it. That's how quick it goes sometimes in a PUBG match. Now, Char, he's been MVP before. He's now trying to make a stand, but he's severely outnumbered on this hilltop. No teammates close by, so he pulls away quite quickly. As now at least they're all in cars when this zone will happen. They might have a chance to rotate on in on this, but they have to dissolve this fight, and the Maldives are not letting him go. They're trying to hunt him down, Felix.
Oh, yes. And it might just work too, based off of the positions they have. Maybe not so much anymore. Momo has exited the vehicle though. Has to be careful of not getting shot out immediately. There's shots following them, and yes, Momo goes down! As it is the first frag for the Maldives. Again, at least in this instance, after the first initial one, the Maldives need that desperately as well. They need the confidence, especially. They need to bring it back, and you can only do that if you find enough players also in the early stages where you have isolated one once, you can build your confidence back up. In the later stages, that's going to get significantly harder.
Talked so much so far about third parties. That's exactly why you want to take fights early, right? It's exactly the reasoning to take a fight early, and it's also the reasoning why you might want to go for a sneaky play and go for a bit of a rat play in a compound. You weaken the team next to you, you put them down to 3 members, suddenly they're much easier to punish than a full 4-man team. You're already outnumbering them, you have more information, you have more angles, and it becomes quite easy to keep punishing that team, and they do so here very effectively, the Maldives. Circle has gone to the farm area though, and that was probably the most occupied area already before the circle shift, Felix, so now it's getting super stacked.
As a caster, if you can't tell which teams are actually in there, then you know it's stacked. And we've been at this point for some time now. We can't even make out all of the names inside the current safe zone. That's just how crazy it is. Thailand, kind of using the strategy that we've talked about in the previous game, making sure you kind of dodge all these early skirmishes at the circle edge and all these teams rotating into each other because of the less space. Obviously, due to the fact that we have 18 teams. So they kind of just dodge all this, rotate in with the circle on phase 3. Also interesting, very good working strategy so far. As we head on over to Bangladesh and Brunei. That is a good timing coming out from Brunei. Oh my lord! Newbies takes him down. There is one trade that happened though, and that is from Sketchy. He was the only player, unfortunately, in that building, and he was the last player for Bangladesh as well. If Sketchy would have done this, then all of them would have been eliminated, but yeah, he saves Bangladesh, fortunately, because I've been waiting for a good game from them.
It's a little bit disjointed from Brunei. We've praised them for their team fights, right? We've praised them for their coordination so far, but now very widely split in a 2v2, and not able to get the trades in time. Even though they get the knocks, they're not getting the finishes. That's a good nade onto Lamborghini. Sets him down instantly on his knees. And the rest of Vietnam, they have to roll on in. They want to try and close this out, but they realize this is not going to be happening. And this is not a fight we are able to take. We don't want this 2v2 in the compound right now. And a bit of util holds Shui and the rest of Brunei in this game.
Yeah. Shui 2 frags. At least something they can look forward to in the next couple of games, but qualification at this stage already is looking so grim. But who knows? At all times, never count anyone out. Unless it's mathematically impossible. Bangladesh, due to the fact that they won this fight, did lose a player though, but at least have a good spot inside the next circle. No one's really around them in the farm area, and there's always this opportunity to just walk up the hill on the north side. Depending on how the next circle shifted. If it does decide to go east, that is a tough one. They would probably need vehicles, and even then, becomes almost impossible. The big split in the middle of the map, but that is Indonesia against, and that's what I want to talk about. What a position, what a potential play.
That is a confidence split right there. That's not a, we'll play it safe. We're making sure that we have enough support and enough cover for each other. That is a, we can take whatever we want and we'll hopefully get away with it. That's a crazy split. Vietnam, they've been on a bit of a cruise throughout this circle. They've been trying to find a home. Nice and early in this phase 3 as they lost 2 members in phase 1 and 2. But so far, not looking all that good. Malaysia pick up 1. Looking to hold that dirt road around the wizard tower, and a nice little pop from Cluck. Make sure that nobody gets all too excited peeking towards them. That's the kind of pressure you want to be putting out to make sure that nobody's going all too crazy on you. Did he just get team flashed? What did I just see?
I am not sure anymore.
I feel like he just got flashed by his teammate.
Maybe. So the
stop sitting on the shack. Out. Stop peeking people 400 meters away. Come back down.
Stop wasting your ammo.
Yeah.
I understand. As players, we all understand.
We all have that one teammate, right? We all have that one teammate.
Farming the damage. Let's take a look at the statistics after the game. Especially in relation to his kills. Anyways, Malaysia still up on the road. Still looking to find something.
We have Sri Lanka coming up on the Raptor Road, the dirt road, trying to fight their way into Malaysia. Malaysia's well aware of what's coming their way. Good bit of damage. They need to follow it up, but not going to find the knock into the shack just yet. As they are looking to fight for every little bit of terrain here. If that molly hits the door, if that molly goes inside, there's maybe a chance where Clumsy actually does make it out the back. And a bit of a disengage from the Malaysia team as they realize that they don't want to overstep. They don't want to commit all of their resources. Taipei is coming on in on the other side of things. This is going to be a complicated fight for the top as phase 4 has shifted on away. And looking like all of these teams will have to make moves at some point. But for now, they're all just trying to win a team fight. They're all just trying to take these 4 points when they can get them. Looks like we lost Felix there for a bit. Surely going to be getting him back in the seat for in another few minutes. Sri Lanka really just struggling to hold any of their ground here, and you can understand why. Malaysia peeking in from one side, Taipei aggressing from the other. Lots of util coming their way. Effect, the only thing that's saving him right now is that shack he's hiding on out in. And if they ever find an aid inside of it, it might be over. And there it is. That's a beautiful one from Cluck. The man's been popping off consistently in these games. Leaves Cesar left to his own devices. And he's still just trying to hold on. Just trying to lay low. He's not even worried about Malaysia. He knows he can't fight Malaysia. He's just trying to hold the team that has blue pressure behind them. As Malaysia is biting off a whole lot more. We'll see if they can chew it all, but they have the chance to fall away from this. They have the chance to reposition. They don't have to overly commit, and that's the most beneficial fights you can take. Look on over, see what kills you get, fall away whenever you want to, and they've been doing that beautifully so far. Phase 4 is creeping its way on in. And it's actually a res coming out. It's actually a res coming out from Sri Lanka.
Well, let's see if it works. Good shots. Went out from Jimmy, though, into the distance. But very few positions you can play. They really have hard cover. That's why the Sri Lanka is. Oh, we will.
Not looking all that good for Timor-leste as well on that northern side. They're trying to third party, trying to get some of these kills in. They're getting the confirmed, but they're also getting torn apart from the sides. Taipei rolling on in. They are getting the roadkill at least. Pink is the last one off, trying to get the hell out of there. Not gonna happen. As that roadside on the north is getting so bloody. It's not looking clean for anyone involved. Kevin wants to get the hell out of there, wants to try and reposition towards the north where he has some teammates left, but Thailand already lurking on in the distance. Looking to pick up whatever is left from that fight. See what happens to the remainders of Timor-leste. But I'm not worried about Malaysia here on the top. They've lost one now, but they've gotten themselves so much space just by rotating around and making sure that they keep punishing the teams wherever they could. See Laos fall away from it as well. And with a phase 5 shifting on in, they control a pretty good route into the circle. Wow, Jimmy with the Bison. Takes down another one. 4 eliminations for Malaysia. You take those. Take those any day of the week. Bangladesh on the other side, they've had trouble getting out of their compound. They have lost one, almost lost the second as well here if they don't get the res on through. They have gotten the res and brought themselves back up to 3 players, but not a whole lot of playable ground. Noki as well is under the heavy eyes of Degree. And if Noki survives here, that's bad news for Bangladesh. That's another angle that they have to worry about. The smokes will be coming out behind that car, surely. And there is the shots. There is the knock. And this is getting tricky for Bangladesh. They've had the circle position, but they haven't had playable cover here at all. So we're actually seeing Pakistan clean this up from the bottom.
Down to the timing. Right now, if they would breach it, they were still visible from up the hill, from the rest of the zone, to be honest, even from the east side. Someone could look in, even Indonesia could have a say in this. But it looks like they're going to decide against it. For the time being, they are content with the ridgeline they have. If that works out for this phase, I am not so sure, though.
It's a tricky circle for everybody that's on the edge, especially that southern edge, right? To Pakistan looking super, super tricky. And then in the middle, we just have Kevin vibing on out, surviving on his lonesome, as they are just down to 1 single member. We'll see what happens in this compound. Like you said, there's a breach on the cards, but Malaysia is getting close on the top, and they can start looking on over this ridge. They can pull up to the rock and start looking on down. And that makes that makes the breach even more treacherous if you have another team just eyeing you up from the top.
More shots coming out from Thailand. They're still looking to find an entry as well. We still have Pakistan in the previous spot that we were talking about. And you can tell that they don't really know what to make of this. There's no way to push up the hill towards the western side. There's no way to rotate around the eastern side. And as the circle closes, even the timing on the breach against the Maldives is going to be even tougher. So Maldives potentially in a great spot to eventually pick up some easy frags when that breach does come through, because they will be supported by Malaysia up the hill.
11 kills for Pakistan already. That's absolutely mental for them so far. But like you said, it's not looking super promising, whatever the rest of the game has in store for them. Thailand in the north, 6 eliminations for them as well. 4-man strong, still firmly in their circle, and quite a few playable lines out towards the hill. But we'll have to wait and see what this zone does. This phase 6 is going to be massively impactful. And as we see, a lot of these teams are already in dire positions. A shift against them put them in terrible spots. Indonesia is probably the first time we've seen them lose 2 members so early here, Felix.
Yeah. Not really surprising. I mean, we talked about the confidence in that original split, and they wanted to go for it. They wanted to maximize this round again. If you have 3 rounds, you still need to maximize to get a good round, even though you're literally in a winning spot already. I'm not so sure. I feel like Indonesia has thrown it to some degree with that split, but either way, even with these 2 plays, they will still be just as dangerous as others with a full 4-man, so I'm not too worried. Yes, they need to move, but they will have so much more kill potential, as you can see right here. For example, Pakistan, we said it before, if they do not move the circle earlier, they will be stuck to the blue zone. That's what's happening.
It's not looking good at all. They were trying to go for a play, but it was too little too late. Now they're bandaging backs against the blue, but 1 player really left standing to make any sort of approach to the compound, and he's all left to his own devices. He's breached on in. He's trying to go past, I believe, trying to find a ridge maybe next to the road, maybe somewhere on the shelter area. but it's not looking good. Bhutan falls. Agent flushed out for the Maldives as well. It's not looking good for a whole lot of these teams that have to make moves with the circle. A little bit overzealous, maybe. A little bit too fast. For the Maldives, as a team like Malaysia is able to just look over from the top and Indonesia from the other side, making this very hard to get out of the compound.
Sri Lankan supporters in the chat putting up some more donations here. Thank you very much for your support, and shout out to the Sri Lankan fan base as they are once again being supported in the chat by the Esports Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going back to Indonesia. The team to watch so far, they have found another footing in the current safe zone, far towards the eastern side, and after partying, just popping away. As we said, there's more clear potential for them to be found, because the east side is clear, and the west side really is Malaysia. As you can tell, is only down to one more player after that initial fight has finished. And Maldives, finally in a prime spot to make something happen. Unfortunately, we're not finding the big round they've been waiting for, just 5 points being secured with that 7th place.
Big game for Malaysia, though. They've kind of just been creeping away the points as well. They've been putting up numbers every single game. They have not had these pop-off performances some of the other teams have shown up, but they're once again putting up a whole bunch of kills on that western side, clearing out fight after fight on that dirt road, and now another one taking down not only the compound team, but the solo from Timor-leste right below them, and in one of the best positions in this circle right now. I think Thailand, you got to give it to them. That ridge is incredible that they're holding down for now. But Malaysia has been so active, proactive, aggressive on that hilltop. And they've already rewarded themselves with a whole lot of kill points. We'll see what they do next zone once it shifts away from them. But for now, they've really put in great work.
Yeah, they really have. Thailand. It's probably got the biggest play in the circle right now, I want to say. At least in terms of 4-man. Taking space, they're probably at the very best spot you could be. But then again, in terms of looking at the zone as one, they're getting pressured from all sorts of sides. So they really need to decide smartly on which fight they want to take. They have Malaysia back on top. They have an entry towards Shelter, but Shelter's always out of the zone. So yeah, I'm not even sure what they should focus on right now. For the time being, they are safe, yes. But they're not necessarily winning positions. We'll have to wait and see what Malaysia does.
Loving this from Malaysia right now. Smoking for the teammate up on top, trying to get him down, trying to help him regroup with the rest of the squad. And once they've done that, we'll see them make an approach. Do they wait a little bit for the rest of the circle to heat on up and for more fights to erupt, or do they go instantly? That's a decision they'll have to make. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them go down towards that southeastern side. Maybe make their way in on that shelter edge towards Indonesia and fight from there. It's just so much more fightable once you're down in the low ground and you're not running down a hill with the rest of the lobby just looking at you, trying to put you down.
Yeah, indeed. And I feel like this player from Thailand is probably the most important run right now. The way he just covers that complete west side and keeps everyone from shooting at them is just so strong. You can see Natawet and the rest of his team just as a result of that, having way less pressure. Let's see when the next move has to come in. And for this phase, it is really only Malaysia and the one solo towards the southern side that has to move. But for the rest, if Malaysia does make it in, that's going to mean a whole lot of trouble on the edges. Pakistan being the solo we talked about. There it is. Indonesia picking up another frag, and it is the 8th frag at that. Time and time again, they've shown us that this lobby is just no competition for them.
It's a frag for Indonesia, but it's also a big loss for Malaysia. That was the one player they were sending down to the southeastern side, down to the low ground early, and they lost him to a solo snake from Pakistan. Not quite aware of the positioning, getting punished for it. That's going to make their approach so much harder. They could have had a player holding down Indonesia. They could have had a player helping out with anything on the northern side. They are now missing out completely. As like you said, Indonesia still putting up numbers. Vietnam as well. But in two very different ways here. One of them just hiding out for placement points in the bunker, and the other one getting themselves 8 eliminations already.
Yeah. I didn't even realize Vietnam was still alive, to be honest. Shadows holding out for his team. Yummy, maybe with that nade, tries to clear him out, but no, he's not going to be baited as easily. They now realize he's on the staircase. Another nade raining down. Shadows has got enough space down there, though, to dodge all of these. Let's see what they do. I think they're trying to park the vehicle just on top of the staircase, so we can't really exit on our side. That is so smart. I love what Yummy is doing. Maybe destroy the vehicle on top of that as well. But no, for the time, oh, no, okay, interesting. He doesn't park it all the way down. I think he's trying to throw one more nade, so he's got time to park it down and he can't peek him.
I think so too. I think he's a little scared to get peeked at the wrong time. Now, he's done a little bit of damage with the nade. He doesn't know that, but he has actually bought some time. And Shadows, I think he's trying to make the way through the blue. I think he's realizing that he's getting closed in there. Look at the amount of damage he's already taken. And yeah, there's the car sending down. There's the car exploded. Wow. And it's beautiful from Indonesia. They're having some fun with it. And they're absolutely ruining any sort of chance for Shadows to come out of this bunker alive. Beautiful stuff from Indonesia here. Not sure if you want to commit another nade, but maybe they just have more that they can use. Maybe they just have a huge amount of loot on these bodies next to the bunker. But they have certainly dealt with the threat of someone coming out of their bunker, and that's always good to see.
That's massive. That is so smart. I love these small little things that can make a difference. And Indonesia, so far, they've always gathered that second place. Let's see if it works out this time around as well. The car has dropped down all the way. They know he has to be just behind the car as well. I'm not sure how that nade from Yomi didn't finish him off entirely. But now, at the very latest, they should see him at the kill feed. And Vietnam is going to be out. Just one more team for Indonesia to grab that second place a fourth time in a row.
It's incredible, right? It wasn't looking like it at all. They were down to 2 members so early on in the game, but they've somehow been able to make the right rotation into the shelter area, make the right prioritization of fights happen for themselves, and been able to, once again, get so close to that second place. Thailand as well, by the way. They're the dominant team in this, but once they have to step on from their ridge, there's not a whole lot left. If things go really poorly here, if the timings really work out for the duo and the solo, there's a chance this still falls apart for Thailand here because they have so little cover left once they come up from the bottom, but that's a big nade, that's a big opening.
Oh, yes, it is. Yummy goes down. Maybe the curse has now been broken. Just the wrong way around. Dodikdo is there, and yes, they will find him. I think Gavi was actually the one to find the second one as well. We'll have to take a look back at it. Either way, Indonesia goes down. It's just one player left alive now, and it is Nepal again, who's also securing a top finish once more. But in the end, only one team can reign the winner of match number 5. And that is Thailand for the first time today.
Big win for Thailand, and somehow... watching it again. Somehow, Indonesia almost creeped into that second place again. Not sure how, but they've almost done it again, Felix.
Yeah, it's crazy rotates. It's just smart thinking. And I feel like this was one of the rounds where they also could have won the round. Again. I think this is the 4th time now we've seen Indonesia being in a spot to potentially win it as well. If that circle shift goes a little bit more south, if they group up earlier and don't play as greedy, that would have been the case, but no, it's going to be Thailand on the other side, playing it really smartly as well. We said it's a really experienced roster coming in from them as well, and Thailand as a region itself is always big in PUBG Mobile, so great to see them play. They needed this one as well. 19 points is going to bump them up the leaderboard a lot.
Absolutely. It's every win matters. Every win is a big step towards the top on these leaderboards, no matter how many kills you get with it, but 9 is no small feat. And there's the hot drop that just absolutely exploded on us without us realizing. As Cambodia and Pakistan, I think, just went head-to-head once again in that Millie Island. But winner of the hot drop played a pretty damn good game. So I guess if you do get out of it consistently, it is worth it, but nobody really does. So tricky subject for both these teams.
Yeah, I'm still worried. Cambodia, for the second time, actively deciding for that hot drop. They didn't just drop anywhere in the military base. They knew they were going to be hot drop, and they dropped close to them. So they really wanted this hot drop for a second time. Does it make sense, though? I'm not so sure. It's a best of 12. We said it. It's different in a kind of like a league phase, where you have maybe 18, maybe 24 matches that are to be played, and you have to fight for your loot spot. This time around, you're only playing, 6 matches in total on Erangel. If you hot drop 2 of them and you lose them, that is your qualification. That's 2 less chances, and someone is going to take these 2 chances if only 3 spots are to be determined for who goes to Riyadh and who doesn't. So, man, Cambodia, as I said, one of the absolute favorites here for these top 3 spots as well. Just not looking prime.
Not looking good right now for them at all. They've really had a very slow start to it. Indonesia is the opposite end of that scale. They will continue in first here after this. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, no.
They got very close to double-digit elims. They got a 3rd place again. Crazy stuff from them so far. And then Thailand just playing a beautiful game of PUBG from that ridgeline. Just slow control, getting the information. You highlighted the spoiler they had on to hold that entire western side free for themselves, or entire eastern side, while the other three were working on the west, and making sure they position themselves and they prioritize their threats, right? There's a threat that Malaysia comes rolling down the hillside with 3. They put 3 Thailand player there and nothing will ever happen. So really well played from them, really well balanced on the approach, and then they clean it up in the end. But like I said, I don't think that was free in the end. They had all the manpower, but they did not have the positional advantage. They cleaned it up super easily.
Yeah, perfect stuff. Let's take a look at some of these statistics that we have for match number 4, which I said was match number 5, I think, unfortunately. So, sorry for that confusion. Thailand, interesting statistics. 3 frags on both Tuat and Gewi. I think that is kind of to be expected, as these 2 guys would frag out just based off of what we've seen so far in the qualification stages. So not a whole lot of surprises here. On the end, we have Secret and Duktiko, both with really important roles though. I think they were very integral, especially Duktiko. I know he didn't get the frags I think he necessarily wanted from that shelter area, but he held their back so well. And that's where I got to give him credit. If he wouldn't have taken a spoiler position and wouldn't have pressured everyone else around them, then I think that game wouldn't have been taken by Thailand as convincingly, at least, as they did.
And look at the damage dealt and the damage received on Evo, Bullet Evo. 92 damage received, 770 damage dealt. That is mental. That man's been dishing out, and he's not been taking any damage in the process. So that's where it really matters. That's one of the best stats to look at when you look at sort of the impact a player has, is not just the damage, but the damage dealt by divided by damage received. Because if you're taking the same amount of damage you're dealing, then you're not really making any progress. But he did a massive amount that game, so well played by him.
Yeah, perfect. Let's take a look at some of these match summary statistics. 300 nades and smokes being used again. That's less than I expected from the zone, to be honest. Then again, not that much open space. I think we're going to get to see that Miramar will have a lot more smokes and nades being used. A lot of hard cover fights, a lot of breaches as well. The very centralized positions were, at least in phase 4, 5, and 6, most of the time compounds. So that's where smokes and nades are not necessarily being used as much, especially smokes. Good round though. Good round. I thought a little bit less action than what we had on the previous one. And also, less favorites at the very top. This is around a completely new kind of set of teams that kind of went ahead and did something for themselves. I'm talking Thailand, I'm talking Pakistan, also to some degree Malaysia. Yes, we did have them in the top 5 already before that, but this time around, they really solidified themselves in it. Yeah,
and interestingly enough, we see Indonesia popping off here as well with the damage and knocks, but highest elims on a Malaysian player. They had really good control of the dirt road on top of that hill for a very long time, and pretty much again did their job, did their duty, and when the circle went away from them, it was pretty much over for them. So I don't think they can be all too sad about not making it down the hill, but they did a fantastic job once while they were up there.
100%. Let's take a look at who's taking the match MVP. It is Kenny from Malaysia. Interesting. I think that's the first time we're seeing him here. He's originally not from the actual roster that we saw the rest of the players be from the Yudo Alliance. He is, I do believe, from Sem9. So, also interesting. Sem9, big organization, big organization. That was actually the ones that won the Malaysia Esports Championship in the start of this year. I'm not sure if he played at that time at this roster. Have to wait and see, but he's definitely one of the more experienced players from Malaysia either way. Strong fragger. You can see it here. Total eliminations 5 with 2 and 1 on assists and headshots.
Good performance from him. We'll have a look at the head-to-head to see who's second place. I'm guessing it's going to be an Indonesian player. I'm guessing it's going to be one with 4 elims. And there you have it. 4 elims, yes. No Indonesian players to speak of, though. It's Malaysia. It's Thailand and Pakistan. Squaring off with 4 versus 3. So, a bit more balanced out on those teams, I believe. The kills have been a little bit further spread apart, but 950 damage on IQ is pretty mental, honestly.
Yeah, IQ having one hell of a game. Pretty good stuff that came out from him, especially since he didn't really survive that long. 21 minutes, I believe that was phase 6 or 7 that he went out. And on the other hand, we have Thailand with 2 at 3-all. second time in a row, he's really come close to MVP, and one time he's actually taken it. So he's having one hell of a performance for Thailand so far, even though Thailand isn't too far up the leaderboard. But maybe, just maybe, that's about to change after this game. So we'll take a look at it in just a couple of moments. 9 eliminations for Thailand, and actually the one team that had the most amount of eliminations, obviously, because Indonesia lost 2 players early. Who knows what would have happened otherwise. But it is Pakistan. So 12 eliminations and 11 assists on Pakistan. Crazy, crazy stuff and good teamwork coming out from the Pakistani players.
Really hard game from them as well. After their hot drop, they start the game with 4 kills, sure, but well deserved by how aggressive they played that. And then really hard game from them playing in from the south. We saw them around these compounds, right, where there was just seemingly no way in. But 12 elims is going to make you forget that you only had 2 placement points. So 14 for Pakistan, 19 with the chicken dinner for Thailand. And then the consistency kings, Indonesia and Malaysia up there, who are still, I think, going to dominate the overall scoreboard just by staying in that top 5 pack here almost every single game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Pakistan, such a strong round, is definitely going to bump themselves up. I think they were on the second half of the leaderboard as well, so that's why it's extra important for them to have such a good round. Indonesia, Malaysia, once again, consistent progress. They don't need, at this point, I think at this point, Indonesia doesn't need a big round anymore. That's completely fine if they salvage a round like this to 13 points. That's easily enough to stay in the qualification stages for the rest of this tournament, essentially. And Malaysia with 13 points also really important, especially since the straight-up competition around them on the total overall leaderboard, we're going to take a look at that in a second, as I said, hasn't really had that great of a game. Cambodia, the one team I really want to talk about in the second half, as well as Bhutan and Japan, not making anything work. And I've said it time and time again, Cambodia, please stop the hot jobs. Maybe then we can see your true strength.
Yeah, it's rough for them. We've just seen Pakistan pull it off. Cambodia really on the lower end of that hot drop for now. Indonesia, no surprise, staying first. No surprise so far. 47 and 47 for Nepal after 4 games. Neatly tied up for second and third. And then Thailand is pushing themselves into the top 4 here. They were a little bit out of that, but they're pushing themselves past Vietnam, past Bhutan, and making sure that they show up towards the top. Indonesia, the only team in the top 4 without a chicken dinner right now.
Yeah. Crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. 3 times the second place, 1 time the third place. That's how it is at the moment in terms of placing points. And they still got the most amount. They haven't got a chicken dinner. They still got the most amount. If that doesn't speak to their consistency and to their chances of qualifying, I don't know what does. 58 points at the moment. That is more than 20 points difference. It's massive. Let me tell you, it is massive for a best of 12 to already have a 20-point difference on a non-qualification spot. So Indonesia, also in terms of playing with pressure, is not going to feel any at all. All the teams right now in single digits are in big trouble. They need a win today. Otherwise, it's mathematically almost impossible to still qualify. I'm talking Chinese Taipei, I'm talking Hong Kong, China, I'm talking Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Laos, and Japan.
Absolutely so, and especially when the top 3 is separating themselves so much, right? It's 47, 47, 58. It's not just that you're far away from the top, it's also that the top 3 is separating themselves from the rest of the pack. So even a 7th place team here has to make big strides to fight for qualifications. Yeah. And that's not mentioning a 17th place team that is in a completely different class of points right now. So tough times for the teams at the bottom. They still have 2 more matches today to turn things around, and they cannot wait for tomorrow. I cannot wait for game 5. So we're going to give you a short break, and then we're going to head into Miramar to close on out the night. 2 more matches is all we got for the day. 2 more games, 2 more Miramars is all the chances they get today. We'll go back to Group A tomorrow. We'll come back to Group B the day after, like we talked about. But a lot of these teams, Felix, they have to get going now. They cannot wait for the day after tomorrow. They have to get going now, and this is quite a lot of pressure on their backs.
Yes, I don't want to name Cambodia again, but yes, that's a perfect example of a team that just has to pick up the pace now. It is already... I know we've only played 4 matches, and to some of you guys out there, you might think, well, there's still so many chances. Well, there's not. There really isn't. It's a best of 12 after today. 6 matches have been played, and some of these top teams, they will not slow down, and that's what it comes down to. The lobby isn't close enough to justify you having 4 continuously bad games. So Cambodia... Japan, for example, as well. Any of the teams that's down there in the second half of the leaderboard, you need to take a win. You need to take a win. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen anytime soon. And once again, do we remind it? Some of these top teams, they will have a day off tomorrow as well to potentially regroup and come back even stronger than they are already.
Yeah, and it's a bit hard to come back when you've just been getting absolutely bashed for the whole first day. So. Yeah, it's the same thing every time. I came into today with the goal of not talking about the leaderboard too much, because I think it's a trap you fall into as a caster a lot of the time. But the leaderboard's been so polarizing, and the top teams have pulled so far away that it's become a big topic. And there's no way around it. And it feels really, really good if you're Indonesia right now, and you're pretty happy being Malaysia as well, you know. But like we said, a lot of teams not even close, but teams like Pakistan have shown last game that they can just pull up big, get themselves almost 20 points in the game, right? 14 kills, a few placements, suddenly you're up in there, you're up in the conversation. Yeah. It's certainly possible. There's a whole lot of kill points up for grabs, and there's all the chances to make a stand for yourself. Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. Pakistan is one of the top teams that have shown us that it's possible to come back, and also. Even for teams that are less experienced, you can upset some of these teams. Bhutan as well. I think if there's any team, actually, I'll take it back. Not so even Pakistan, it's Bhutan that have shown us, hey, we are less experienced, but we make the right decisions, and we're not scared, and look what happens. These guys are still in contention for a top 3 spot. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the first Miramar of the day, as we head on over with a very fair plane pass, something that we haven't really seen too much of today.
Yeah, finally a plane path that might leave us with maybe just 1 hot drop. You know, maybe you will. We won't see a whole lot more than that. I already see Thailand dropping in close vicinity of a few other teams, so maybe that's one thing to be keeping an eye out for. But so far, nicely spread apart. Vietnam seems to be going towards the Minas Generalis. Thailand in Ricardo, and then I'm not exactly sure. This might be a Minas hot drop on the cards here.
Yeah, it might be. I think that's probably not going to be the only odd job that we might see. I think surely there's going to be something either at Pozo or towards maybe even Power Grid. We'll have to wait and see. With 18 teams, I expect it to be more than 1 hot job, honestly. And there we have it. Picado is going to be the second spot. What? Where else than Picado? Let's be honest. Where else than Picado? And it is happening. And it's going to be Thailand. Out of all the teams. The team that literally just came back off the back of a win against Japan, the ones that have been struggling the most in this tournament.
But how did Thailand start that last game, Felix? By a hot drop in South Georgia.
Wow.
They love these. And they've been doing them consistently throughout the days here. So it's been a topic for them. It's been something they've been pulling off. And actually consistently winning as well, right? It's very hard to win hot drops consistently. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. There's a lot of chances of you failing, or at least losing 1 or 2 players. Thailand's been awesome at them, and maybe they'll get themselves away with another here.
Yeah, they might. Good shots to start things off for Bangladesh as well. Also one of the teams that still needs a really big round desperately. They've been not necessarily underperforming, they've just not been fortunate enough to actually get the big points they need. And especially get the rounds they need. Oh my god, is that a pistol knock? I've never seen that happen. I don't even know how this pistol is. I think it's the P92.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
beautiful.
Wow, okay, good shots coming out from Degree, and Bangladesh find themselves the second frag of the tournament. I say. Second frag of this match, 5 of the tournament, obviously. And a very needed one at that.
1-2, thank you, with the P92. That's crazy. That's a crazy kill coming out, and that's a big one. Japan is in the kill feed versus Thailand. Japan's on the good side of things for once. Not something we've seen a whole lot today, as the overall leaderboard will tell a big story about. I said maybe just 1 or 2 hot drops. It's looking like a whole lot more. That's a DBS. Timing's not been clean so far, but look at that. Another one of Thailand knocked. It's fallen all to pieces. And those are the risks you're taking if you continuously hot drop. It's not always going to work out as it has for Thailand. And it's not looking likely again. There's a few flushes coming out already. We might just be down to 1 Thailand player at this point. I think it's 2 still, but maybe one of them knocked to their feet. It's not looking pretty.
Oh. And surprisingly enough, that's what happens. And hot drops. Even less experienced teams can outplay you, outmaneuver you. There's so many variables you can't really control, so hot drops, never a good idea, especially in the best of 12 qualifier. And you can tell Thailand, they've had a way better tournament so far. Still losing this one. They're gonna be a little bit pissed about this, honestly. As Japan is still waiting for an entry. Honestly, I feel like it's a little bit too slow for what they've already gotten. They've gotten 2 kills. And they're still not making any move whatsoever. They need to do this fast. They know where the players are. Group up and get the thing done.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I've been praising, I think it was Brunei for in the first game. And then they got 1v4'd by a DBS. So it's tricky both ways, but they do find one now. They trade themselves out. They bring the numbers into their advantage. And they clean it up. Well played by Japan. The first sort of shine of light we see. The first spark of brilliance out of that squad.
Oh, clean.
And a clean movement around the balconies.
Yeah, I like it, I like it.
It's so needed for them. It's so needed for them. This is their wake-up call. This is their first positive moment here, Felix.
Yeah, this has got to boost their confidence in a massive, massive way, knowing you literally just took down the team that has won the last round. You kind of feel like you could do the same now. That's what it feels like. You feel like, okay, now I've got everything I need. If I can take down them, I can take down anyone, because they've done it already. And looking at the zone, they will even have a pretty solid entry. As with any zone, honestly, if you're in Picardo, you're always set for life. So get the vehicles and get going. I'm hoping this is, as you said, going to be a wake-up call. They need a win. They need desperately need a win. Yeah. As I said, they have the very last place team, I believe 4 or 5 points, something around that area. That's disastrous.
It's also just about a little bit more than that, I feel like. It's also just about waking up as a team, right, and realizing that you can get things going. So any sort of big game, any kind of frags, they can get their way up big right now. Bangladesh getting caught out there as a solo instantly breached.
The Blue Goblins.
Nepal has been so clean with this, Alex. Nepal has been really, really, really good in their team fights, and that's really what's keeping them up. Look, even there in that situation, right, he has the drop on them, but he's so surrounded and they're so close to each other that he has absolutely no chance. Even if he knocks one, he's never going to get the finish. And it's just nice and clean by Nepal. I love to see it.
Good stuff. Really, really good stuff. Nepal has been struggling at the start of it, and then they've kind of come back. So seeing them shine and blossom again is definitely warming my heart. 2 frags so far. One more good game in the remaining 2 games that we have will also catapult them within absolute reach, if not already, into the top 3.
Interesting stuff. Brunei, slow on the edges, really taking their time, still looting up a little bit, not fully happy with the loadouts they're rocking at the moment, but I say taking their time. They're in one of the best positions in the circle right now. Lots of information for them as well, lots of ground that's completely uncontested around them. And looking pretty nice so far as they're coming on a more uncontested side of the zone. I see so many teams still outside of the phase 1. A lot of teams towards the northeast as well, towards the northwest. Some potential conflict there, but Brunei sitting pretty in the middle. And as a team that's been winning a lot of fights, that's got to be nice to see.
Gotta be nice to see indeed. Less teams outside this phase 1 than what we usually see outside phase 1, phase 2 in general. Usually some of these teams do take their time, especially if the zone is relatively far away from their drop spot, which on Miramar can happen quite easily, especially with the playing path we've seen. So, interesting that So many teams made it in relatively early. Good rotation through the eastern side from Sri Lanka as well, as we have Miramar going straight to the middle, finding themselves a nice bit of real estate in the very circle center as well. 3 seconds until the next phase shifts, and then should have a pretty good idea of where it's going.
Slow approach from Indonesia on the edge. Things you love to see. This is going to be a bit of a playstyle shift for them, I feel like. It's not as easy to drive around on Miramar. It's not as clean in the rotates, so maybe we'll see them shift away a little bit from the car-heavy gameplay we've seen so far. And I said nice and clean entry. It's not been clean. Yummy caught out. Razy caught out. And just like that, first place team is down to 2 members, potentially down to 1, but he does actually stay alive there. Sri Lanka, out of all teams, is the one putting in the pain. And really trying to close out Indonesia here. They're not stopping anytime soon as well. Look at the shots coming out. They're clean so far. The UMP should finish this off. He just needs 1 or 2 more bullets coming over the top. And surely he's going to match at least one of them.
Oh, my lord. That was... I mean, that took way too long. But he did make it in the... as a result of that. Bhutan in the distance, though, immediately trades him out. And Sri Lanka, after that first initial really strong start, are giving it away to some degree again. And look at that, that kill is stolen as well. Francie is being picked up by Pakistan, who now wants to clear out Sri Lanka as well.
Pakistan is not pulling any breaks right now. They're really going on in. They've had their fair share of frustrations in the melee base on Erangel. Now they're going in, instantly blown up by Effect, instantly finished as well. He's looking for the second. Can he get it? Yes, he can! Effect steps up big, and that's 2 of Pakistan instantly sent packing.
Yeah, not flushed just yet, though. In fact, in the meanwhile, has been taken out of match number 5. Sri Lanka is now only with 1 more player standing, and he's been spotted out, and I think they're going to hunt for him. You can see first player is already kind of trying to get an angle off, while Cesar is busy healing. He saw the player stop right on top of him, but there's not really much he can do. He's already being shot in the back. That nade should seal the deal.
He's in trouble right now. He's trying to stand up for the squad. He's trying to keep them in it. And just like that, instantly out of it. Pakistan looking good. Effect really brought the pain there for a second. Make sure they don't stay clear in it. And that just goes back to show, right? I keep saying it. It's so hard to stay clean in these. And just one little misstep. Instant knock, instant flush. Almost lost 2 members on it.
Yep. It can happen so very fast. Stage 2 as Stage 3 is approaching. Malaysia with a good split towards the eastern side. No one really around them. And with 15 teams only still standing, well, that's fewer than what they originally expected as well. The complete south side, the complete east side around them is completely clear. They should have this information as well. There is only 1 team rotating in. That's Pakistan, but they're going to take some time and might not be even ready in time for the next circle shift. So Malaysia with lots and lots of space, good positioning, and once again, with all what they've shown us, to be expected with another good one in match number 5 as well.
Phase 3 comes on in, goes hard to that eastern side, and gives you a pretty good idea of why Phase 1 center doesn't matter. Remember when I said Brunei is in almost the middle of the circle? They've now shifted closer towards the middle of Phase 2, and they've still gotten completely cut out by Phase 3. It's early circle position matters a lot less than you think, and matters way more what kind of options you leave yourself open, right? What kind of rotation routes you keep for yourself, what kind of information you can gather. And some of the teams on the northeastern side, they can sing songs about that right now. They've gotten the information, they've gotten the shifts, and now they're able to benefit.
Really good for Malaysia, as we said. Any team that really played through that eastern side. Also, Pakistan now. They've took some time on their edge with all the fights going on. They picked up 4 frags, which only really is worth it if you only lose a player max, which they did. So I guess it's kind of fine. I'm not sure if in a best of 12 instance with the top 3 qualification, it's still the same case. I might even back to differ, but that circle kind of saved them again. So they should have a pretty good access. They should find a pretty good spot inside the circle. Maybe they can play off of that. We'll have to wait and see. Maldives, on the other hand, in a little bit more trouble rotating through the city, taking a pretty good entry. No one really around them. They should have that 1 team towards their western side inside the city, but they will probably have spotted them already. But either way, they can engage them. Rest of the team just now rotating into the zone.
Pretty slow rotations for a lot of these teams. Pretty slow starts for some of them, considering how hard that circle shifted. Everybody's really taking their time here. and making sure they have all the information they need, making sure they're not going into something that they're not ready for. As slowly but surely seeing them creep on it. Not a whole lot of crashing, not a whole lot of contesting, as Brunei is getting a little close, Indonesia is getting a little too close, and these guys will land their shots. They'll hit them any time of the day. 3 down for Indonesia, though, Felix. It's going to be a bit of a sigh of relief for everybody else in the lobby, right? Everybody else is playing catch-up, and the big dogs have just been decimated.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think everyone's going to look at the kill feed and be like, yes, okay, there's one team less that we potentially have fear in facing. Thailand is out. Indonesia is out. That's 2 of the top 3 from the last game, just by itself. But there are still plenty of good teams standing. Vietnam being one of them. Towards the southern side here. Trying to find an entry to... That is one hell of a nade. Oh my lord. Is that one hell of a nade. Pakistan opening things up against Brunei. Another nade behind it. And I said Pakistan might have a good entry into the zone, but I think they don't even want to have it. I think they want to continuously fight their way in. Has to be careful, though. I think that's one knock against the blue zone. I think he's not going to catch it just in time, where the rest of his teammates are driving all around him, covering and grabbing the attention from the rest of the Brunei players. But that doesn't even matter. Brunei is out, done and dusted, and Pakistan are going to pick up 3 more frags.
That's beautiful stuff. That's nice team play as well, making sure they keep that player alive. Risky business with the flank towards the blue, but they pull it off cleanly, they pull it off perfectly, and they match themselves another few points. Now, seven kills for 1 player dead. Now, that's the sort of territory where we start talking. That's where it starts getting really worth. And when I look at this zone, and I look at Pakistan on the southeastern side with just 1 Brunei player in front of them, this could be a massive game for them, and they could just back-to-back have double-digit elims and just bombard themselves back into the standings.
Couldn't agree more. Another hard shift. We've had plenty of hard shifts today. That makes it really tough for the teams playing edge. Good one for everyone who took their time for a slow and controlled rotate through the southern side. For example, Cambodia. We've been waiting for. And the one team that is, as we said, very expectedly all the way down on the leaderboard. Maybe they can make something of it. Nobody's being spotted out on the rotate. Shouldn't take too long for him to be spotted out from either side. At the moment, he's got the smoke, but that's going to fade eventually. And Bhutan, as well as Pakistan, out there to do something about it. Look at this Bhutan split. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're now using that split to get multiple angles on the situation and hopefully take down newbies when he makes his way away from the car. I think Momo on the lower ground, if he gets a little bit more aggressive, if he gets a little bit more towards that solo player, and they should be able to grab that kill point, grab a little bit more space. And you can see what all that high ground is doing for them, right? They know exactly he's a solo. They know exactly where he is just because they have a player up on that high ground. And they're not just sitting in the 2 compounds, making sure they survive, but actually making sure they have proactive choices to make to win this game.
Malaysia still looking across big distances for their frags. They found 2 already. And now we have it. Indonesia is finally eliminated. That's the big team that everyone's been waiting for to go out, and they have finally broken the curse. Even though it's broken the curse in reverse. This round they've not gotten second place, but they haven't gotten 1 either. So the first time around that Indonesia hasn't really made any placement points whatsoever.
Yeah, it's an absolute first, and that is just going to show how crazy they've been throughout the day, right? This is the first time they're not in the top 3 of a match, which is just mental to think about, absolutely. But we'll have to wait and see what they do with the rest of today. The rest of the lobby now has a chance to maybe come back a little bit. Japan, they're not looking super hot here, split across some of their shacks, but at least they've kept 4 alive. They have kept themselves in it. Malaysia in possibly the best compound on the map right now. And Pakistan in a fight again and starting it off, with mixed feelings, I feel like. Losing 1 more member matters so much more when you're already down to 3.
Yeah. Absolutely does. Pakistan has to be careful. Only 2 players left standing. And the good thing about it is it's the Maldives on the other side, and they haven't really had too much success in fighting so far. But maybe this time around it's going to change. You'll be 1 with 1. But they do get traded out, all of them. Yoni, I think with a 1v2 there in the end, is going to secure this for Pakistan. He did have IQ left standing, but he was a little bit further away, so either way, they will secure it. 11 frags already again for Pakistan. They had a good game in the last one, and they will continue to do so right now.
14 in the last one, 11 in this one already. Like I said, absolutely crazy. Bombarding themselves back up the standings and really showing everybody else that was at the bottom of the scoreboard how possible it is to climb all the way back up, right? They're still going to have a good route into the next circle. After that one, it gets tricky. Going past Malaysia here, the team right next to them, is going to be very hard, but they're still going to be in for one more zone. Maybe they'll be able to take a few kills. Maybe Laos on that northern side. Not going to be able to do a whole lot, and maybe going to be able to feed them a few more kills. Hong Kong, though, they've been sitting quite pretty, Felix, in this compound. But once they have to move on out here, I feel like they're going to have so many eyes on them. Yeah.
I think so too. I think all of these compounds and the entirety of the zone are actually really tricky compounds, because the zone itself is just tricky. You're kind of at the mercy of the zone. If the zone shifts away from you, you'll have to breach someone. You'll have to breach something, do a car fort or anything of the sort, but you're not really in control of a winning play anymore. And that's what makes this zone so very tough. But then again, we'll have to wait and see where it shifts. One team, maybe two teams, are definitely still going to be inside and will be potentially the winners of this next phase. That's how far I would go with how much the circle is now playing into who's winning this game. We'll have to wait and see, though. More rotates are coming on in. Vietnam finally has to rotate off of that big hill they've been staying at for so very long. They should have some ridgelands right in front of them. I think that's where they're going at as well.
Instantly one knocked out of the car, though. It's Lamborghini out of all things, and instantly confirmed as well. Two teams looking on in there. It's combining for the knock and the confirm. And just like that, Vietnam down to 3 members. They're in a solid position here, but once again, lots of angles around them, looking towards them, looking to try and keep them from entering all too deep. Malaysia as well, farming from range here. Putting damage into the lobby. Haven't had to do all that much so far. Haven't had to move out of their compound, but they are making sure to put the damage in. Laos has made it across the road, not all too bad. They're right below the two Pakistan players that are left standing. This is a fight that probably both of these teams, or especially Pakistan, wants to happen, because their prospects to stay in this game and to get deeper into the zone aren't that good. So getting 2 more kills here is massive.
Massive indeed. I wonder how much more Pakistan can do. They've got 11 frags ready, as you said, 14 in the last round. Maybe they can break that record time and time again. Maybe there's a possibility of actually catching Indonesia now, because that's the one round where they really need to perform. You know, when Indonesia goes out early, then they need to pull up, and they did so far. Also Bhutan, we've seen what they're capable of so far. They didn't really have too much pressure, too much challenge all around them, but they played smart with the splits, and that's also something that's not to be underestimated. They knew when to group up back inside the compound, and that's what they've done so far. So I'm looking forward to seeing Bhutan play for the rest of this game.
Bangladesh versus Nepal, one of the strongest fighting teams in Nepal, is not looking hard in this one right now. Bangladesh clearing over the top. They've taken a knock towards them as well, but trading favorably so far. Liquid has to pull off big here. Has to try and get the nades out. Has to try and put as much pressure in as he can. Because even though Bhutan, I think, is pulling up into this fight, potentially from the other side, they need to get the reses themselves, and that's looking like good util. That's going to make the reses so hard. Look at all of these teams flexing out as well. It's Myanmar from the compound at the same time. And it's not looking easy here for Nepal to scrap their way on through. This is, yeah, there's another one. There's a flush from the different side. It's getting harder and harder, Alex.
Yeah, it is. They have to be incredibly careful now of not being shot from any directions the further they move inwards. Now another knock is coming on through. Liquid thought about crossing, but the timing just isn't quite right. And Bangladesh, they needed that as well as picking up 1 more, maybe 2 more frags in total because of it. I think all of the flashes actually went their way. Nepal is eliminated, and that's another absolute top team out of this round.
The top teams are finally showing some weaknesses. Myanmar here, they would love to be more aggressive. They would love to get further out in this, but they only have 1 player ready for it. This would have been a nice opportunity to clear their edge and really take a whole lot of space for themselves. They saw some weakness next to them. Japan, on the other side, have gotten themselves some kills here, but have also lost a member, so slowly getting whittled down in their shack survival positions. As Myanmar is still trying to hold both sides of the road here. They're still holding strong versus multiple teams that might want to aggress the next zone here.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Vietnam can play in the next zone. I think it would have shifted a little bit more north. They could have still played that ridgeline, but otherwise it's going to be really, really tough. A breach on the compound, on the Rainbow compound towards the west. Always possible. But I think with how many people are still looking at it, there's so many other teams that don't really need to necessarily fight at the moment and can just look around the circle like Malaysia. I think that breach is going to be incredibly tough. More breaches are coming in Cambodia. I said we need a good game. Right now, they're in a good spot to do so. But their next fight is going to decide everything they get in this round.
Good reposition from Vietnam, getting themselves closer to the road, playing the little ridge line, using the cars as cover as well to make sure they put themselves in front of Pakistan. Pakistan, again, they did their job here, I feel like. They'd taken out Laos as well, right below them. Remember, that was a fight they wanted to take. They have taken it, and they have won it. Now, if they can find an opening here towards Vietnam, that would be absolutely massive, but they have no right to do so, and they shouldn't be able to get away with it. 2v4, absolutely unspeakable if they do, but there's the push coming out. Shadows, nice little bit of a land grab from him there, making sure that they can't get utility, making sure they don't get naded in the same spot by taking a little bit more ground for himself.
Yeah, really good play. As we come back to Bhutan on that southern side. The team that I'm, as well as Cambodia, the most interested in right now, because I feel like for a team that played, or is that inexperienced that played the best so far, just based off of the few situations we've seen. So incredibly excited to see them play and maybe reach late game once more. 1-8 coming out, Shadows. A big hope for Vietnam is shattered down to 1 HP. Yes, Yoni almost taking him down. There's a double 8 coming in. That's great team play. But he did get the heal off right before that. And his position right behind the ridgeline is so tough.
He's just he's the only one left for Vietnam. He's the only one left. They've actually taken this fight here, Pakistan, and they've actually managed to come out on top so far. They're just in the 1v2 now. If they manage to get the heals back up, if they manage to group on up, the nade spam is coming on through, and that's the second one. That might even do the trick. 1 HP again, just barely getting the first hit off. The 3 gear and the Groza are holding him in this, but it's a matter of time until they finally clean it up, and IQ gets his 5th with the unit on 8. Pakistan is doing so much work this game.
Oh, yes, they are. Let's take a look on the other side, though. Cambodia is finally getting an entry on towards Bhutan. So for any Bhutan fan, that is not what you want to see. One player being left out in the open and him immediately getting punished for it. And they need to move out of this sometime soon. As you can see, they're only really being covered by one player, and that is, if I saw that correctly, a Yeti still inside the compound holding their ground against the Bangladeshi player who need to move in as well. This could be a 3, potentially 4, maybe even 5-way fight here on the southern side. Everyone needs to move in. Question is, who does first?
It's a big pull up, and that's good shots coming out of Bangladesh. That's making sure that they stay in this for another just few seconds at least. But there's one coming over the top. It's Kiddo. Gets himself one, gets himself a confirm. But he's trying to delay this one, and the more he delays, the easier it gets. Third parties are coming in from a distance. Myanmar has something to say about this, and these fights are getting so messy, so dirty, so quick. Japan trying to hold on. Bangladesh trying to hold on. Cambodia trying to collide from the other sides. Malaysia in this as well. It's an absolute carnage on all sides of the zone, Felix. I have no idea who's going to come out on top of this, but all I know is that on the northern side, there are a few teams that are laughing and smiling at this right now.
Yeah, they are. It's only been 2 frags being secured though by Cambodia. This is so bad. Oh my god, what a shot though from Astro. He's not being taken down just yet. Now he is, as Pakistan from the other side of the circle get their 17th frag. Ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely crazy. Pakistan is destroying this lobby. The 18th frag as well as Kenny goes down. What more can they do? This is almost, I want to say at least in the Iesf qualifier stages, this is almost record-breaking what Pakistan is putting up right now.
This is absolutely mental. I have no idea what is going on at this point. This is just absolutely insane what they've been able to pull off. Good nade from Malaysia, who've been able to consolidate at least a tiny little bit. More nades coming on now. Japan falling to pieces here in just a matter of seconds. Another nade, that's good. There's going to be the confirm. But Myanmar has been able to consistently reset this as well, Felix. They've been able to stay 4 strong, and they're looking for a contender to win this game, but there's another one coming out for Pakistan. Somehow, knock and confirm onto Jimmy. They are just going absolutely ballistic right now. Crazy stuff coming out from them.
Oh, Olio gets taken down by Yeti. Out of all the players, Bhutan is still alive, and Yeti standing and fighting for his honor. And his name now gets traded out by Naoto. But not even a problem. Not a problem. He's behind the ridgeline. He can get revived. I think at least, never mind. He's being taken out by none other than Pakistan, who I think now have secured that 20th frag, ladies and gentlemen. This is record-breaking at this point. We'll have to wait and see how far this goes. Yone is finally being found by, I do believe, Myanmar, that is, on that western side. But they do need to move out of the zone as well. And look at this. You have IQ standing there, ready and waiting for them to exit it.
That is absolutely mental. I said it'd be crazy if they could get double-digit kills twice in a row. They're getting 20 eliminations in this match alone. It's absolutely mind-boggling. We've had a few people in chat saying, well, Pakistan is there, so the rest of the lobby has an easier time. They've actually turned this around so much. They're slaughtering their way through this. And they're already up to a third place now. They have a good chance of Japan going out before them, I think. And no matter what happens from now on out, 20 eliminations is just mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. 8 and 9 eliminations on 2 of their players. It's not even spread across 4 players. It's spread across 3 players. And IQ now trying to do some more. He does somehow make it past that ridgeline. Maybe he's found a spot where he can stay alive in, at least for the time being. As this phase 9 is just now closing in, but Japan finds him, and IQ's dreams are shattered for an absolute miraculous run. He will not get that second place. Instead, it is going to be Japan. As the rest of the players are now converging on them. And look at this. What a game. What an absolutely amazing game from multiple teams. But in the end, it is going to be Myanmar taking the chicken dinner with only, and I gotta say only, especially in comparison to Pakistan, only 6 frags.
It's gotta feel bad when you win in the game and everybody says, yeah, but you only had 6 eliminations. Yeah, well, that is the way it goes. I think that was a really well-played game from Myanmar. They were constantly flexing out, making sure they get their kills here or there, making sure that they keep the control of the ground around them. So, really, really good game from them. But the show has been stolen. The show was all about Pakistan in this one. I said it'd be crazy if they could pull off the 4v2 versus Vietnam, and that's literally what they did. No problem at all.
Yeah, Pakistan is that's one force to be reckoned with right now, because if you start off like this 2 times in a row, that confidence is going to transition. So I'm not sure if that's going to stop. Pakistan is going to take the fight if they can. Now, that could be good or that could be bad, but at the moment it seems very, very good. So Pakistan, at the moment, definitely in contention as well for that top 3 spot. We'll have to wait and see. Let's take a look at some of these highlights. Starts off with the team that we've seen in the very late stages as well take second place, win the hard job against the team that's won last round. That is the storyline in and of itself as well. Japan coming back from the depths of the leaderboard to grab some really important points.
Really, really big for Japan, really big for Indonesia, but in the wrong sense, right? That pull-up not working out for them at all. There was some really sloppy shots from Sri Lanka there in that fight for a bit, but it doesn't matter in the end. Indonesia not able to come through, and Pakistan able to third party on it. Pakistan able to clean that up, no problem at all. And that was the start of their roll. That was their first 4 kills, and that's where they started kicking off things, right? And from then on out, they just weren't to be stopped.
No, they really weren't. Indonesia, first time. We're seeing them here right now in the highlights as well for the very first time. Not having as good of a game as they did the 4 rounds before that. Same goes for Brunei, unfortunately. I feel like they had the chances. If they want to win this fight, once again, it would have been a good showing. But they just fall short of winning that one fight that really catapults them into the late game. And also, it was Pakistan. I mean, everyone that met Pakistan in this game, and they did not have good circles, ladies and gentlemen. Pakistan did not have good circles whatsoever. This is a really tough zone to fight, but everyone who met Pakistan got obliterated anyways. So that makes this even more crazy. They weren't just sitting in a central compound with everyone around them kind of converging on them. No, it was the other way around. They had to split multiple times. They had to use their vehicles to their advantage, and that's what they did brilliantly.
When they were stuck on that ridge next to Los Leones, they have Laos right below them. They have 3 of Malaysia in front of them, between them and the zone. I was like, okay, if they manage to take that 2v2 and somehow win it, then that's their job done. That's all they had to do this game. That's pretty much the best outcome. And then they go kill that, and they go 4v2 Vietnam, and then they go kill a few more people, and it's just absolutely mental what they were doing.
Suddenly it's 20.
Suddenly you're up to 20 kills. Completely crazy. What they were able to pull off this one, and we'll see how that affects the standings later. I can't wait, because I think that's a bit of a wake up signal for everybody else as well, right? A team that's really been struggling in the first 3 matches just absolutely bombarding themselves up the scoreboard in back-to-back games. Just goes to show you that everybody can do it still, and that everybody's still in the running here.
Yeah. Let's take a look at some of these winner statistics, ladies and gentlemen. Some of these team stats. Who did the most amount of work for Malaysia? And, well, everyone did some amount, but Smile, I guess, did the most. Not only in damage, but also in eliminations. And he's only had 51 damage received. You said there was this mathematical formula on how well someone is playing, which is damage through damage received, divided by damage received, excuse me. And he would definitely win this by a big margin, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. That's a really good stat. Usually if you're above 1, right, that's pretty good. And then that was just a solid 10 right there in ratio. Not a lot of smokes and nades expanded on this one. Bit of a different counter on those, but I think that is a little bit to do with how many ridges there are on Miramar and how much more natural cover these teams have. But regardless, pretty consistent stats on all the other stats. I feel like vehicle events down to 2. Almost more than I would have expected, but pretty standard stuff here.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff. I'm surprised we didn't see more smokes and nades being used. I felt like, as I said on Erangel, I thought Miramar was going to be more prone, but then again, that was a tough zone again. I gotta say, we almost exclusively had really tough zones for edge-playing teams. And that makes it even crazier that Pakistan is such a good game. You can see the post-match stats here. 4 out of the 5 players from Pakistan being in the top 5 categories. So that makes it even crazier. IQ especially, in my opinion, had one hell of a game on here as well. These guys playing their hearts out. Playing their absolute hearts out. They want to qualify. You can tell Pakistanis, they want to qualify for Riyadh, which, to be reminded, top 3 will do from Group B and top 2 from Group A, who will be, which will be concluded tomorrow already. So the next 2 days will be Group A and Group B once more.
And I mean, I am almost sorry for Myanmar, right? Because all we're doing is talking about Pakistan. But I think that graphic there just showed you that they're really dominated in every single category in this game. And they've got the MVP, and they're going to win the team face-off, and they're going to win the player face-off, because this was just some exceptional PUBG. And 9 eliminations, 4 assists. The high amount of assists is because they were a 2-man for so long, so they collaborated on each kill together and fought their way through the lobby. So Yone, absolutely crazy, and we will see what they show up in where they show up on the leaderboard, where they show up in all these stats that we're about to look at. But they don't need the stats. I think they've let actions speak, and everybody that's watched this game understands that they are towards the top here.
Yeah, they really should be. Let's take a look at some of these match 5 match standings, ladies and gentlemen, before we head on over to the overall standings. Pakistan, 25 points. Is that a record for today? Let me think. Yeah. Yes, it is. I think no one's had a dinner with 15 elimination nations. No. I don't think anyone can even close. I think we had double digits around the 20 mark once, but not 25. So Pakistan, not even getting first, not even getting second, but third, and still having the biggest round of this entire qualification process, Group A included. Absolute massive stuff coming from Pakistan. Myanmar also with 16, and then Japan and Malaysia. Especially Japan, with a huge upset, 16 points, that's what they need, but it's not enough. We said they need a dinner to break through that barrier of the second half, and that's to be determined whether or not that's going to happen. One more round coming up.
Nice shake-up for the leaderboard as well, with a lot of the bottom teams performing here, right? Malaysia is the only top team who actually got good points out of this. Vietnam, Nepal, Indonesia all falling pretty short on this one, so it's really just Malaysia who stayed consistent in match 5. And a lot of the bottom teams just creeping their way on up. So that's good to see. That's going to make it a little bit more exciting coming into the rest of the matches for sure.
Also, Cambodia. I would really want to touch on Cambodia. I was very surprised. I had to look at this leaderboard for a second. I thought Cambodia would have got more out of this. I thought that was going to be the first really good round for Cambodia, and they got 4 points out of it. Are you kidding me? So, yeah, it just goes to show you. Not necessarily, like, going far and around on isn't necessarily what it really comes down to. You need to pick up the frags as well. You need to get that as a 4-man, otherwise the chances of you actually picking up much is slim to none. Same goes for Brunei. We always see them on screen. They always seem to be in spot where they try to make they try to make the chances themselves. They try to create the chances. They try to forge their own luck. Yeah. But every single time they unfortunately lose the fights. And this round, they haven't even gotten a single point off of their fight with Pakistan. So yeah, very unfortunate. It's at this point might just be too late already.
We'll have to wait and see what the overall scoreboard tells us. I'm not writing anyone off at this point. I've just seen the unthinkable. I'm gonna be very open-minded about what these teams can do. I would have not ever guessed that Pakistan is able to pull that off after game 3, and now we have I think we have some player stats coming up for you guys. The live leaderboard, the total leaderboard is not quite ready just yet, so we have the head-to-head for match number 5. And yeah, again, I'm a little sorry for Myanmar, but these stats tell you why we've been raving about Pakistan for so much.
Yeah, 9 eliminations. I don't even know what to say. So, yeah. I'm speechless. We haven't seen this kind of performance so far in the Iesf qualifiers. You're playing against some of the best teams on the world. Sure, there's some less experienced teams here as well, but you still put up a 9 elimination game in and by yourself, and in a situation where almost every fight they took was either isolated or at a disadvantage. They almost exclusively had fights where they didn't have the advantage, or at least it was a 50-50. So, man, crazy. Pakistan showing us what they're capable of. 6 frags for Myanmar. We said that was a little bit lackluster. Fortunately for them, they didn't really have to move too much in this one. That was the good message for them. So they secure themselves predominantly placement points, and that's what they need as well.
And they played this clean. They played a really good game of PUBG. It's just that they didn't pull off the magic that some others did. So shout out to them. Well played, and they're in 8th place because of that. Pakistan has just pushed themselves into 4th. I'm going to have to go back in the VOD and see what they were before this game, because I feel like they've just skipped by about 10 placement or something like that. They were definitely... I don't even know if they were in the top half before this game. I might be wrong, but they have just made a massive stride towards the top. And Indonesia fallen so short, Felix, has opened this up a little bit, with Malaysia now just 2 points behind.
Yeah, just 2 points. That's absolutely massive. Pakistan, though, despite that big game, not in the top 3. That's what I'm more surprised about. That just goes to show you how consistent Nepal, Malaysia, and Indonesia have been playing. Vietnam now. That's the one team I'm a little bit worried about. It's 15 points already, and these guys have been all over the place, right? They've had pretty good positions, but they always tend to lose some players in the process of getting to phase 6. So I'm hoping that's going to be fixed soon.
And there's Japan, creeping up to 11th. A sign of life, I think, for them. Pretty much the only team in the bottom that has been able to do that next to Pakistan. And finally starting to show a little bit of what we expect from that team. I think they need another one, though. If they don't end this one with 40 points or so, I'm not counting on them tomorrow. We are seeing teams pull away at the top, and we are seeing the gaps widening in some instances here. So I think we're going to have to see what Japan can pull off in this last Miramar that we are playing tonight.
One more game, ladies and gentlemen. It's just one more game. So quick shout out to everyone who's been watching so far, who's been supporting in the chat. I think we've seen almost every flag now, except for the Indonesian. Obviously, we have an Indonesian stream running in parallel, so that might be the reason for it. But we've seen, I think, almost any flag at this point, so shout out to all the fans supporting. I think it means the absolute world to some of these players. Support your nation, support your country. That's what these players are playing in the first place, right? Some of these teams, they could just, continue practicing with their usual organizations and lineups, preparing for PMWC or any of the tournaments. But no, they want to play Iesf. They want to represent their nation. They want to bring honor to their country, and that's why Iesf is so amazing in what they do, and the World Esports Championship in Riyadh is going to be an amazing event as well, I know for sure already. Ladies and gentlemen, we will go into a very short break, just a couple of minutes before we head back and show you guys the last match for group number B. Be tuned. Stay tuned. Be tuned. Stay tuned.
Back from the break one last time. We're here to bring you the last Miramar of the night. My name is Kobo. I am joined by Felix. We've had an absolute blast so far. I feel like we've had extremely explosive performances by a lot of these teams, topped by Pakistan there towards the end. And then we've had a few teams just consistently keeping up the pace, right? I feel like we've had a little bit of both. We've had the ups and downs of a Pakistan, for example. We've had Malaysia, who are somehow in second place, but always being consistently good. Indonesia, of course, is there to speak of as well, Felix. What do you think about the last game? Who you think is showing up? What do teams need to do?
There's the obvious answer and there's the less obvious answer. So the obvious answer is obviously Pakistan. I'm not sure what kind of switch they just pressed, but the last two games have been, to put in your words, explosive. To say the very least, more than explosive. They've set almost records. I'm not sure we've ever had in a qualification stage that was at least streamed here at the Iesf Qualifiers, where so many frags have been gathered by just one team, and an 18-team lobby especially. Yeah. An 18-team lobby, that makes it even harder. And I'm 100% sure there hasn't been a team that has gathered 20 kills in a circle as tough as this for Pakistan. So I'm excited to see them play. Also, I got to highlight Japan finally finding at least some kind of footing. I know it was kind of a scent towards the shack, but they made the best out of it, and I know everyone knows it at this point because I've literally predicted them in round one, but I hope we're going to continue seeing strong performances from them.
Yeah, I think fair play to them. They did a good job that game, but I think you've touched on something that's super interesting there is it wasn't an easy game in any part of the match for Pakistan, right? They had to fight their way in on each edge, and I said, well, they have one player in front of them here. They can try and go play that. They can go fight that, but it was never easy. It was never free, and they were able to do so much damage to the lobby. We'll see how that transitions into the last game. We'll see how that goes into match 6. Like I said, crunch time, right? Not a lot of matches left. We're almost halfway through this qualifier. It goes so fast. It goes so quick, and some of the teams will be sat wondering where the hell did all of these games go in just about half an hour. So one more chance today to set yourself up for the most important break in the tournament, the one-day break where you can look at the leaderboard and say, well, these are our chances. This is what we have to do. And it's going to get easier the higher you are on that leaderboard, because the lower you are, it's going to be, the more you're going to be doubting yourself and the more you're going to be hesitant coming into day 2.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that one-day break is going to be incredibly important for some of these teams that are on the cusp of breaking into the top 3, because you'll be reminded, it is 12 games only. We have not a break of the qualification, but we have Group A tomorrow, and that means Group B has a pause of just one day, and after that it's just 6 more matches, and if these matches are over, top 3 are going to Riyadh in the later stages of this year. So chances are running out, ladies and gentlemen. For all the teams that want to catch up, you need big games like Pakistan has done, and even 2 games as big as Pakistan might not even be enough to get you into qualification stages, as we've seen from them. So do be paying attention to match number 6 here at the Iesf Asian and Oceanic Qualifiers.
Southern Plain, very, very far Southern Plain on this Miramar with 18 teams. It's going to be tricky for most of them to make it to a loot spot. We already see Sri Lanka and Taipei in Valdemar. We see 2 teams in Chumasera as well. That is Bangladesh and Thailand. We see a lot of teams stretching out towards the northwest here. We see multiple teams in Los Leones. This is going to be tight. This is going to be packed. Quite a few hot drops coming up here. I already see a player knocked down flush just on the map. Thailand is starting off just where they left off. As always, in a hot drop, they're not hot dropping Picardo this time. They've just hot dropping Juma instead. That's what they like to do. That's how they like to approach these. And I think they've started the hot drop with just 2 kills going towards them instantly here.
Second hot drop, second time a hot drop that we haven't really expected, I would say. Chinese Taipei against Sri Lanka. First couple of shots are being thrown the way of Sri Lanka, but not a single knock so far. I want to say, just positioning-wise, Sri Lanka with a big advantage in the positions that they have, kind of surrounded Chinese Taipei a little bit. Then again, the cross towards Sadia is possible, so if these 3 players run over, that whole position is not as valuable as it looks of right now. Jumping over, Nick and Hack second out hot job. It is Bangladesh against Thailand. Another hot job that we haven't really seen before. What is happening? How do these teams suddenly just switch up on the hot jobs and find hot jobs again? That's what I'm so worried about.
And there's a shotgun coming out. There's a flush coming out. It's a little overzealous here from Sadia. He goes in a little too deep and gets instantly traded on out. He's really trying to commit for the flush, but it does cost his life here in the end. And yeah, I'm not sure where the hot drops are coming from, but it feels like Thailand's so good at these hot drops that they just want to keep approaching them this way, and they want to keep looking for them. They now finally lost a player. Now finally someone's been able to put a little bit of pressure back towards them. But so far, they've been mighty consistent and mighty proficient in the hot drops. Look at them. They're running him over now. The team play is there. There's a bit of util. There's a bit of dodging and weaving. Where's that nade? Finally coming in and out. It does a bit of damage, but they have to clean this up, and they have to be fast at it. How many casualties did they take here? Did they take just one? I think so.
Yeah.
That's almost worth it, but that's sort of at the cutoff, right? We've been talking about that before. Losing 1 for 4 kills is almost not worth it, I would say.
Really depends on what you do with it. Well, I think as of right now, I don't think it's worth it. If they continue playing strong in the remaining minutes of this round, then maybe, you know, you get a couple of more frags, you get a couple of more points, then maybe it's worth it. But not in the top 3. Actually, I'll take it all back. Yeah, it's pretty definitively not worth it.
That's the main point, is you're not competing for a top 8 out of 16 or something along the lines of that. Not even a top 5 out of 16. It's a top 3 out of 18. You really have to be far, far above average if you want to be qualifying here. So even a good trade, like a 4-1 trade, is not amazing. And you really have to be amazing if you want to be in the top 3 here after 12 games. So yeah, it shifts the limits a little bit. It shifts the valuations a little bit of what you should be happy with in this tournament.
It also makes it so incredibly hard for every other team that wants to break into the top 3 to realize, hey, we need this amount of points as kind of a guideline on what we should do each game. That's not really possible, because we know how top-heavy it is. There's probably going to be some teams with way more points than the top 3 than, for example, the top 4 even. I think the cutoff is going to be big, and especially the middle of the pack is going to be very big in comparison to the top 3 as well. So yeah, makes it really tough for any team to kind of just plan on how well they need to perform. So go with the flow is, I guess, what we're saying. That's also what Sri Lanka should do in this 3-on-4. We have all the 4 players of Chinese Taipei on the other side of the street, but no one's really crossing anything just yet.
Taking their time with this one. It's always tricky. It's always hard. You want to close out the hot drop fast so you can continue to keep playing the game from there, right? But it is so hard. And a 4v4 versus a team that knows what they're doing, any play you make, any risk you take, they might be watching you from a window like Clumsy is there, and you're instantly punished. It goes so fast. Different kills coming out for Japan in a far distant fight. But Sri Lanka is looking to try and pick some players off here. They're looking to try and catch Taipei on off angles. Effect is so far split. He was so far trying to get a wrap on them. He might be out of this fight, Felix.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be. I think at this point it's almost a certainty that he is out of this fight. Clumsy's already repositioning. Maybe he can do something from a distance. Yeah, I think they're positioning so that they're open to the play on the other side to effect. But historically, that's never really worked out perfectly. Not unless you have the man advantage. He gets headshot, and that's the big difference now. Clumsy's low HP as well. They have to make this fight count and have to make these shots count. But he's even peeking. Doesn't get anything just yet. I think it's both these players down now. So it's the only effect, and his position is known. Flushes are coming through. No chance at all for Sri Lanka, unfortunately. And Chinese Taipei will pick themselves up 2 more frags, potentially even the 4th one.
Not looking good for Sri Lanka here. They get a few knocks, but they don't get the kills, and they don't get the points. And look who's in the kill feed right now, Felix. Pakistan is stopping right where they left off. Already picking up 2. No retaliation so far, so they are staying clean with it. And they're staying aggressive. Picking up a few. Picking up a bit of space. Looking what's happening around them. That's a big knock coming towards them. Azagi has to be a little bit careful here. They pick him back up. I'm not even sure if they'll get there in time, Felix.
No, I don't think so either. Oh! Pakistan will lose a player then as a result of that. Don't think there's gonna be a chance. Cambodia, we're close to it. Always choosing to go for that western rotate in. We saw them having trouble with it in the last game. This time around it looks a little bit cleaner. But the zone in and of itself is a little bit further towards the east as well. Oh, no, in fact. Oh, that is so unfortunate, but I'd be lying if I would say that has never happened to me. That's just unfortunate. You are excused, in fact. But that's just not how you want to go out of this day.
He got a flush and 2 knocks. He had brought it down to a 1v1. And then that happens. Oh, that is so unfortunate. It was looking so good. He was making such a stand for himself, and then a little bit unfortunate bounce on the railing. I think that was the railing along the stairs that really just brought him to his own demise there. But it happens to the best of us. Heartbreaking though, when he was so close to clutching that out.
Not even sure what Malaysia's going to do here. Kind of looking to go for the similar entry as they have in the last round, but this time around, as we said, the circle is a bit further towards the east, so they're kind of just splitting this edge of the city of Laos. I'm not too fond of this spot, just solely because the circle doesn't really end there ever. Sure, you have good rotation, good rotations, and you will probably make it in to the next 3 phases. Yes, and you get a lot of good rotation pathings as well, but kill potential is always non-existent unless someone literally just drives into you through the road, which almost never happens. And then if you do need to leave the city, there is lots of risk involved with it. So we'll have to wait and see how that's going to work out. Brunei, on the other hand, also waiting for their big round. Always a team that likes to fight relatively early, and they have been pressured into Pakistan just last round too. Maybe it's going to happen this time around as well.
Brunei has been a team that's been good in team fights. Yes, they're up against Pakistan. Yes, we've been singing their songs for the last hour or so, but Brunei has been really good in team fights so far, and they're looking to try and maybe just find a sneaky opening, I feel like, here, newbies. He's trying to find one for free so they don't have to fight them later, as their position in the circle is massive here, right? Look at the top right, you see the map. Brunei is controlling some of the best spots in the circle, so they don't want to go for a fight here. They're just hoping to weaken the team next to them, potentially for free, which could make their game so much easier in the long run.
Yeah. That's, I think, the 10th hard shift in phase 3 that we've seen. At least it feels like it. Obviously, we only had 6 hard shifts, 6 phase 3 today, but it really does feel like it's been a hard shift every single time. And I'm going to have to look back at the VODs after today has ended and check it, because that's just so tough for plenty of these teams. Phase 3 is such an important shift.
Yeah.
Nothing you can really work around, but with 18 teams, sometimes it can make a difference. If 6 times in a row the circle does really shift hard against you. And the rest of the circles aren't really necessarily kind to you either. For one team, that's not really made a difference for Pakistan.
Yeah, it really hasn't. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe it has in the first 3 games. Maybe they just weren't able to start playing their own game until then. But yeah, in general, right? You have enough games, then you can really even out the randomness that circles can bring. But in 12 games where you have to get a top 3, there is certainly a factor that's a little bit influenced by luck. So far, I think the top teams have clearly shown that they're beyond that, and they're so much better than the rest of the lobby that they don't really get impacted all too much. But the teams in the mid-pack, just one convenient circle can really push them a long way and really get them going into the groove that they need to get right here.
Good shots against Japan coming in from Laos. Boy, he's been the most important fragger for Laos today. Unfortunately, they are one of the teams in the bottom half of the leaderboard did, relatively surely, do not have a chance at qualifying anymore. But that's not all they're playing for. They are playing to put some honor on their name. We see heated discussions in the chat as well. Which nation, which country has the better PUBG Mobile esports scene? And even though Laos isn't necessarily in the discussion, this could be the start of things. And Laos national team is, as we said, also not to be underestimated. Japan making their way to the city. We saw them get some shots off against Laos, but they haven't lost a single player yet, and that is what keeps them going. There's still a long road ahead of them, though. As we see now, Uto being the first one to arrive on the other side.
A lot of repositions around the city, a lot of trying to figure out what positions you need to be holding, what positions you want to be holding. Brunei also trying to slide on through there. Multiple teams already posing up. You can see Myanmar coming in from the road. Chaco is on the low ground. They're waiting for this. They're ready for this. They're putting out a bit of damage. They are not getting the knocks just yet. It's Piasao on the low ground, excuse me. They are trying to make this work here, Brunei. They're trying to get these kills, but they have to be a little careful about what's happening all around them, because there's a few more teams in the city, and it's not just Laos, it's not just Japan. There's a whole lot of players already inside Los Leones.
Yeah, I'm not surprised so many teams are opting to go for the city early right now. There's limited space towards the southern side available. Lots of teams have rotated in relatively early and have gained themselves a good position as a result of that. So that means less space for them to rotate around. Good shots coming in from Brunei against some of these teams rotating towards the eastern side. Vietnam, namely. Usually they are a team that finds themselves in better spots in Phase 3. I gotta say, I'm very surprised to see them on the edge here. They, at least in the first 3 games, they were more tending towards, if they have prey on something, they take it. I feel like maybe that's changed just a tiny bit. But maybe we haven't got the full picture. Maybe they've also run into some bumps on the road. Had to change your vehicle. Maybe you had to find someone on the way there. So far, we haven't really seen them in this match. Or possibilities on why they are stuck to the edge now in Phase 3. Next zone is coming up, and if I had to, if I were a gambling man, I'd say this is going to go south.
We'll see in just a few seconds. Indonesia versus Thailand on the south, with Vietnam just about to knock on the door, is certainly an area that we want to pay attention to. Is some of the most high-profile teams, some of the highest on the leaderboard teams meeting each other in that small corner of the zone. Especially if the zone goes away, might see some conflict around those parts, but we have 3 to 4 seconds until Phase 4 pops. Lots of teams still struggling on edges, but this one has gone northwest. This one's good for Chinese Taipei that we're watching right now. It's going to continue going towards them, and it's given them a chance to get inside here and actually take a fight fairly unfazed by where the zone will go.
Yeah. Maldives, also one of the teams that we have a lot of screen time from, but just not in the late game areas. They do take their fights pretty convincingly, just never cleanly. Same goes for round number 6 of today's games. Vietnam against Indonesia. This is an absolute top fight, ladies and gentlemen. Gozu goes down as one of the first players that's being knocked down. Pongbeat, I think with 2 actually, definitely one of the flushes as well. Vietnam is trying to stay alive, and this one, the players are falling left, right, and center. Shadow suddenly finds himself with Lamborghini as the last 2 players left alive.
This is an absolute mess on the southeastern side as expected, but look at Thailand as well. They're going into this, and they're going into this completely untouched, uncontested, nobody else on their side of this fight. Vietnam down to almost no HP between these 2 players. I think there was even a Malaysian third party in there at some point from range, and it's not looking good. Indonesia out again, 2 points only. Thailand has lost a member in this, and Vietnam is looking worse for wear as well. There's an absolute mess on the southeast. Like we said, if the circle goes away, these teams are going to explode on each other. Now Lamborghini has a nade primed with his name on it, half HP. Shotgun comes over the top. This is not pretty for either of these 2 teams, but they want to close this out quickly so they can move on and actually play the rest of the game here.
Oh, yes, they do. Gabby is already close to it, and he gets Sanhok as well. The other smoke at Eugene's, and it's going to be enough. And I think Shadow, the last player left for Vietnam, has been spotted as well. They know he's in the smoke. He's going to get flushed out. No problem at all. 2-3-0 is there for the rescue for his teammate. And that is Thailand picking themselves up, I think, 4, maybe 5 frags just based off of this fight alone. Really good stuff. But most importantly, they are taking down 2 teams that are in straight opposition to them on the overall leaderboard.
Big fights, big points. They stay relatively clean in this. And they are going to continue playing the game from here. I'm not sure how far they'll get. I think we have Malaysia right above them on the top there, waiting to try and keep them out. But it's not always the easiest thing to do when you're on the uphill and you have a team pull up below you. That being said, 13 teams still alive in this circle. It's neatly packed. And we're looking for another shift that will have a massive impact here, Felix. Because wherever this goes, it's going to eliminate maybe 4 to 5 teams. And there's going to be a lot of conflict instantly breaking out after.
The zone is going to close in a second, and we'll have a better idea of who's got the biggest chances of winning this. Cambodia is still very much in it, and I'm still rooting for them. I can see them down towards the small power grid area, southern part of Los Leones. Around the water tanks, pretty good compound. Just have to be careful from up top, but as long as that's covered, you have exits into everything. You've even got exit into the city, so pretty strong stuff from them coming out. Myanmar, always a team good for the fights, has dedicated that whole team to the city. They are gambling on that city ending. If it does come in, they're going to be in a really good spot as well, but lots of teams around them.
Circle's coming on in. Circle's going towards the northeast. The circle's going to whatever team was spectating. It feels like the observers are just absolutely jinxing half of the lobby here. Southwest is going to get sticky. Southwest is going to get hard to maneuver through. And the northeast has a bit of breathing room. Brunei, maybe time to get that res if no nade comes in. It is pretty nadeable, that garage, though. There's a good chance. Shako instantly wants to take a little bit more ground. He's going far. He's going deep. They've got to be careful here, Brunei. They're really splitting themselves up quite a lot, considering they're so involved in a fight right now.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but I also like the initiative from Shako to immediately reposition. So he knew that was a position that was free. Unfortunately, now that we've seen the kill feed, it didn't quite work out, but I still think these are the kind of situations where you know you're at a disadvantage, you know these guys are coming for you, then do take the initiative. Do take maybe a random approach to some degree as well, something that the enemies won't expect, and that's what Shako did. Didn't work out, and as a result of that, Brunei and the rest of them are being breached at the moment while we speak. 2 players already knocked down. I think it's just 1 player left alive.
Not looking good in that fight, and particularly civil on the rest of the map, honestly. Slow fights, not a whole lot exploding as much as I thought as it would be. It's really just Myanmar, Brunei, and Myanmar getting the better of them for now, but Smile is completely left to his own devices here. He's gone too far too soon, and he's instantly put down in the process as Brunei finally claws one back, finally puts a stop to the wreckage that Myanmar has been putting on them.
Oh.
Yes, out, pretty much knocked and flushed here. But now there's third parties coming in. Now Japan is getting interested on the minimap and looking to claim some of these space and some of these kill points.
Good shots. Oh, man, it gets set down from Naoto, who's been the key fragger for Japan so far. But all in all, none of these frags should really matter. None of these teams inside the city have any reason to really get too close to each other. Unless they have an isolated fight like Brunei had against Myanmar. Otherwise, they will wait for the next circle shift. Only 1 team on that southern hillside now. It is Malaysia. Has to make sure to grab all the vehicles they can, because at one point they will need to move north. And that means down from the hillside by the looks of it. At least the way the circle is shifted right now, it tends to be a city ending. I know I gambled on a southern ending, but I guess we're not going to get that. Meanwhile, it is Thailand eliminated. 6 frags. No placement point whatsoever for them.
Yeah.
As they're out in 12th place.
They got themselves the kills when they could, and then they couldn't find a way on in into a very, very hard circle. Timor-leste versus Cambodia on the south. Timor-leste at least getting a few kill points, sort of showing a little bit of life now. It's William again, the one that's putting up big points for them. He's been the star of today for them, but again, they're sitting between multiple teams. They're going to have a very hard time moving. I'm loving where Pakistan is at right now. Only 3 kills. Usually they have about 15 at this stage of the game. But they are in a pretty solid position here in the town. Very central. Lots of sidelines. They're looking good for the rest of this match, Alex.
Yeah, they really are. They've got everything they need. Next circle kind of centralizes up. I'm not sure if that favors anyone just yet. Lots of teams have lots of space around the city edges. I want to say especially Ajay and his squad. They've got surprisingly a lot of space. Nepal, so Nepal on the western side is in a really, really good spot to hold out everyone from the south. I didn't even realize that before I saw the map and before you just talked about it. So
it's a little greedy though. It's a little much, especially on that southwestern side. We can see, right, that they have a lot of space towards the northwest that's completely uncontested. But I'm hoping that they're quick to react once they realize how many teams want to get in on their southwest. And you take a few kills, sure, but you can't take a 2 versus 4 versus 4 versus 3. That's not happening. And if they manage to get some third-party opportunities there, if they manage to take some kills that are relatively uncontested, that's awesome. But losing 2 members here would absolutely just break their back and ruin a game that could be a win. So you've got to be very careful in the fights they take.
They would have the big government building in the middle of it. if they were to rotate away from the south a bit, and they could kind of rule that as a 4-man, which would be very strong.
Nice.
In the meanwhile, we have city fights engaging. Myanmar tries to cross the street. Marnet, who's been the most important fragger for Myanmar, I want to say, together with West Kerry, has found an entry, but he's going to get traded out immediately. Brunei gets, found in the smoke, but there's traders there immediately. Brunei bringing things back, and I think Shackle might be revived as well.
Nice little clutch raise for Brunei at this point, as they will consolidate back into 3 players up. Nice little UMP spray to break the door and kill the player behind it. Love to see that. And
yeah,
I think that's already a knock coming in towards Nepal, by the way. The pressure's already mounting, but they are shifting all the way towards this. They're not interested in playing the center, as you alluded to. They're not interested in playing the most central building. They're interested in clearing their edge, and I think that's respectable. It is the higher risk play, but it can have the bigger payoff. So we'll see how that points out for them.
Yeah. Who would have thought that Timor-leste and Brunei in the midst of Game 6, where more than half of the teams eliminated are currently in the top spot, at least in terms of points being secured. Brunei with 4, Timor-leste with 4, and Chinese Taipei also with 4. These are 3 teams in the second part of the leaderboard. Now, do I think they will win the game? Honestly, no. From the position they're playing off of, no. But it's a good sign that even the teams that have been struggling so far are coming back up.
It's what you tend to see when you give teams more games. You tend to see the slow starters get back into it a little bit, and you tend to see the crazy starts dwindle down a bit. It's just what more sample size does usually when the skill disparities aren't crazy. And I feel like everybody's shown some flashes of brilliance today. Maybe not everybody, but a lot of teams in this lobby. Malaysia right now, I think they're the consistency kings, and they're one of the least flashy teams in the lobby because they have just consistently put up good numbers without exploding like crazy. But again, not a crazy circle position for them, not a crazy amount of kills. But if they keep focusing towards the west here, I think they can get away with another 7 to 8 point game for sure.
Yeah, it could very well happen.
They want to send it though, I think. I think they want to go north here. I think they're smoking a path to try and go down the hillside already.
I feel like that would be too early.
I think so too.
I think they could easily wait for the circle shift to close, and at least third party, some of these teams coming in from the western side. I don't think they realize how many people are there, which is understandable because they haven't fought up until now. But even if you do the move downwards, why not do it with the circle closing while everyone else has to fight? And that's the thing that I don't necessarily understand. We'll have to wait and see if it works out for them. Nepal with a good entry towards the southern side. Malaysia is starting things off strong as well. They've sent down the first one. They want to use the remaining time on phase 7 to get the frags against Pakistan, the one team that's been absolutely on fire for now. But I don't think they made it down all the way.
Yeah, they got the worst of both worlds now. They didn't take the kills on the top, and they also weren't fast enough to make it down to the 5 stack before Pakistan was able to take it. So Pakistan shifting away from their original positions, more towards the southern edge here, has really caught off Malaysia and has really slowed their approach. The res has come through for Pakistan, and the res is absolutely impossible for Malaysia. So a very good trade for the high fragging team. And almost everyone's now made their way on in. Cambodia is still creeping around the bottom of these rocks. Malaysia's still hiding out on the top of them. But the longer this goes, Felix, the more impossible it's going to get for them to make it any way down the mountain.
Yeah, honestly, I don't necessarily understand it completely. So I think they will look back at this game as well and yeah, maybe realize, hey, we should have waited a couple of more seconds, and if we do, maybe take a different rotation path. But it's a tough cross either way. Like at some point, you need to get away from the rocks, whether it be this phase or whether you actually try to third party towards the western side a little bit more. So at some point, you need to move, and then it's going to be everyone looking at you. So Pakistan, especially Pakistan, it's just not going to let that happen. Kenido finds one against Nuatu. I'm not sure where that is happening because that must be the other side of the city, but at least something being secured for now.
Fewer and fewer buildings are in Brunei. They've kept 3 up for now. Japan, they've stayed mighty quiet in this one, Felix. They've not really been involved all too much, and they're now gonna have to start activating the later and later this gets. I'm feeling very Pakistan right now, but I might just be biased. I might just be biased after what they pulled off earlier. But
yeah, no,
it's looking good. It's a good spot they're in. Everybody else is fighting each other.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think if we pick any team to win this game, I think it has to be Pakistan. Everyone else has to fight their way in as well. Look at all these buildings on the northern side, north of Pakistan. Yes, they're good buildings in and of itself, but if you need to move even a meter outside of it, and at the moment it looks like everyone does, at least in the next phase, because it ends literally in Pakistan, then they will all have to fight each other before fighting Pakistan, and that's the big thing.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. The only thing that really works in your favor is if Pakistan has to focus on Malaysia and Japan a little bit more than on everyone else. But even that can be fixed, because Pakistan has already grouped up 3 men inside a building. Yeah. And we'll see the rest of the fights happening, and Nepal and Taipei are getting cleared out. At least Chinese Taipei is, with Nepal picking up 4 more frags. I think 4, maybe 3. But yeah, I think Pakistan is such a good spot.
Absolutely. All the teams around them should be engaging each other first. Now Brunei just barely clinging to life there. Shako last one up. He's getting pushed by multiple teams. Japan, like we said, they want to activate, and they are activating, and they're third party in this, and they're just finding gift after gift after gift. That's one down. There's another team eliminated. They're sweeping around their sectors. They're clearing their side. The circle has gone hard north. But I'm still okay here for Pakistan, I think, because not only are they 4-man strong in that building, Cambodia and Malaysia are not going to be able to just move past each other. They're going to have to hurt each other in the process of crossing that road. And then on the northern side, we should see a little bit of Nepal versus Japan. Nepal, though, don't count them out just yet. They've been one of the strongest fighting teams, remember. And they are strong in this lobby as well.
I love the graphic up top. That's Malaysia eliminated there. We're in second place before this game. Or there might have even been a live counter, so they might even be in second place as of right now. But it might just not be enough against Indonesia, despite Indonesia not having a good game for the second time in a row. Let's take a look back. Nepal still with 3 players left alive. Haidami has been a key player for them during the qualifier stages so far. Has been knocked down, but he's in safe hands, so he will be revived. And the little bit of an upset team, Japan, who's had a good game, who I expected to have a good tournament in general, still alive as well. That nade goes far, but it hits it anyways. Matun, who's been such a key player too, with 1 nade, maybe a second one. Oh my lord! It might be the complete wipe against Nepal, which is a couple of nades being thrown.
Oh, it's beautiful. Just 1 player surviving in that open garage. It's just 1 to hold on for Nepal. He gets 1, though. He gets a bit of damage out. He's making this...
Almost.
He's making this costly for Japan. He's making them pay for it. And that's going to put them down to just 1 member. The first hit will come through, but he's going to have a terribly hard time to make it into the zone at all. Pakistan now on the roof. They've got control, and they are cleaning this up. They're closing out the day with a win, Felix.
What a storyline, coming in with 20 eliminations in the 5th map and then winning it, and on the back of that, what a performance coming in from Pakistan. They deservingly so will have a good chance of being a very top spot on the overall leaderboard after today's first 6 matches. Massive congrats, and look, I'm so happy because the PUBG Mobile gods have spoken. You have a good game where you have to fight your way through all of these matches and you actually win all of it, then you know what? We're going to reward you with a good zone. And this time around, Pakistan, it's been way easier. They could literally just wait in the building for the last 3-4 phases and wait for everyone to converge on them. And no mistakes being made whatsoever. And once again, I think that's fair. That's fair, just based off of what they had to accomplish in the previous game.
You got to give them some credit, too. They made a big switch out of very central buildings in Los Leones to that southern edge. And made a big rotation there that secured them the win, because otherwise they would have been in the buildings that Nepal was in there at the end, and you realize that was not a good approach to the zone at all. So
yeah,
really big moves coming out of Pakistan to secure that win. 12 kills to boot. Gonna once again bombard them up the standings even more. I think we have highlights ready for you guys, and we'll walk you through everything that happened this game.
Let's take a look at some of these highlights. This time around, it's not Japan fighting early. Don't be confused with the round before that. Luckily, it hasn't been Japan, because otherwise they wouldn't have had that massive round in the end and these beautiful nades that we've seen. No, Sri Lanka, unfortunately, we're going to see the last nade again, almost clutching things out. I want to say, yes, it doesn't look good for effect, but he almost clutched things out. And then we had that big fight with Indonesia, Vietnam, and Thailand coming in on the back of all that, grabbing the frags that were left over.
Big teams fighting on the southeast. Lots of teams getting stuck inside Los Leones, and then Pakistan cleaning up from the top. These nades, absolutely demolishing Nepal there, making that match a very fast end for Pakistan. But yeah, I don't even blame any of these teams dying in that southeastern fight we just saw. They just took some kills where they could, and there was just one team too many. But Pakistan rings through once again. 7 kills, 1,400 damage, and 0 damage received.
Unbelievable.
0. The man's not been touched.
I legitimately cannot believe it. That is the most absurd statistic I have ever seen. That not even a single damage, not even a nade touched him, not a single shot, and he was dealing damage constantly. You don't get 1,400 damage by just sitting in a window and I don't know, shooting at rotations. No, you actually had to peek people, and he won every single aim fight he had without getting damaged. That's the most absurd statistic I've ever seen. Give it up for IQ in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a Pakistani fan, make sure to support him at his socials, and yeah, you guys can be proud of him representing your nation, because that is completely crazy. Pakistan in top performance throughout these last 3 matches.
Crazy stuff from them. Crazy stuff from him, especially. Wow, that's pretty mental. But again, I wouldn't count out their decision making here. They put themselves in the best position multiple times in that match, and that's what really got them the win. We have another few stats, and once again, they show that there was one dominant team in this match. And I think chat is already tired of us fanboying Pakistan, but the second half,
I guess
it was 3 games Indonesia, and then it was 3 games Pakistan. I think that's pretty much the story of today. I don't have any other way to put it.
Yeah, no, that's completely true. Second time around, we have 4 out of 5 players from Pakistan being in the top 5 in all of these categories, and it's not surprising. Let's take a look at some of these match standings. That's where it's really coming down to. 22 points for Pakistan, 15 for Japan. These are some so desperately needed points. Off of the double-digit game they just had, they are staying in reach somewhat, at least. We'll have to take a look at the overall standings, but that is what Japan needed after the first initial really bad games they've had. Cambodia as well, second time around, they're at least getting middle single-digit games going. Not going to be enough. Then we need maybe like 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 dinners tomorrow for them to bring it back. But then again, it's an experienced roster. It's possible.
It's possible. Showing signs of life is what matters here. They are putting at least a few points on the board. They're making things more possible, as we have some teams really falling short towards the end here. I think Indonesia is the big name. They fell off terribly. Bhutan fell off quite a bit as well. So some of these teams falling a bit short towards the end, and Japan mounting a pretty solid comeback. I'm interested to see where they end up after this, but I feel like they should be in the top half now. I feel like they've done that work, but once again, IQ, crazy.
Surprise. Not a surprise for anyone. I was just being sarcastic. 7 eliminations, IQ. When I say the man of the day in general, from what we've seen, but I think that would be kind of unfair to Indonesia. I think Indonesia's performance has now been a little bit... It's not in recent memory as much anymore. I think that's why we're not thinking of it as being that crazy stuff they pulled off.
Yeah.
But honestly, it was 3 times second place, 3 times deservingly second place, and not so easy rounds as well. At least ties it with Pakistan's performance today. But Pakistan, in terms of fragging power, was just not touched.
Yeah.
Not touched, not even by Japan in match number 6.
We shouldn't forget about Apollo, to be fair. He pulled off big numbers for Japan. He got 5 eliminations. He was a big part of that nade barrage at the end, but he already had 4 eliminations before all of that happened. And then I think he was left to his own devices to really try and do anything. Impossible for them to win that game, but a big performance from him and a big part in the step up that Japan was able to pull off. So shout out to him. Good bunch of damage dealt as well.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the head-to-head statistics. 12 eliminations against 9, 10 assists against 4, and 2.5k damage against 2,100. I'm super surprised to see Japan on that much damage, and I think it's going to do them very well for the next remaining games. Unfortunately, it's always good if you have a good performance, but if it's on the very last match, or even the second to last match of a day of a best of 6, that's... It's kind of unfair, because you're just getting into the spirit of having good rounds, and then it's over. You have a day break. So I kind of feel bad for Japan at this point. If that would have happened at the beginning of the day, if we would have had that last Miramar match as the first game, I think they would have significantly more points.
For sure. That's what we talked about before the Sanhok started, right? We were like, this might be the mood-setting game. This might be the first challenge to the mental, and it went terribly for Japan, and so did the first half of the day. We have the final standings for you guys. We know you guys have been waiting for them. We've been waiting for them as well. We have the leaderboard. And it's Pakistan in first. 5 points ahead of second. After a terrible start to the day, they have done incredible things in the last 3, Felix.
Unbelievable. 51 elimination points. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Pakistan. Malaysia, 63 points as well. Nepal and Indonesia with 61 each. And then there's the big cutoff that we've been talking about. Goes down from 43 to 29 points. Even a Bangladesh who was always on the brink of the big breakthrough game. So often we've seen them in the middle of the game having 3, 4 frags, but always losing a single player and then just not making it into the very late stages. I think there was not even a single top 3 placement for Bangladesh, even though they have such a talented roster. And I want to see Bangladesh bring it tomorrow. Bhutan as well, Myanmar, Japan actually moving up to 7th place also. Massive support. I want to talk about this distance again. It's 18 points difference from 5th to 4th with only 6 matches left to go. Yeah, that is a lot. That is a lot. So I'm not surprised to see all these top teams perform as well as they do.
We're basically looking at 4 teams that are competing for the top 3 spots right now. And then everybody else is in a different class altogether, right? Everybody else is just trying to close the gap. Thailand, Vietnam, Japan, Bhutan, Myanmar. They're all trying to close the gap, and it's still entirely possible. But they need a little bit of a slip-up. They need Indonesia to continue playing like they did on the second half of the day, and then they still need a second team to also slip it up. So it's really, really hard for anybody after 5th place to close that gap. But we've seen what teams can do. And I'm not putting it past anyone. Yep. Pakistan looking absolutely stunning right now. And we will have to wait and see who pulls up like that tomorrow. If they can stay in form, or not tomorrow, the day after. If they can stay in form, nobody's going to beat them. But 2 of the top teams would have to fumble for bottom teams to close the gap, and now we're looking at the teams who really have a whole lot of work ahead of them. I don't want to say it's impossible. 40 points is possible, but it's extremely hard.
Yeah, as you said, it's going to be almost impossible. I think. What do you need realistically from 26 points? Let's just take Brunei as an example, or even Cambodia, 16 points to get to 61. That's not even one good game. That's not even one dinner. To be close. It's 2 dinners at the very minimum, and none of the top teams are able to score in the meanwhile. Now, if that happens, let's just theorize. You tie 2 dinners, none of the top teams score. You are tied, and you still have 4 matches left to go. What are the chances that you have 2 dinners and the remaining 4 games are just as good?
You need almost a 100-point day.
To
catch that up. The top right now is 70 points in 6 games. You want to get to probably 120 in 12 games. Maybe 100, maybe 110. But you need a big day. And, well, we'll have to wait and see what they can pull up tomorrow. I'm not putting it past them. I think Brunei has looked really good in a lot of their team fights. But these bottom teams have just not been consistently playing good rounds together. And we'll have to see what they do the day after tomorrow. We have a bit of a break, though, in the sense that we're switching back to the different lobby. We're switching back to Group A tomorrow, Felix.
Absolutely. We will have 6 more matches coming up tomorrow. That is the schedule for the remaining group days for Group A. And that's the switch that you've been talking about. So Group B is having a pause tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's 10 teams, I want to say only, that we've seen yesterday, but it was just as exciting. Maybe a tiny bit less exciting, but almost as exciting. We've had some amazing teams, and we have the reigning Pubgm Mobile Global Champions. If that isn't a cue enough to tune in tomorrow for the remaining 6 games of group number A and to see who's taking the spots, then I don't know what is. So make sure to tune in tomorrow, starting from 2 p.m. CET to until round about 6 p.m. I want to say. We'll see how the day goes. But one thing is for certain. We're going to get 2 teams, 2 countries, 2 nations tomorrow that will make their way towards the WEC, the World Esports Championship from Iesf in November.
First 2 tickets are gonna get punched tomorrow, and that's gonna be exciting stuff. So don't miss that. I think today's been awesome. Today's been exciting. Tomorrow is it's gonna finalize whoever makes it out of Group A. So that's gonna be spicy stuff. It's been a pleasure for us bringing these games to you guys. I know you guys have enjoyed. I'm not even thinking. I know I've seen the chat and
the spam is
tuning on in.
Yeah.
I know you guys have enjoyed the games. We have enjoyed the games. And I think we'll see you guys tomorrow